Oh, good morning. Actually, make that great morning. It is a Wednesday, a hump day, and we welcome you into our radio show, which I guess today will go 4 hours. Why not? Why not spice it up a little bit?
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
If you want to, I'm in.
Yeah, I know Ashley was prepared to just go 2, 2.5, 2 3/4.
I thought, 2 3/4 seemed about right.
But we're going to full 4. We're going to full Monty, completely naked today for 4 hours talking sports. It is, it's how you've come to know Chuck and Buck over the years.
I don't know that we're allowed to go naked.
Yeah, I think we can. I think this YouTube thing is pretty loose with its rules.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
I see an awful lot of people making an awful lot of money just getting naked on camera and putting it up on the internet.
That's true.
Yeah.
People do make quite a bit of money doing it.
Yeah, exactly.
So why not us?
Why are we shortchanging ourselves?
It's a fair question.
People want to see our bits.
I don't know that they do.
They do. I get an email every 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I love that for us.
From several bloodthirsty, horny listeners.
Oh, gosh. Control yourselves, people.
Good morning. Welcome into the show. It is Ashley Ryan here. My name is Chuck Powell, and we've got a lot to discuss today here on this hump day, and we will go through all of that with what's on tap here in a matter of moments. But the great news here on a great Wednesday morning is that this Mariners baseball team just keeps on winning. 8 straight wins now for the local baseball team, and last night's wasn't even a nail-biter. Last night's was a little bit of a runaway and hide kind of game. Those are nice to have on occasion. The M's win over the New York Mets 8-3 is your final score, so make it 8 in a row for the home squad.
I mean, it is nice to have one of those every once in a while where you just get to watch us just put up run after run after run after run.
Yeah.
I mean, after Julio's home run, the look on Logan Gilbert's face was like, oh, thanks, guys. I really appreciate that you did this for me today.
It really is the method for how to win baseball games in the Jerry Dipoto era. I believe I touched upon it yesterday morning. Certainly, Anders and I talked about it in our latest episode of Stove 30. If you want to check that out at 93.3 KJR.com. But this is how you want to win it. This is how the Mariners are going to win baseball games. You're going to get an occasional lopsided affair, but most of the time you're leaning on very good to great starting pitching. Mm-hmm. You're leaning on a deep bullpen, which right now could not be being used more effectively, and the piggyback had a lot to do to help with that. I mean, the ability to pull off 2 wins so far in this series and to line up your favorite relievers in ideal situations against the ideal parts of the lineup that the Mets present, and to go hitless. You hit the New York Mets for 4 innings in a matchup 2 nights ago, and then to not have to use any of those guys the following day, and you still have Bizzardo, your 5th guy that you really do count on in the next night's game. Plus, you get to use Criswell for 2 innings because you've built a lead of 5 runs in the contest, late in the contest. I mean, now Scott Servais did have this ability, and he did have flaws himself, certainly, and in areas where Dan's, basically those are his strengths. Like Scott's flaws were Dan's strengths, and there are times where I think that Scott's strengths might be Dan's flaws. But sometimes you just got to get into the rhythm of the season. And I really think that this team was just so out of rhythm for 7 weeks into the year. And now you're starting to see that where you're catching a few breaks where it felt like we were never going to catch a break in a few games earlier this year. The bullpen is now seemingly lining up for you on a nightly basis. I mean, you got everybody healthy and ready to go for today that you would want to use in a game 3 of a series against the New York Mets on an afternoon at T-Mobile in perfect weather conditions for a sweep. So it is kind of going the way you want. And plus, this is the other aspect, because I don't think that this Mariners team is built and unfortunately has never been built to just beat the tar out of opponents.
No.
But they are hitting home runs at a pace that no one else in the sport is. And if you're hitting home runs, and I think Aaron does a little too much on it. I think it's because Aaron's already gone out on the limb to say it's impossible in this sport to string together hits. So he really does kind of lean on his narrative that you've got to hit home runs in today's game, and the way this roster is constructed, you got to hit home runs. And there's a lot of truth to it. I don't think that's the only way to score runs, even in modern day baseball. But when you have the combination of very good to great starting pitching, a bullpen that just seems to be in a rhythm right now, and I think that is important to these guys, and an offense that hits the long ball, you're going to win a lot of games. I mean, you are going to win a lot of games. Maybe you don't go, 8-0. Maybe you don't win that many games, 8 games and 8 wins. This is unsustainable. But you're going to win a lot of games that way, and a lot of people were talking about this yesterday nationally, not just locally. Jim Bowden, many others, that it looks like the Mariners are starting to sink their teeth into this divisional race, into this 2026 season, and the pull away kind of feels like it's happening. We're not going to celebrate that. We're not going to give in to that, but they do really feel right now, Ashley, like they're doing that. We're playing good baseball, but we start from scratch every day. The next day, we focus on that win, what it's going to take to win that particular game. And lo and behold, you clean things up. Suddenly you start getting a few breaks, probably because you did clean things up. And now you're just ticking off win after win after win. Long way to go. We're still over 100 games to play this year, and yet it does feel like the team we expected to take the ball field this year is on that field.
It does. It doesn't feel nearly as frustrating. It's been awesome to watch these last 8 games. And has there been aspects in those 8 games that have been frustrating? Yes, still, because some of those close games get very stressful. But they do seem to be clicking. They seem to be something's different than what we were watching, obviously, last month. And yeah, still early, still got a long way to go. But it's nice to see them moving in the right direction, the direction that we were hoping for when the season started, when you guys were at spring training.
Well, I mean, the strengths of the team are starting pitching, bullpen, when healthy, and your ability to hit homers. And that's how you're winning baseball games right now. You're getting a good starting pitching performance nearly every night during this streak. Actually, during the streak, every night. Mm-hmm. You're getting a good starting pitching performance. And like I said, that bullpen sometimes requires a rhythm. And I don't know if Dan's gotten them into that rhythm, but recently, because of results from previous games, it's kind of allowed you to line up your mercenaries one after another in the right position, and it just this is winning baseball. This is what it looks like, and yes, this team is starting to discover its strengths and actually starting to execute them on the baseball field. And I really don't know where this is coming from last night. I think it's because I do have to pay attention to social media, and I don't know why my timeline is chock full of people that seem to have a problem every night with Mariners baseball. Now, I admit I had a problem with Mariners TV yesterday that I went on a rant about. But even in an 8-game winning streak, I mean, just one text after another, it felt like, Logan's got to go.
Really?
Yeah. Like, really? Logan's got to go? How did you arrive at that conclusion?
Because people have no patience at all.
Yeah, I just think that there's just this and it's social media. I know it's not in the ballpark, and I know it's not on the streets,
mm-hmm.
And I know it's not in the local sports bar. I know that it's on these social media platforms, which are dominated by younger people, and younger people just have to have something that bothers them. That's just as sports fans, I think that's just the conclusion that I have to draw, because I don't know how you could walk away from an 8th win in 8 nights, an 8-3 victory, and have any problem with what Logan Gilbert did last night. Yeah, he didn't go 6 innings. Okay. And more often than not, he has been kind of tiring after 5, but he's coming off 2 great performances, and last night was perfectly fine. He gave up a 2-run homer to Benj, the rookie. That's a talented hitter, and Gilbert is a guy that challenges hitters. He's going to give up a long ball every now and then. But after that, what problem do you have with him? Because he gave up a second one when he was already up 5 runs? Pitchers have to pitch to the ball game and the way that it is unfolding. Oral Hershiser doesn't even think we should pay that close of attention to ERA in baseball because ERA often is dictated from a pitcher on how close the games are that he pitches in. When you're up 5, the marching orders are don't walk anyone. When your marching orders are, first and foremost, don't walk anyone because that leads to big innings, make them hit their way on, well, they're probably going to square up something that you're going to leave over the middle because you're not trying to play the edges because you're up 5 runs.
Right, and you're not walking anyone.
And that's what happens when you have a big lead. And then the closer it gets, then you got to be a little more careful. That's kind of the way it works. And so why you would have a problem with anything that Logan Gilbert did last night, and yeah, he didn't get through the 6th inning, but then again, he sat for 40 minutes while Jonah Tong struggled to get the Mariners lineup out in the previous half inning. That was the Johnny Pareda 3-run homer where he had the 9-pitch at bat. Tong had thrown 23 pitches. 7 guys came to the plate. 3 runs were scored. And when a starting pitcher sits on a bench for 45 minutes and then goes back out to the mound with a 5-run lead, guess what's going to happen? Number one, he's not going to try to be as fine as he was before because he doesn't want to give up the walk. And number two, he's also sat after 80 pitches for 45 minutes and probably isn't going to be as fresh as what he was previous to that. So I don't know if it's just maybe I shouldn't pay attention to it. I think that's probably the moral of the story. But I do try to keep my finger on the pulse of things. And it just seems that there's a fraction of this fan base that just has to have not just a problem. I mean, you can go through any game and you can find highlights and lowlights, strengths and weaknesses. You can point out things that you're concerned about. But it just feels like every game there's something about this roster that is just, this just has to go. And last night it was Logan Gilbert getting it in the teeth last night by the fan base. And so just pump the brakes on that. We got a really good starting pitcher. We're not going to trade him before the trading deadline. I think we might trade him this offseason. Think you might want to brace yourself for that. Gilbert family might want to brace themselves for that. Don't know if I would get little Logie all that many Mariner things because I do imagine that he's going to play on a different team next year. But trading a veteran in the middle of the season, I mean, trade deadline moves are, you're a seller and I'm a buyer, and I'm going to give you all of these pieces for the future, and you give me a piece for now. That's like 98% of trade deadline trades. So what are you going? You really want to trade Logan Gilbert for prospects?
I would not like to.
You know, is that what you're suggesting that you do? Because
if we trade anyone for anyone, I want a hitter.
Yeah, well, that's just
someone that can crush it.
But Logan Gilbert for a hitter, guess what? The team that you are trading Logan Gilbert for at the trading deadline is probably, if they want Logan Gilbert, they're trying to win now.
Yeah, they're not giving up a hitter.
So they're not going to give up some piece that can help them win now.
Right.
I mean, that doesn't even make any sense.
Right.
So we're not going to trade Logan Gilbert. I mean, I'm not going to say absolute. I don't like to speak in absolutes. I wouldn't say it's 100% sure. Maybe there's a team that says, man, we have to have a pitcher and we have really good offense. We're willing to sacrifice a veteran for. But it's so rare that it's likely not going to occur. So I think Logan Gilbert's on this team, and I think we should celebrate Logan Gilbert being on this team, especially as of late. That's 3 good starts in a row from Logan. So I don't know where the anger came with Logan Gilbert here as of late, but pump the brakes on that because I think we're going to need Logan Gilbert to win this year. I want to win this year. I want Logan Gilbert to win with this team this year. And then this offseason, we probably do have to consider moving on from him if he doesn't play ball with us contractually in a negotiation.
Right, which we've already talked about that he wants to potentially be closer to his family in Florida, and that's a possibility. And I don't see a world where they're trading him this season either, nor do I have any problem with what he did last night. His last starts have been great. He's been great. If we're nitpicking what's going on in a 8-3 win or whatever, then okay.
Well, it's not, you know what? Nitpick away. It is we just won 8-3. We've won 8 games in a row. Logan's had 3 good starts in a row, but he has to go because I have to have something strong and bold to say tonight. And so Logan didn't get through the 6th. Get him a bus ticket. One way out of town. I can't take this anymore.
Well, those people are idiots.
You can't take it anymore to watch a guy give up 1 home run early in the game and then builds a 5-run lead and then gives up a 2nd home run.
It was too painful, Chuck.
Can't get through the 6th because he just sat for 45 minutes after a 80-pitch performance. You can't tolerate that.
Too painful.
You can't have that guy on your baseball team, like one of the greatest teammates in the history of baseball. You don't want that guy on your team?
Yeah, people are dumb.
That's Ashley. I was trying not to go there.
Oh, I
guess I was trying to say, man, can't you enjoy? Like
No.
It's finally clicking. The team that we thought we had is finally showing up on a nightly basis. And it's not going, there's going to be another slump. I promise you there's going to be another slump. There's going to be another icky stretch of Mariners baseball. And it could happen at any moment. I know this team well enough. I know this sport well enough. It could just turn on a dime at some point. We're going to have another icky stretch. But what I like even more so than the 8 wins in a row is that, yes, this is the team we forecasted. Very good to great starting pitching. Very good to great bullpen when healthy. And a lineup that even if they're not clicking at all times, even if they don't string together a lot of hits, they've got power from the top to the bottom, and they will hit home runs. And T-Mobile lately has played like a home run ballpark. And so this is the formula. This is the formula. We saw it at the beginning of the year. It's what we're getting now. And it, to me, is just thank goodness I wasn't wrong about this team, because this is the way they're supposed to play. And it's all still being done without our best player.
Yeah, I would agree. And it is funny because I think so many people think, this is the way they're supposed to be playing. It almost, I wouldn't say that the eight wins is flying under the radar, but it feels like, okay, well, this is what we expected versus like the 8 wins in a row. Like it's like, okay, stack them together. Let's keep going. Because it was so rough for that first however many weeks.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe just try to enjoy something.
I think there's a lot of people enjoying it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
I agree 1,000%. But there's just the ones that you have to read at night. I mean, it's 90% of what I read at night on that platform. It's 90%.
Oh, wow.
It's just you get done with a game and you've got to, this has to change now. This has to change. Anders has a little bit of that in him. I mean, he's trying to chase Andres Munoz out of the closer role. That's his favorite player. And he doesn't have any more patience than that. It's just like this feeling of, I don't know, you probably had like an uncle that can't be happy with his house. He's always got to have a project that he's working on. Oh, man, I know I just put in the pool, but this kitchen.
Yeah, we got to redo it all.
There's this mentality that goes on like a nightly basis with this baseball team. And I just can't imagine getting to the end of a 8-3 win after 8 straight wins and finally feeling like this is the team I thought we were going to be rooting for this season, and they're playing exactly the way that I hoped that they would play for most of the season. Mm-hmm. And then every night have some major change that has to occur because you've had it up to here with a good player.
Because they're unserious, that's why.
All right, let's find out what's on tap for the rest of the show.
Coming on Chuck and Bud.
Say what?
What's on tap? What's on tap?
8-3 Mariners over the Mets. That's 8 wins in a row. The team is 33-29 on this campaign. But all of a sudden, the Texas Rangers have started rattling off wins as well. Believe it or not, through all of the crushing of the American League West so far this year, we have 2 teams that are in the playoffs right now, including the Rangers, and the first team outside the playoffs looking in is also from the American League West. Okay. Now, I'm not saying the American League West has had a great year or even a good year or even a decent year. I'm just saying when you give it 162 games, things start to average out. I don't think this is a terrible division. I don't think it's one of the better ones. I don't think it's a terrible division, but who cares? Let's win it by 35 games. I don't give a damn. I hope it is bad. I want an easy stretch in the second half. I want to be able to line up the starting pitchers for the playoffs. So another thing to not get stressed over is that we might be pulling away in the division, but it's not a very good division. Who cares? Pull away.
Yeah.
Pull the F away. The series ends today at 12:40. It'll be George Kirby for us and Freddie Peralta for them. They've pulled their opener trick twice. They're not going to do that today. We're going to face Freddie Peralta for quite some time, so we should see Rayleigh and Canzone in the lineup together for most of this game, if not all of this game. And so that'll start at 12:40 for you. The men's super regionals will start on Friday. You know that the top two teams in the men's baseball tournament have been knocked out. UCLA, the 1 seed, Georgia Tech, the 2 seed. I was really looking forward to seeing Georgia Tech. They're saying that it's one of the best draft classes coming out of that school that we've seen in a number of years, but they got knocked out of the regionals that they hosted. And so the super regionals will continue without the top two ranked teams in America. The Women's College World Series, they've reached the finals. That is a 3-game series. It starts tonight between Texas Tech and Texas at 5 o'clock. Danielle Laurie, one of the greatest pitchers in the history of the sport, of course, right here from UW. She's going to join us today at 7:05. The Storm and the Mercury are in action tonight at 7 o'clock. NBA Finals also tips tonight at 5. That's game number 1, and it will be played in San Antonio. The Stanley Cup Final started last night with Las Vegas winning over Carolina 5-4. A fantastic start for the Stanley Cup Final. That was one heck of a game right there. The World Cup, it turns out, starts in 2 weeks. Exactly 2 weeks from now.
Chuck?
Yes.
Actually, it's 8 days.
That's what I said.
Yep.
2 weeks, the World Cup finally does get going.
Close
and
enough.
know a lot of people are looking forward to that, and those 2 weeks are going to be hard to fill. Seahawks extended Derek Hall yesterday to a brand new contract, and seemed like the perfect opportunity for Ian Furness to choose Derek Hall in our Seahawks 1 series today. But that Furness, he will not cooperate sometimes. Not with the standard rules of operation. He's gone out on his own. So find out who he's going to break down with us. That's one analyst breaking down one key Seahawks player for one entire interview again today at 8 o'clock. And of course, we'll talk more about Myles Garrett today. Aaron Donald looking more and more like he's going to try a return to the Los Angeles Rams. That's frightening. Also, A.J. Brown already in uniform with his brand new team, the New England Patriots. We'll talk about all of those things later on in the show. But coming up next, details on last night's 8-3 win by the Mariners. It's Mariners Morning After on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
one is everything. EverythingToledo.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Somebody's pulled the ripcord. Here we go.
We're flying.
We're flying high now. You like that? Mariners make it 8 straight last night with a win over the New York Mets 8-3. It is time for Mariners Morning After, where we play fun music, uplifting music, lighthearted music, music to dance to.
Because people do like that.
Yes. And so we've got a highlight, we've got a soundbite, we got a preview of what's going on today coming up here in Mariners Morning After on this Wednesday. M's taking on the Mets again last night, had to face another opener last night, and Huascar Brazaban has been good all the way back to the WBC where he was dominating, and yet the Mets decided, well, you look so good, let's have you pitch a second inning. A mistake! Patrick Wisdom ends up hitting a 2-run homer to get the scoring started. His first contribution to the Mariners this season, really. And it's 2-0 at that point. Mets come right back, though, in the third inning with a 2-run homer of their own off of Logan Gilbert. The M's retake the lead in the bottom of the third inning. Some errors helping that occur as the M's, there were a pair of kind of knuckleball hits, and I think Aaron went as far as calling it like Little League Baseball. I don't think I go that far. I thought those were hard hit knuckleballs that were difficult to grab. Now, I get that they looked awkward, but I don't think those were the easiest plays to make. I thought there was an argument to be made for being hits both of those plays, but they called them both errors.
Yeah, and I didn't know if the Little League comment was more because there's a lot of errors in Little League, like just because of the fact that then when the ball, especially on the second one, when it went just kind of ran and took forever for someone to get it back in, that kind of happens in Little League a lot.
Yeah, well,
Maybe.
I didn't see it being Little League. I saw 2 scorched balls that were knuckling that probably weren't the easiest thing to catch. I think I would have even considered giving them hits, but maybe I didn't see it the right way.
No, and I think Ryan agreed with that, too.
Mariners take a 3-2 lead at that point. Then sack watch in the bottom of the fourth, and Julio comes through with a sack fly to left to make it 4-2. But the game really did change for good in the bottom of the fifth inning with 2 men on and 2 outs. Johnny Pereda puts together one heck of an at-bat against New York long reliever Jonah Tong. And Pereda just waited him out until he got his pitch.
This is pitch number 9. Out to deep left field. Way back. It's gone! Johnny Pereda with a 3-run take. And he blows it open in the fifth. 7-2 Mariners.
Oh, boy, he's winning over hearts, that Johnny Pereda. A 3-run homer. He plays with the joy of a little leaguer.
He does.
The pitchers seem to really like throwing to him. He can take a cup shot like few other people out there.
Ouch.
Yeah. He took another one, by the way, later in that same at-bat. And it just grazed it this time. So he was like, well, I guess I shouldn't make another big deal out of it, but that hurts too.
Yeah, that one stings a bit.
And then there was another wild pitch that bounced through his legs in that same inning, and he was like, what is happening? Do I have a bullseye on
Apparently
my junk?
he does.
But Johnny Pereda pretty much nearly pulled off the catcher's hat trick last night. Took one in the nuts, hit a 3-run homer, and also if he would have just thrown out a base runner, he would have scored the catcher's hat trick
That's
last
the hat
night.
trick, huh?
That's it.
Okay.
That's it as far as I'm concerned. But Pereda's got people talking about whether or not he's going to stay on the lineup when Cal Raleigh comes back because, man, that clubhouse clearly likes that guy. I mean, they
yeah.
celebrate pretty much everything he does on the baseball field, and he's not been a Mariner but for about 15, 16 minutes, and yet he's kind of won over hearts in that dugout, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's impossible not to notice. They all really like him. He seems to just bring a lot of energy, and I think that's definitely what this team has needed, and that's helped them on this 8-game win streak.
I don't think the solution when Cal comes back is that we're going to keep 3 catchers because none of them have position flexibility. And so I don't think that's going to be the solution. Pareda does have options. They probably will send him down. But it is certainly an interesting discussion. I mean, you've got Mitch, who's actually been hitting well since Cal went on the injury list. A lot better than what you realize.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, he's the best challenger in the sport, which is something that has never been said. Ever. And then you've got Pareda, who just seems to fit hand in glove with this roster, and he's contributing at the plate even more so than what Garver does. And then obviously Cal comes back, and he's your everyday catcher. So it'll be interesting when the time comes to see what they do with that decision. I saw a lot of just replace Ref Snyder and keep 3 catchers. I don't think they're going to do that.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
I don't think there's just enough position flexibility to keep 3 can only catch guys on your roster. So we'll see. We've got time to make that decision, it sounds like. Logan Gilbert, despite some frustration expressed by some Mariner fans throughout the evening last night on social media, I thought was perfectly fine last night. He gave up a couple home runs to rookie Carson Benj, but the second one was after the team had built him a 5-run lead. So he goes 5 1/3 innings. He only allowed 4 hits. Struck out 8 guys.
How dare he?
Yeah, and gets the win. That's 3, in my opinion, 3 really good starts in a row for Logan Gilbert. Maybe he didn't have a great start like he did the previous 2 outings, but nonetheless, it feels like Logan's turned the corner here in 2026. Here he is after the game.
Yeah, just a lot of momentum. I think you can't ever let your guard down and think everything's perfect. We're playing really well and got to do everything we can to keep it going, but I think just both sides of the ball, everybody's doing their job. Obviously, the offense, what they're doing is crazy, so that's a huge part of it. I feel like the bullpen's been doing amazing. Starters are doing their job, so just a little bit of everything, really. It's a deep lineup. There's no breaks for other pitchers, 1 to 9. Putting up really good at bats. Obviously, the home runs, you see that, but getting that break in between innings, having the freedom just to fill it up and try to force contact. I feel like that's really important as a pitcher.
Hope you heard that.
Especially sharp tonight. What was working about that for you?
Yeah, it felt good. I think it's good depth. The action's on it's good. I trust it, any count. I think Johnny did a good job recognizing when to use it. So he's really been good the last couple starts of, I think, recognizing hitters, situations to throw certain pitches in, and just trying to like put a fastball on it, I call it, like sell it and make it look like your body, your arm, your hand, everything, try to sell that it's a fastball coming out. But like I said, shout out to Johnny. He did really good back there. Hand got banged up. That was a tough one.
Logan Gilbert last night, completely lovable.
I just it's hard to hear at the end, but when he goes, he did really good back there last night and got banged up. And then he giggled like a little boy. He goes,
got hit in the nuts.
Yeah, but it was just funny. Like, ouch.
And I love that now that Cal is not on the field, it's like he just can't help himself. He has to sit by him when he's not focusing on the game. It's this guy. It's this guy.
Yeah.
And Gilbert's the guy. Come on. 3.79 ERA, the way he started this season, is fine. A 1.10 whip is really good. A 234 batting average against this year is fantastic. He had 8 strikeouts last night, allowed 4 hits in 5 1/3 innings, and some of you want to replace him in the starting rotation. I just don't get it. So I thought nice job by Logan Gilbert under the circumstances. And, man, is Cole Emerson. Oh, boy, is he winning hearts in this town. My
That catch to end
goodness.
the game
What a player.
made me very nervous. I was like, oh, my God, did he just hurt himself? But
It hurts a 30-year-old. A 30-year-old goes on the IL. A 20-year-old's a little more rubbery.
he's like, shh.
Yeah, but he had, that was a really good play. Again, that's the play that gets attention because he's sprawled out and He's going up against the wall and everything else. And that was a great play. But the one earlier, the dive, where he had no reaction time at all and still makes the play. So he had 2 Gold Glove plays last night. He had a scorched double down the right field line and then a bunt single at the absolute perfect time to lay it down because the Mets were reeling from having given up the Pareda 3-run homer. And he's like, you're not thinking about this at all. Boop. And he just lays it down and beats it out. I mean, my goodness, what are we dealing with here? Because this kid looks special.
Yeah, he really does. He's fun to watch.
Yeah.
I'm glad he's here.
All
Doesn't
right.
matter how he got here. I'm glad he's here.
Chance for a third consecutive sweep, 12:40 first pitch. We won't deal with an opener today. Freddie Peralta starts for the New York Mets. He's really good, and they've played the opener card 2 games in a row. So Peralta will start and go deep in this game. The Mariners will counter with George Kirby, and he could really use a good outing. I think of all our starting pitchers, he could use a really good dominant outing today, but we shall see how it unfolds. We have ABCs a little bit later on in the show and more, but coming up next, the Stanley Cup Finals got started last night, and I've got a reason why you should be rooting for the Carolina Hurricanes, and it has absolutely nothing to do with expansion envy of the Las Vegas Golden Knights. We'll talk about that next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. folks that have won tickets to see Colin Ray tomorrow night right here on the radio show for going to Tulalip Resort Casino. I hope you bought yourself some brand new boots with some brand new spurs.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe a new fringe shirt, a shirt with fringe on it.
I love it.
Yeah, or maybe snaps. Unicorn likes shirts with snaps on them.
Well, yeah, because if you get like a denim shirt, you got to have snaps. You can't have buttons with a denim shirt.
Oh, yeah, snap
You got
it.
to have like pearly snaps.
Yeah, so hopefully you snapped something up at the local denim store and you're ready to get out and celebrate Colin Ray tomorrow. If it sounds good to you and you had no idea we gave away tickets to this show, you still can purchase them. They're available at everythingtulalip.com. The show is tomorrow night, June 4th, so get there, everythingtulalip.com. And not only do you get to take in a concert, there's like 1,000 restaurants out there, and there are table games, obviously, you can play, DraftKings Sportsbook. Go make a week of it.
Yeah, I mean, you're at a casino. That's awesome, on top of going to watch a country music concert.
Why'd you go to all that trouble buying that shirt with all those snaps on it if you weren't going to really embellish it?
That's what I'm saying.
Celebrate life, people. All right, so the Stanley Cup final got underway last night. The Carolina Hurricanes lose. I mean, it was a terrific game, back and forth. I mean, tremendous energy in the building. 9 goals scored in the game, but Las Vegas ends up winning it 5-4. And I realize they're a hard team to root for,
Yes.
Las Vegas, and I think most of it comes from expansion envy. That they just have done it so perfectly in Las Vegas. And yes, they were given some benefits that the Kraken didn't get, but we also need to give them credit for they also made an awful lot of great decisions there. They even fired their head coach, even though they were having a decent season this year. Fired their head coach mid-season, hire a pretty much bona fide a-hole in Tortorelli, but he knows his hockey, and he's basically the Billy Martin of the NHL. And now here they are, 3 wins away from the Stanley Cup championship. So it's already kind of easy not to root, especially when we are on the West Coast with them.
Yeah, in their division.
Yeah, we also are a recent expansion franchise, and we haven't had near the success that they've had. So that in and of itself is probably reason and cause to root for Carolina. But I'm telling you, getting past our pettiness, the real reason to root for Carolina is because that's the type of team Ron Francis and company built here.
Mm-hmm.
And unless they're going to blow it completely up, and who knows what direction that takes us, I mean, we've got to believe, we're not watching a terrible team. We're just watching a mediocre team. They can't seem to get over the hump here the last couple of years. And I know Todd Lywicki, and I know Jason Bottrell, and I know Lane Lambert believe they have a better team than what their record indicates. And Ron Francis, for better or worse, he's not here anymore, but he built this team like he built Carolina. And even though some other guys have taken over for Carolina, obviously, in the last few years, Ron Francis' hands is still all over that roster and the way that they wanted to play hockey this year. And look how good they do it. I mean, they're winning without superstars. They don't have a superstar. They don't have anything close to a superstar on their team. And yet, here they are themselves, 4 wins away from the Stanley Cup championship. So I got to believe that if you want to root for Kraken playoff hockey soon, you kind of have to buy into the fact that we can't be that far away. We can't be as far away as what our record indicates. And if there's a style by which we can succeed at the highest level, I mean, Carolina's doing it. They're doing it without bona fide superstars in their lineup. That's how we were constructed. Maybe we're just a player or two away. Maybe we're just an adjustment or two away, as opposed to blowing up the entire roster and who knows what comes up on the other side of that.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things, though, that has been frustrating is because it has felt like we are maybe just a player or two away for the last couple of years now. And then bringing in McMahon, though, that seemed to be something that made a big difference. And if we could keep him, great. And I hope we can. I will more root for Carolina just because of I can't root for Vegas. But I appreciate the point of, the similarities between the two teams and how it could feel Kraken-ish.
Well, if getting superstar players is the hardest thing to do from a GM perspective in the NHL, because there just aren't enough to go around, then if that's so hard to do, near impossible to do, then your other option is fine-tuning what you have, and it needs to look, if you're going to play that way, like Carolina looks.
Yeah.
And the fact that they can go the distance, that they can be on the verge of a Stanley Cup championship should give you hope that maybe the Kraken aren't as far away as what it feels like to us right now. Because if it takes getting McDavid, I don't think we're going to get him.
Right.
I think the better chance is that what we have plays better with a couple of player adjustments made to the roster going forward and being more like Carolina than we're ever going to be like Colorado.
Yeah. No, and
Yeah.
I get that.
All right, coming up next, headlines plus Daniel Laurie, local legend, joins us to talk all sorts of things. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Anderson is racing over, slides. Oh, he makes the catch! Incredible! That's the ball game. It's an 8-game winning streak for the Mariners. What a highlight to put a cap on it.
Aaron just has to laugh.
Yeah.
It's funny because it's awesome. Oh, Colt. To quote Coming to America, that boy good.
He is.
Good morning to you. It is Chuck and Ashley with you as we roll into our 7 o'clock hour here on this hump day edition of the radio program. Coming up in 2 minutes, we will chat with a local sports legend about a lot of things going on. I got a million questions for this legend coming up here in about 2 minutes. But let's first get to your headlines brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. That's Mariners TV calling the final out of last night's 8-3 win over the New York Mets for the Seattle Mariners, who've now won 8 games in a row. They've moved 4 games over 500 and are still 2.5 games up in first place in the American League West. They can win not just win their third straight series, but sweep their third straight series today. 12:40 first pitch. George Kirby will go for the good guys. Freddie Peralta will pitch for the Mets. They will not pull that opener thing again like they have the first 2 nights. Number one, they've run out of long relievers. And number two, Freddie Peralta is a bona fide all-star starter. So they'll go with him to start the game, and he will go a lengthy time into the game, I'm sure. Kirby versus Peralta today at 12:40. The men's super regional and college baseball will get going on Friday, and it'll go without the top 2 ranked teams in America, Georgia Tech and UCLA. Meanwhile, the Women's College World Series, Texas Tech versus Texas, gets started tonight. Game 1 of a 3-game series between those 2 state rivals. First pitch at 5 o'clock. We'll be talking about that in about 30 seconds from now. NBA Finals tip tonight in San Antonio, Texas, between the Spurs and the Knicks. Stanley Cup final got started last night with Las Vegas winning 5-4 over the Carolina Hurricanes to get things going. They are 3 wins away, the Golden Knights, from the Stanley Cup championship. Seahawks extended Derek Hall yesterday to a contract extension that'll pay him about $14 million per season. And, of course, Myles Garrett was introduced in Los Angeles yesterday as a brand new Ram, while A.J. Brown called being a New England Patriot the closest thing to heaven yesterday, even though I'm not sure he went to a better team. So there you go. Those are your headlines. They are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. Joining us now on the program, one of the finest athletes in the history of this here city, this here state. She won a national championship as the National Player of the Year for UW in 2009. And now you can see her on the desk in Oklahoma City as the studio analyst for the Women's College World Series that will resume tonight, Texas versus Texas Tech. Joining us, as she has a couple of times in the past, the legendary Danielle Laurie is with us here on Chuck and Buck. How are you, Danielle? Hello, Danielle. Are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, there you
Can
are.
you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah. For some reason, there was a warble, and now you sound crystal clear. So I don't know what happened, but it's great to have you with us. How are you? How are things in Oklahoma?
Man, they're good. It's hot. I forget every year I come back here and I'm like, people can deal with 97. It was Monday for those 4 games.
Wow.
I just could not believe it. Almost kind of felt a little unsafe for those first 2 games because Texas and Tennessee obviously played too. And we did our hit after game 1, and I'm like, I think I got to go sit in the green room. I can't sit out here in 97 and watch this. It's aggressive.
You got too much Pacific Northwest in you now. That's the problem.
I know. I'm with you.
Yeah, no doubt. What is the scene like in Oklahoma City? I mean, they go on and on and on about Omaha this, Omaha that. What has Oklahoma City turned into? Because this sport just seems to be getting more and more popular. I think the product keeps getting better and better, and I'm wondering how that affects the entire week of being in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there was a lot of questions about this World Series kicking off because Oklahoma wasn't in it. It was going to be I think the first time in 10 years where we weren't going to have them. And obviously Oklahoma pulls well, but what I loved was that Thursday night, was a record high attendance, the most ever that has shown up in Oklahoma City. And to me, it just kind of shows, really every year it gets a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger, from the viewers that tune in and watch on TV, from the fans that will meet over on the studio set, bringing their kids, or you have some women that'll come up that have been softball fans for years that are doing girls trips here. I saw a lady talking about coming on this trip with her dad. This was a bucket list to go with her father and sit and watch it. So it really is, it's special, right? And it just, I remember back in 2009 and how incredible it felt then, which it still was. They had the outfield bleachers. They hadn't extended up top and upper deck. But, I mean, the amount of cameras that our ESPN crew has and the attention to detail on the littlest things, these women are getting to get documented in such an insane way. It makes for a really great show. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's turned into a great show for sure. I mean, Ashley and I have been singing its praises throughout the last few weeks about what a great product that the softball game is right now at the college level, which is something that I want to dive into you with in a moment. But let's just stick with present day. Do we have the right two teams meeting up here in the finals, or are we getting ready for a good show here the next 2 to 3 nights?
Yes, we do. Listen, I went into Monday thinking that Tennessee and Alabama were going to come out, simply because those two teams had to get beat twice. And that's a feat, right? When you can beat a team twice in the same day, with just the heat, the pressure, all the different things. And both Texas and Texas Tech were able to do that, which to me was incredible to witness, because you just see these women competing at such a high level, and to compete for 14 innings and come out on top and punch your ticket to go to the final. There really is nothing like it, right? You think of last year with Tech and Texas in the finals, and it pretty much just being Najee Kennedy that was kind of that main woman on Texas Tech. Well, obviously they did some rebuilding, and just to kind of look at this, it almost feels like a perfect storm. I woke up earlier today and I was like, wow, I feel so lucky to be able to go to the field tonight and sit and watch. It's almost like I get the game day emotions of what it felt like competing for a national championship. You're all right, we're really doing this. And both these two teams get the opportunity to do it again against each other. Texas seeking its second national championship, and Tech, of course, last year's the first time they've ever been to the Women's College World Series, and they make it to the final. And this year they're back trying to win a natty.
Yeah. Danielle Laurie is with us. She's going to be on the desk again tonight for the studio show, and for the next 2 to 3 nights as the Women's College World Series, the championship series begins starting tonight at 5 o'clock. You are the perfect person to ask this to. I mean, as a baseball fan and a former baseball player at the college level myself, I mean, a pitcher throws every 5 days. That's the most that we can tax an arm that goes over the top. Obviously, in softball, pitchers can pitch a lot more than that coming underneath. But what is too much? I mean, I'm watching these pitchers pitch both ends of a double header, and then all of a sudden they'll leave the game, and you think they're tired, and the next thing you look up in the 7th, and they're warming back up again to come back into the game. Where's the limit where even Danielle Laurie was like, "You're throwing me too much. My arm can't hold up"?
The limit doesn't exist. That's what I felt like when I competed. Listen, back in the day, I threw over, I think the year we won the national championship, over 350 innings that year. That was all that we knew.
Wow.
And yeah, there were some days that UMass 15-inning game and where I had definitely had to take 3 to 4 days off after that. But I mean, these women here, you're at the end of the road, right? You're either going to win a national championship or not. They will do whatever it is. And there's not a risk of something happening to their arm or hurting it. I think it sometimes comes more down to how mentally present can you really be every pitch, because you are tired at the end of the season a little bit, right? And adrenaline plays such a huge part. So I think it comes down to those teams that are able to endure the pressure which of course, like Texas remembers what it's like to win. And if I'm in the circle, like those are definitely things that are upstairs in the mental piggy bank, give me a little extra confidence going into a game like tonight. But also if you're Tech and you pretty much have two arms that you're using multiple times, like on Monday, we saw one game where they did 6 pitching changes with the same 2 pitchers, back and forth. And, people definitely have their opinions about it. Like, that's not how softball should work and all of this. But, I mean, they have 2 stud athletes that can hit, play a position on the field, and pitch. So as a hitter, like, would I want to face Caitlin Terry, the lefty, throwing 71 at bat, to Nyjah the next with her rise ball at 70? Like, it benefits their team the way that, Texas Tech needs to use that to their advantage. So every pitcher will be on deck, that, but there is no risk in anything for arm or anything like that. Like I said, I think it's more mentally, like, how sharp are you in these moments?
How hard did you throw?
Well, that was back we both had both feet on the mound, which was a crime. I think that was probably my biggest flex. I believe that.
Yeah.
Both of our feet had to touch that damn mound. And you look now, and these pitchers can have their back foot all the way off. Like, so to answer your question, I was anywhere from 66 to about 70 miles an hour. But I believe the pitchers back in the day had the option to have their back foot off. I think it adds an additional 2 miles an hour, potentially 3. Yeah.
Danielle Laurie is, I hear there's a lot in that. Danielle Laurie is with us here on Chuck-a-Buck in the morning, talking about the Women's College World Series, which starts tonight. UW has not won a national championship since you won it in 2009. Didn't mean to make you older. Yeah. 2009. Hasn't been to the tournament since this tomorrow, actually, in 2023. Obviously, Heather Tarr runs a quality, great program. And yet, are you tired of having to describe Texas, Texas Tech, UCLA, Oklahoma year after year at this new broadcasting job that you have?
Yeah, I mean, I remember being in the stand, not in the stands. I remember it was my first or second studio set, I think in 2019. When Washington made it to the national championship. It was either 18 or 19. I think it was 19, but that I think was the coolest experience ever, getting to be here. Like, watching it as a fan and then working the event and just rooting so hard, but you can't show it. I can't be a homer, right? Like, I can't be that girl that's just like freaking out while I'm trying to do my job, but it's because I bleed purple and gold. Like, all I know is, University of Washington, and Coach Tarr's still there, and Lance Glasso, who is my pitching coach, like the most incredible people that gave me the best opportunity that realistically changed my life. Like, when I look at it, like, I'm so grateful for what softball has given me, but them taking that chance for me to go to Washington and being the first Canadian ever. Like, that's why I still live in Seattle. Like, it's just a big part of my life, my kids and my husband. Like, we love going to games and being around the program. And so, yeah, I want to get them back any way, that we can. And it's just, I think this game goes to show you how damn hard it is. It is hard to get here. It really is. Sometimes it takes a little luck. But, I say this every single year. It's a new opportunity. I know Washington has a couple great freshmen coming in. I actually saw Alexis DeBoer. She came up by the studio set yesterday or the day before Monday. And, I just was talking with her. She was there because her dad was there, obviously, with Bama. But it was just really good to see her. And, like, to me, she's a front runner, and she's that, like, leader for your program, right? Like, so I'm always excited for Washington. And, man, I would do anything to get him back.
Well,
to get him back here.
I've heard from a little birdie that your daughters are really good at softball. So is it like a given that they're going to be going to UW? What's going on there?
No given.
Okay.
Would I love that? Yes, I would absolutely love that. Do I try to have that conversation with my daughter every day? No, I'm just kidding. I don't. You know what? I think if I have learned anything throughout the sport, like the beauty of when I was in the position to choose where I wanted to go, like, did my parents want me to stay close to home? Yes. But I never felt any sense of pressure. And I feel like if my kids ever get to that point, they're still young, man. Like Maddie's 12, Audrey's 9, like they're young. I want sports to stay fun. I want you to want to win and compete, but like I don't want them to feel any sense of the pressure of those things yet. And hopefully if they get to that space in their life where they're going to be good enough to compete at the collegiate level, it doesn't mean I won't offer my suggestion, but at the end of the day, they earn the right. Like they've been putting in the work. They punch, that ticket to go where they want to go. So they know Washington, my love, they're around it all the time. But, at the end of the day, I got to let my girls go and choose wherever it is that they feel they want to, give 4 years of their life. But man, that's too far down the road. I don't even want to think about that.
Yeah. We'll let him stay young. We'll let him stay young.
Yeah.
Danielle Laurie, legendary Danielle Laurie is with us. I want to ask you this before we wrap it up. I'm going to say something that might be seen as controversial, but I want to see what your reaction to it might be. It feels to me like women's sports have obviously had a really hard time nudging in there in the man's space in professional sports for attention and obviously for finances. And yet it seems to me like a lot of attention gets paid to women's basketball and trying to prove to all men you should watch it and give it a chance, and not nearly as much attention is given toward softball and volleyball, which I might argue, Danielle, are much better products. I think that a women's softball game is, to me, as entertaining as a college baseball game. And a women's volleyball game is just as good as a men's volleyball game. I don't personally feel that way about the game of basketball, and yet it seems like all the attention is trying to get people to watch women's basketball, and I think it shortchanges sports that are a lot more entertaining and are a lot higher level of competition, and I want to just see what your reaction to my controversial statement is.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you go to a restaurant, it's not just the same thing on the menu, right? Like people have different opinions about what they enjoy watching and what they don't like to watch. I won't disagree with that. But what I will say is, like, I feel like the women's professional ranks right now with Athletes Unlimited and the AUSL, like, it's getting a lot bigger, right? So they've added the 2 expansion teams here. They're all in like local cities, and like I think that is only going to make it that much bigger in a year or a year or two. Like the amount of people that like tuned in last year, right? Because the AUSL kicks off literally right after the Women's College World Series. So it goes right from watching that straight into watching all of these women that have all competed at the highest level at the World Series and playing overseas. And so, yeah, I will watch a little hoops every now and again, but if you were to ask if there was a softball game on and I get to watch that or watch women's basketball, I'm going to watch softball, but I gravitate more towards that, of course.
Yeah.
It's just continuing to get bigger and better from the softball piece. It really is. There are so many games that are televised. I know for AU this summer, AUSL, the finals are going to be on ABC. So there's a lot of great things, and it's just continuing to get bigger and badder and better. And I always, every year, I pinch myself that I'm someone that gets to just talk about softball and be in Oklahoma City with my friends, sitting up at a desk, acting like we've been there once before, right? So it's just tomatoes. Everyone, likes a certain thing. They don't. But, man, women's softball, really, it's the real deal.
Yeah, it is the real deal. It is really entertaining to watch. There's no getting around it. All right, last thing, just 2 quick things. What are you going to do to stay cool tonight for the World Series, and then who's going to end up winning this?
We actually get to call the alternate broadcast after our studio show, so I always look forward to that. We sit up on the desk. We get to wear whatever we want. We don't have to be all dressed up. We get to wear our cool T-shirts and hang out. So I always feel like I am rocking, and they have a little AC under the desk. And man, I really think Texas Tech is going to win this. I do. I just feel like they've faced a lot of adversity, good and bad, over the last couple weeks. And when I just think of the weapons they have in the circle, if they show up, they're tough. So they got a little villain in them. Texas Tech does. And sometimes I feel like that's a good and a bad thing. So it's going to be very interesting how they continue the momentum. But on the flip side for Texas, they lost game 1 of the Super Regional. That's year 7 in a row for Mike White, where they've had to come back and win 2 in Supers. They lost game 1 of the Women's College World Series, fighting their way back from the losers bracket. Like, that's also a different type of dog that knows how to compete with their back up against the wall, too. So I think it's going to go 3 games. I do feel like Texas Tech's going to come out on top.
All right. Well, always great to have you on. Thank you very much. Great stuff
Of
as
course.
always. And enjoy yourself the next 3 days. And hopefully we can catch up with you again real soon.
Awesome, guys. Thanks for having me. Talk soon.
All right. Danielle Laurie joining us here. National champion at UW, National Player of the Year at UW, and now still a face for college softball, which takes center stage starting tonight at 5 o'clock.
It'll definitely be on TV too.
It will definitely be on TV too. It is on ESPN, by the way,
Yes.
so you can put it on your own TV too at home.
There you go.
Yeah, not relegated to TV3. I'll tell you that much.
No. And that's only because TV3 actually will be the NBA playoffs, I think. Yeah.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Softball's above the NBA playoffs. Take
It's
that,
a-
NBA.
Yeah, that's it. Give them 2 of these.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, coming up next. All right, we have come to grips. We've gone through the 5 stages of mourning, I think, of accepting that Myles Garrett is now a Los Angeles Ram and in our division. So how do we feel 48 hours later? We'll get into it on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
3.3 KJR FM.
That's perfect music for this. Yeah.
Thank you.
Because you do this, and I blame you, Seattle. You've made me a fan.
Mm-hmm.
I've always
got under your skin.
Yeah, I've always my entire career. Now, granted, I lived in Phoenix for a long time, and I lived there before they actually really became fans of their teams. So you could be a national guy, which I was. That's how I started my sports talk radio career, as a national guy. And then I moved to Phoenix, and because it was such a transplant town, there weren't really, with the exception of Sun Devils, there weren't, and Suns and Sun Devils.
Yeah, all of a sudden.
There really weren't diehards because it was such a melting pot. They always talked about that you could do a national sports show on a local station, and no one would blink. Really,
Right.
You just talked about the big stories in sports, and it worked. And then here, that's not the case, and so you've turned me into a fan. How did you do it, Seattle?
Trickery.
So now I'm sitting here saying we won a Super Bowl last year. I'm saying things like that on the radio.
Kind of feels good, though, doesn't it?
It does. I kind of love it. So I'm not sure that this kind of story would have affected me until you infected me here in Seattle. I would have just treated this as, what an awesome sports story, that the best defensive player in the world has been traded in the National Football League. And even if he would have got traded into my city or against one of my rivals, still, it's just a great story no matter how you slice it. It's not so great, though.
No.
When he gets traded to a rival of a team that you root for. And I kind of compare it, and it's a really loose comparison because I'm not saying that anyone's going through grief with all of this, but they talk about the 5 stages of grief, and I've kind of experienced 3 of the 5 stages. Now, it's only day 3 since this happened. The day that it happened, our first show to react to it. This is our second show to react to it, that Myles Garrett is a Ram right now. And so the stages are denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance.
Okay.
I haven't done them in order. I'll say that. But denial was certainly 2 days ago. Like, no way did this happen. I mean, I, along with so many other people,
I thought it was a joke.
Thought it was a joke.
Oh, you did? Yeah.
Yeah, it was sort of the Luka Doncic. Like, this did not happen. Somebody hacked Schefter's, Twitter, and this, no way. And so a lot of people went through the denial phase. So I kind of spent that day like, really? Kind of expecting it maybe a Max Crosby thing to happen.
Yeah.
Where Myles Garrett maybe doesn't pass a physical. Maybe his biceps are too large or something and he doesn't pass a physical.
I'm still waiting for that. Is that not?
So I was kind of in denial. And then yesterday on the show, our first chance to react to it, I think that was a pretty good, it wasn't anger. I wasn't angry yesterday. That's the typical second stage. I kind of slipped to the third stage yesterday, and that was bargaining. I'm like, you know what? You can have him. You can have him. I get that he makes you better, but I'll still take my roster, and I'll take our progression, and I'll take our track, and I think we're going to win for the next 10 years. You can go ahead and win for the next 2 years, maybe. We're going to win for the next 10 years. Deal with that, Rams. And so I was kind of bargaining it at that stage. And so I've not gotten into anger. I've certainly not gotten into depression, which is the 4th stage, but I have arrived at a 3rd different stage today, and that's sort of acceptance with all of this. And I get it. The Rams are very aggressive, and we've got to give them credit for that. That they're a franchise that has proven, hey, our rebuilds, they're not so depressing. Now, maybe they just got lucky with one of their drafts, couple of their drafts where they hit on day 2 and day 3 picks, like very well. I mean, that's not Les Snead's reputation throughout his career. But during that period of rebuilding that they went through, if they went through one, it didn't feel like that because they hit on almost all of their draft picks. Not just a couple, almost all of them for about a 2-year stretch.
Yeah, it's annoying.
And it kept them from ever having to feel like they were rebuilding at any stage. And so they just kept the train going. And now they're even more confident about that. Now they aggressively are like, rebuilds don't intimidate us. If we have to do that in 2 to 3 years, fine. We're going to win 2-3 Super Bowls in the meantime. So I give a tip of the cap to them. To me, that's acceptance. Hey, you guys are really good. You guys are actually great. I mean, if there are 2-3 teams in the National Football League that we would describe as great, we got to describe the Rams as one of them. When you're Super Bowl champs, you get to be described as one of them. And maybe there's another team out there that we could describe as great right now. But that's a very short list, and the Rams are on it. And let's face it, they didn't just handle somebody who was a product of the system. I mean, Myles Garrett with the Cleveland Browns was pretty much their only good player.
Yeah.
Only great player for sure. And Hugh talked about it yesterday. The number of double teams that he faces, and yet he still ends up with 23 sacks, sets a record on the season. Hugh said that Jared Verse, when he did the film study side-by-side comparison, looked like he was on the JV squad compared to Myles Garrett. So they got a beast. There's no getting around it. We just have to accept that.
I do accept that.
Yes, and he's going to make them better.
I will accept that.
And they are going to be the favorites. And, again, acceptance. At this stage, they probably should be the favorites. I mean, there wasn't a lot separating the Rams and Seahawks last year, and now they've added Trent McDuffie and Myles Garrett to their defense.
Yeah, they've done more to improve. But can I be angry about it? Can I accept it but be angry?
You can be angry. I just haven't. I mean, that's one of the 5 stages.
Yeah, I know. But I haven't moved past that one yet.
Okay, so
but I'm adding others.
You're actually on the normal track. You're denial, and then you went to anger, and you're still stuck on anger.
Yeah, I can accept the things that have happened, but I'm still bothered by it.
I haven't gotten to anger or certainly depression over it, but I did go denial on when the trade was announced, bargaining on the show yesterday, and I'm accepting it. They're going to be the favorites going into this year. I'll go as far as saying they should be the favorites going into this year. But I'm also going to make this statement. Fine. So, you were the favorites going into last year.
That's true.
We were picked to finish 3rd in the division last year because everybody was sleeping on what a monster John Schneider and Mike McDonald were creating here in Seattle. Hell, we got to the Super Bowl last year, kicked the crap out of a team in the Super Bowl last year, and I still heard national people who slept on the Seahawks all season long because they don't truly follow football, basically underestimating what kind of a great team that has been built here in Seattle. So, all right, I'm gonna accept that Myles Garrett's a Ram. I'm going to accept that you guys are really good at this. I'm going to accept that you're probably going to be even better this season. I don't think there's going to be any way to get around you being better this season, barring some injuries to some key players.
Which I don't want to wish for.
So I accept all of that, and I get why, and I don't think it's short-sighted. If anyone out there says the Rams are the favorite to win the Super Bowl, I accept that.
Yes.
But I will also say in the face of that, fine, go ahead, be the favorites. It'll make it all that sweeter when we do knock you off again. And then you have to scramble all offseason again to try to find, well, how's Bo Jackson's hip? Do you think he could come back? Do you think we could reincarnate, John Elway as a young man again?
Okay.
I mean, do what you can do next to try to top, because I'm telling you, part of the reason they made this trade is out of complete respect for, oh my gosh, what they've got cooking up there in the Pacific Northwest is special, and they're probably going to get better. And us just counting on adding a cornerback is probably not enough to stop what they've got going up there in Seattle. We got to make a bold move, and that's why they have Myles Garrett. So I'm going to take it as flattery. I'm going to accept that you got better. I'm going to accept that you're the favorites going into this season, and I still want it all. I want all that smoke. Bring it on, chumps.
I agree with everything you said. But for some reason, it just still makes my blood boil a little bit. Like, I have to accept all these things that you did. Sure, bring it on, you turds. But it still bothers me. And then if they bring back Aaron Donald, don't even get me started.
Yeah.
Don't even get me started.
Yeah. And he can still be great.
Yeah. That's why I would be more annoyed. He can still be
great. I know he's removed a couple of years, but
He'll still wreck some crap.
I mean, I wanted him on the Seahawks last year. Remember, I did a little bit at the end of the year. Let's go get Aaron Donald.
Why not? What's he doing?
All right, Reckless at Breakfast next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. o'clock. The One Series continues. Ian Furness, our special analyst today. One Seahawks player broken down by one key insider for one entire interview. It's the One Series. It's back for this month of June 2026. And Ian Furness will be put on the hot seat today. Can't wait to see who he wants to break down.
It's about time.
Yeah, it's about time, Furness. You've been dodging us for years. So we'll have him on at 8 o'clock. All right, it's time to get reckless at breakfast, though, which is what we usually do Wednesdays at this time. And I'm going to double back on something that I brought up with Danielle Laurie. I kind of feel like I need to explain myself. I'll try to do this in 5 minutes. She wouldn't go there with me, but Ashley and I both discussed off the air. I think she kind of wanted to.
I mean, I can't blame her.
Look, women have had a really difficult time. I mean, men's sports, obviously, they've got the foothold here in America. And so to try to get attention and to try to be recognized for your skill and hard work, it's just very, very difficult to do. For so long, the large majority of sports, not just athletes, but fans were men. Certainly the sports talk world has been dominated by men, so on and so forth. I think obviously a lot of progress has been made in that area. I mean, you can watch women's games and you see all sorts of men in the stands now at women's college basketball games, WNBA games. It certainly has changed. It's certainly a lot of growth has occurred. You watch these Women's College World Series games. I mean, the stands are packed, and it's not just with all ladies.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's a good product that people may be missing out on. And so my point to Danielle, and I think she wanted to dance with me, but she didn't, is for so long it has been, in my opinion, a lot of money, energy, effort, frustration has been poured into trying to get men to recognize that they should watch women's college basketball. And it seems like the argument has always been, Ashley, about basketball. I mean, you were a Division I athlete. You played water polo. My guess is at USC, they put way more into women's college basketball promotion than women's polo.
Yes, you would be correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
water polo.
Yeah.
And so to me, that feels like it's been the argument. And here's the reckless at breakfast part. I'm never going to buy it. It looks just like a completely inferior product to the men's game. I mean, I'm used to watching basketball played a certain way, and it's played fast, and it's played above the rim, and it's just played more athletically. And I can watch women's basketball, but I'm never going to acknowledge that it's just as good as the men's game. It's, in my opinion, it's not even close. And yet I can tune into college softball, and I'm telling you, I can watch a college softball game before I will watch a college baseball game.
Yep.
I'll turn into women's volleyball, and I'll watch women's volleyball before I will watch a men's volleyball game. It has nothing to do with how they're built. I think it's just it's just more interesting. There's more volleying that goes on. There's power on display. There's finesse on display, but there's just more volley. I think it's just a more interesting product. I think tennis on the women's side is just as interesting as the men's game. So I think there are some out there, but Ashley, in my opinion, there's no promotion given toward those sports. It all goes toward women's basketball and trying to convince men that this product is on the same level when it's not. There are other sports that I don't think get near the attention that are just more enjoyable to watch. And I frankly am kind of tired of being labeled as, well, you're just a chauvinist if you don't like. No, it's not as good a product. And I'm sitting there enjoying the hell out of the Women's College World Series right now, and nobody's coming over to pat me on the back like, thank you.
Thanks for watching the women.
Yeah, thank you for being open-minded. It has nothing to do with open-mindedness or gender or trying to keep anybody down. It's just better. It just looks better. And you want to know why it looks better? Frankly, because they remove the athletic difference between men and women. No matter what you do, men are always going to be taller, bigger, stronger, faster, jump higher. But in softball, we shorten the bases. So every play is bang, bang at first base. The double plays they have to turn up the middle, they are quick as lightning because you have to be. because that's how short the bases are.
Yeah.
You're taking away the athletic difference. They've brought the fences in, and they're now hitting home runs all the time in women's volleyball. The nets are shorter, so you get just as many spikes. But we play women's basketball on a full-length court just like the men, on 10-foot rims just like the men, and it accentuates the difference in the athleticism. If they really wanted to make the product look more sensational, they'd lower the rims and shorten the courts, frankly, in basketball, and I think you're going to get a better product. But they won't do that. They're not going to do that, and it will forever, in my opinion, pale in comparison to the men's game, where softball to me does not pale in comparison to baseball, and volleyball does not pale in comparison to volleyball. And I'm sure there are about 7 other sports that I could say that about, including yours.
Yeah, and I would say I do think on the water polo side, men's water polo is more entertaining to watch than women's water polo, just because it's the same pool, same thing, and it's just faster, a little bit more impressive. But I do think what you're saying about basketball, it always seems to me to be a bit slower, and that's where my interest starts to fade. Whereas if I'm watching softball, yeah, it is fast. We had this conversation the other day, you and I, just saying, yeah, I'd rather watch softball than college baseball, women's college softball than men's college baseball. And I don't know if part of that is because we have professional baseball, and if I'm going to watch baseball, I'm going to watch it on the professional side. But I think even women's college softball over professional softball, I'd rather watch. It's just so entertaining. It is so fast. It's dramatic. It's all of these things. You're watching, just nail biter games all the time. Is it boring when one team's blowing another one out? Yes.
Well, that's all sports.
But that's all sports. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's boring. But I do think college softball is an amazing product. It should get more attention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yet Sue Bird has a street named after her, and Danielle Laurie doesn't even have an avenue.
Yeah, well, let's give her an avenue.
Yeah, we could at least give her an avenue, like a side street, something.
Yeah.
Brianna Stewart's a millionaire now, and yet Sis Bates probably has a hard time paying rent.
Yeah, I don't know how much they make in the AUSL, but it's definitely not what they're making in the WNBA.
Right?
Yeah.
And so here's me. Here's a man that's been in sports talk radio since he was 19 years old telling you, yeah, there's been a discrepancy. And I'm sure it has been grossly unfair to women for my entire life, like the lack of attention that women's sports have gotten. But I would also say, why don't you spend less time trying to convince us that product is on the same level as that product when it's not?
Right.
And maybe spend more time promoting sports that actually are on the level, are on the same level. I don't know why it's always got to be about you have to watch basketball or you're women's basketball or you're a chauvinist. It's just not as good a product.
Right. And that's where they go wrong, trying to say it's the same. It's not the same. It's different, and it's okay that it's different. If you want to watch women's basketball, watch women's basketball, but don't watch it because you're trying to compare it to men's basketball.
All right, coming up next, the One Series with Ian Furness on Sports Radio I'm ready. Little late, running a little late. Got a little too reckless at breakfast here this morning.
It happens.
Apologize to everybody for that, especially our next guest, because it's going to shortchange 2 minutes of you hearing Ian Furness's brilliant breakdown of his chosen player today in the Seahawks One Series. This is something we do every June on this radio program. Once a day, we bring on one of our local analysts to break down one key Seahawks player for one entire interview. And today, we've got the fantastic, the fabulous, the very versatile Ian Furness joining us on our program right here from inside our house at KJR to participate in the One Series. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Actually, I'm inside my house right now, but yes, inside our house. I'm here. Hello, how are you?
I'm great. Great to have you with us. And I will just ask you this before we dive into your player and get to know who you want to talk about. I at least got to get your reaction. I know we're only supposed to ask you about your player. Those are the rules. But what was your reaction this week to the Myles Garrett trade?
Well, I mean, it certainly wasn't good news. I would say troubling, concerning, a lot of things that are in the negative realm, I guess, if you're a Seahawks fan. I mean, it's not what you want to see happen. I mean, Verse leaves, but they upgrade with a guy that's, a Hall of Famer and, a two-time Defensive Player of the Year. I would have been a lot more upset if they could have figured out a way to do it without getting rid of Jared Verse, but luckily that was, the thing that was hard is that they just didn't give up that much. Consecutive years, a 1, 2, and a 3. I mean, that just doesn't feel like a lot for Myles Garrett. Now he's on the north end of 30, so maybe that's part of it. But they have upgraded their defense, more so than any team in the league. You had Trent McDuffie, who's arguably one of the top, 3 or 4 corners in the league. You had another starting cornerback in Jalen Watson, who immediately steps in. I mean, they just getting both of Kansas City's starting corners, the only strength really they had at times last year in their defense. And then you had Myles Garrett. They're a problem. They're a problem. And a lot can happen between now and December when you see them for the first time. But they were a problem last year, and they're even more of a problem right now.
Yeah. And I just said this like a half hour ago. I think we have to acknowledge that not only are they the favorite, they should be the favorite at this point, but they were last year too. Yeah. So bring it on. Let's go. Let's see what happens.
Chuck, it's just the hardest thing for Seattle to repeat is just getting out of your own division. It's not only do you have the Rams, the 49ers aging, yes, but probably healthier at some point. Kittle might be a PUP guy to start the year, but, Bosa's back. They added Mike Evans to their roster. I mean, it's probably 3 teams come out of the NFC West again, but only one of those teams will have home field advantage. And so that's the big key. We saw how important that was last season. So it's just getting out of your own neighborhood is going to be a hard battle. And if whoever survives that, those 3 teams arguably, if you're ranking, if you're doing a power ranking in the NFC, which I hate, but now I'm going to do it, you're probably going Rams, Seattle, maybe the Bears, right? And
maybe Philly.
And then yeah. But, listen, A.J. Brown could help them, and now he can't. I don't know. Yeah, and then the Niners, right? So, it's pretty hard. If you want to say 3 of the top 5 teams in the NFC are all in your division, that's a really tough road to hoe.
Ian Furness is with us. He's here for the Seahawks One Series, one analyst breaking down one key Seahawk player for one entire interview. But I had to ask him about the big news this week within the NFC West. But let's get to your player. Who are we going to break down with Ian Furness today?
I wanted to go with A.J. Barner, to be honest with you. I thought A.J. Barner is a guy that kind of flies under the radar screen a little bit with a team that's got, so many stars on defense and obviously the offensive player of the year and Jackson Smith and Jigba, first round pick at running back and the star that Gray Zabel started to become last year and everything like that. I think with how they I'm assuming the offense looks pretty similar to last year with, a guy coming from the Shanahan tree and all of that. And the tight end is really of the utmost importance to that offense. I think AJ Barner is a guy that is a huge key to success for this season. And frankly, Chuck, he was a big key to success last year as well.
He had a good year. Did you celebrate choosing Barner are you doing this while wearing a trench coat, no shirt, and a cowboy hat? Please tell me that's what you're wearing right now.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I walk around the house with that all day, and then what I really like to do is I kind of walk around. I do my nightly walk around the neighborhood with that on as well. It seems to kind of make the neighbors nice and uncomfortable.
That fits.
I do that. Yeah,
that's on
bring
brand.
The kids inside.
Yeah,
what's going on here? I'll tell you a funny thing. Last year we had on the Kraken pregame show on TV. We had a couple, we have guests every now and then, like sometimes whoever's doing whatever is the little thing they do, let's go Kraken, which they need to change that, by the way. If anybody's listening over there, probably not, but boom, 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 let's go Kraken, that little thing they do up there in the Toyota deck.
Yeah.
Barner came last year, but it was basically kind of the offensive line. But we had Barner on the show. It was during their bye week, and he came on. This dude's an offensive lineman by heart. And I love that about him being a tight end. Like we were talking to him, he's hanging out. I mean, basically it was him, Zabel, Cross. I think Sundell was there. Those guys were in a suite. They're smashing beers or having fun. I mean, he's just kind of got that. He's got that offensive lineman mentality. And yet, Chuck, here's a little thing. Like in the draft year for him in 2024, there were 12 tight ends drafted. He was the 7th tight end drafted. He's number 2 among the 12 in production, offensive production, most of it coming last year, his second year, among all those tight ends. I mean, it was a great draft pick by John Schneider, like a great draft pick. He was picked 121st overall. And you probably doesn't take you much. You probably remember who's the top tight end from that draft class?
Bowers?
Yep, Brock Bowers. But after that is Barner. I mean, Barner, 82 catches, 764 yards, 10 touchdowns. He's number 2 in receptions, number 2 in touchdowns, number 3 in yards among all those 12 tight ends that were drafted. And that's just offensively. I mean, I think it's in terms of receiving the ball, but I think with what they want to do with going with 12 personnel with 2 tight ends, they had massive success in that formation last season. I think he's a starter. He played almost 80% of the snaps, and B, he's what you want in a tight end. He catches the ball at a very high level. His catch rate's high. I think he had 2 drops all last season, and on top of that, he's a good blocker in those tight formations they use. He's a really important piece to this offense.
Well, I see him as having a really high upside still. I mean, I think he could be a Pro Bowl caliber tight end, but as often is the case at that position, it is going to be how you use him. So do you see him being a bigger target for Sam in this upcoming year, or to bring back that Myles Garrett name? Now we've added this monster to the division. Is A.J. Barner maybe going to have to stay in and help block a little bit more in a couple of the games, at least during the course of the season? I guess long way of asking, will we see an expanded repertoire of A.J. Barner this year?
I think we will. Just in terms of reception or, in the receiving game, but there's only so much to go around. You got some guy named JSN, a healthy Cooper Kupp, Rashid Shaheed figures to fit back into that scheme as well. If Torrey Horton's back, and we assume he's going to be healthy, that's going to be a big part of the offense as well. I mean, there's only so many receptions to go around, but I mean, I think you just look at, he jumped up from 38 targets in 2024 to 68 last season, and had 52 receptions, 519 yards. He became an important red zone target as well for this team.
Yep.
And oh, by the way, there's the other element to his game, and that's the old barnyard, which was really, really successful. He had 10 rushing attempts last season and 9 first downs. So that obviously was part of what they were doing too. And they play that, like I said, the 12 personnel, they average 7.5 yards per play. That was the best in the league out of 12 personnel. It was the 5th best by any team in the NFL in the last decade out of that formation. So they'll use 2 tight ends. I think it's right around 30% of the time last season. Again, with Fleury, you would assume it's a similar looking offense. So, Barner's going to be one of those. Who's the other one? We know Salbert had a play last year that will live on forever. I would call him Carlos. Elijah Arroyo is going to be a part of the offense. We see with Barner kind of coming off some cleanup surgeries, as they call it, whatever the minor stuff he had to kind of get fixed in the offseason. We were out there for OTAs last week. We'll be out there. Greg and I are both out there doing our shows today and tomorrow. We're watching, you watch Arroyo, and just the ability to stretch the defense and his speed. We thought he would be the primary receiving tight end. I still think it's Barner. I'm with you. I think there's the other part of his game that you said, I think there's an upside there. But he's going to be used as a blocker. They play that. This is I don't want to go too far into the Hugh Millen world, but they play that kind of tighter formation, that condensed formation, right? And that's a big part of the Shanahan, Kubiak, probably Fleury offense. So tight ends and wide receivers closer to the line of scrimmage, closer to the linemen, big part of the run game. That's one of the reasons we signed Cooper Kupp, Jake Bobo, because they want those guys. Those guys are cracking back inside. Those tight ends and those receivers have to block, and this guy's as good as there is out there. So yeah, I think he's just a really, really important piece to this team. And it was it's always fun too to watch guys develop from year 1 to year 2. And he's one of those. Listen, Eamon Worry, Zabel, Witherspoon, guys like that have popped in and just jumped off the page from day one. He had a solid rookie year, and then he just exploded last year, obviously, and had a hell of a second year. So, trench coat aside, put that thing down, get healthy, and I expect him to be a guy that has a massive year this year.
Oh yeah, what's funny is that they've wanted to get rid of the tush push for years. A lot of people in the National Football League, hell, they were crediting the Eagles World Championship to that play, and yet in 2025. They had a 64% success rate. The originators of the damn controversial tush push, 64%, and Barner's 90% running the barnyard play. That's a tight end taking a snap from center, and he's converting on 90% of the plays. It's a hell of a weapon to have, and I don't know if he gets enough credit. Jalen Hurts takes snaps 100 times a day, 200, 300 times a day. A tight end's not getting that many reps underneath center, and yet he successfully converted that play 9 out of 10 times. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is. He's 6'6", 6'5", 6'6". He's 255 pounds. And we always hear about Hurts. It's like, wow, he can squat a truck. His legs are so strong, which is true. That's great. You got to get low man wins, all that fun stuff. Barner's just a bigger man, and they good on Seattle. I do laugh too, because it's like, yeah, let's get rid of this the tush push, and yet here's a team in Seattle that ended up utilizing it quite a bit last season. Right. And depending on Charbonnet's situation. Probably would continue to do so. I don't know. I don't think that Jadarian is really a guy that's going to get that yard for you. And I'm not
change
as
a
high
thing.
on Milani.
We're going to go Barner.
Yeah,
I'm not changing a thing.
Yeah, you just keep going with it, right? And so, yeah, and again, I think just what they want to run, the tight end in this offense is really important. And I think he's one of. It's funny too. You mentioned the Pro Bowl and. I think he has that in him. I think also how the tight end is looked at in the NFL with, Pro Bowl. It's like how many touchdowns do you have? How many receptions do you have? And, so that's where the guys, the Kittles of the world and the Kelseys and, all those types of guys, the Bowers and everybody
McBride.
else. McBride, he just signed a huge extension, right, with Arizona because he doesn't like to win, apparently. So that those guys do that. Right. And that's how they go about their business. I think Barner's probably comp is probably Mark Andrews, he can catch the ball. He can go down, make the tight catch, big body, but also really important in the run game as well. And I think that's a pretty good guy to be compared to.
Well, I hope he doesn't drop passes in pivotal playoff moments. That's not
all right. Listen, my guy,
my
Andrews, type 1 diabetic guy. So I got an affinity for him. He dropped one. Now, it was a big one. I'll give you that. It was a fairly big one.
Let me use the last minute and a half that we got here on Barner and just his personality. You know him better than I. I mean, you're in the locker room, obviously, and you're out at the VMAC a lot more than what we are. But, I mean, from what I hear, I mean, the biggest trash talker on the field, regardless of team, and seems to be beloved by his teammates. This is a personality that's a bit unique, is it not?
Kittle-like, I would say, in a sense, right? Like he really kind of came into his own, it seemed like, last season. Like I mentioned that, you know, seeing him with the offensive line at that Kraken game during that bye week. And, you know, I remember we asked him about that, and he's just like, he wants to be an offensive lineman. And most offensive linemen, they're not always going to accept, you know, somebody into that group. So you've got to be the physical tight end that can block and do all those things. He does. Nobody talks more trash than Witherspoon. I would say that. There's a bar that's set rather high. It goes into the Sherman category, I think. If you're putting him in a bucket, that's where Witherspoon is. But this guy's close. He's right up there. I've you know, when the stuff first came out with Hard Knocks and people were like, who's going to be the stars of Hard Knocks? And everyone's like, well, Witherspoon, maybe. Witherspoon's funny because, like, Witherspoon on the podium is awful. Like, it's 5-word answers and very, very quiet, subdued. Witherspoon on the field, if they have him mic'd up, will be a star. A.J. Barner, I'm guessing, if I'm HBO, I want a microphone and I want to follow around A.J. Barner.
Yeah.
Like, that guy, trench coats, the look, the attitude, the ability to talk some smack where he plays. I mean, I think this guy will be, and I hope it happens because this is a funny team. Like, they're kind of subdued. You know, we talked about it on our show the other day. It's like, you know, you want to compare this team to the 2013 team, for example, right? And you look back, well, that team had bigger than life personalities all the way through, right? Whether you know, on offense and defense, they had just bigger than life personalities. And I even kind of on the anniversary of the Sonics winning in 79, the Sonics in 79, Chuck, were the same way. I mean, it was fur coats and top hats in June for the parade for those guys. And they were all in separate cars because most of them didn't like each other in 79. That's kind of the 2013 CX. These guys just quietly went about their business, did their thing. You know, Sam Darnold is very, you know, is kind of laid back a little bit, and JSN kind of the same way. Witherspoon talks smack on the field, but he's kind of quiet off the, you know, all those things. Then you got A.J. Barner. Like, this guy, I think, would be the personality of the team if HBO does it right with Hard Knocks. I think he could be a star. And you know, I mean, we saw him in the parade. I mean, I'm not sure if anybody not since the days of Marshawn Lynch in a parade has anybody had that much fun in a parade in Seattle. So yeah, this cat's going to have some fun this year. I think he's fun to watch, and I just like watching a throwback tight end that can catch and can block and do everything like that.
All right, so show today at the VMAC, yes? At the Virginia Mason Athletics Center.
Yes, sir. It's the Virginia Mason Athletic Center when we're out there. They had asked us to say that. Yes, we will be out there. Greg Bell starting at 10. I'll be out there starting at noon. We'll have a player popping in around 2:20, 2:25 after practice today. After OTA, open OTA for us, number 2. We'll be back out there tomorrow, and then mini camp is next week. And then we say goodbye to the VMAC for about a month and a half and head back there at the end of July for all of us.
Well, after that presentation, it better be Barner that comes on your show today. So, all right, we will be listening.
Yeah.
Just have the dump button ready.
I think he's banged up, so I think we'll wait on AJ until summer. But yeah, it should be a fun show today.
All right, sounds great. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Take care. See ya.
All right, Ian Furness joining us for our Seahawks One series. One of our insiders breaking down one key Seahawks player for one entire interview. Good stuff there on our tight end, A.J. Barner. Also, great stuff on the financial front. We've got $2,500 that could be yours in our $250,000 USA giveaway, which we started this week. Go to 93.3KJR.com. That's our website, and enter the keyword travel, TRAVEL, at 93.3KJR.com, and you can play along. You can get $2,500 of that $250,000 USA giveaway, which started this week. We'll have another keyword for you today at 11 o'clock, and we'll have another keyword for you tomorrow at 8 o'clock right here on our show. Coming up next, though, it's your turn to ask us questions. 49451 is the text line. You can also weigh in on YouTube, even Twitter if you would like. But it's time for a round of SUP. Anything that's on your mind, SUP Ashley, what's happening with this? Sup, Chuck, what's going on with that? That's how it works. 49451. We need your questions now. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Chuck and Buck on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Hello? Hey, who? What's up? Nothing, B. What's up with you? Nothing. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? So what's up, B?
Sup? Time for you to ask us questions. Pepper away. They can be about the show, the station, our personal lives, or the sports world. Doesn't matter. Entertainment. I want to talk about movies. I don't care. I'm open to anything. There's nothing you can catch me off guard with. I am an open book. So I won't speak on behalf of Ashley, but I have a feeling she's willing to play ball too.
Yep, sure am.
All right, 49451. We await your questions. Fire away, Ashley.
Sup, Chuck from the 253. If Munoz continues to struggle more than his typical, do you flip-flop him with Brash for the 8th and 9th innings on occasion to get some competition going? Maybe raise his level and focus that way. Seems to have helped Castillo switching things up.
Oh, I see what you're doing there. I don't think that's necessary. And I just talked about this with Anders yesterday on our Stove 30 podcast that you could check out at 93.3KJR.com. I don't think that he's had the disastrous year that a lot of people are trying to paint. I think even in that piggyback one game where he came in and had to inherit traffic, he had a couple chump hits that found grass that I don't know if he got beat on those pitches. I think we've seen a lot of that out of Andres Munoz. I think he's a proven closer. I think we have one of those. I don't think he's had a great year to this point, but I don't think he's had a bad year to this point either. And if I were going to replace him, it'd probably be with Ferrer more so than it would be Brash. But I like where our bullpen guys are right now. I think that the way they looked 2 nights ago, where you got to use 4 of them, 1 inning apiece, in the right sequence against the right stretch of hitters, it's not going to be that easy every time out, but that's the first time where I felt like, okay, we're in a rhythm. This bullpen is in a rhythm right now. And I think part of that rhythm is Andres Munoz as the closer. He's the only proven guy out there.
Yeah. Yes. I'm just going to say yes.
Yeah.
From the 206, sup, Chuck, what's your go-to donut to calmly eat, not quickly scarf down on a Sunday morning?
Oh, boy, I got a slam dunk one, and I don't think people are going to like it. I think people are going to think, oh, of all the donuts, why would you pick that one? I think most people would go with like apple fritter or some sort of.
It depends on the fritter, though. They can dry out really easily.
See, that's the problem. I think most people are looking for like the moistest donut in the box.
Mm-hmm.
I like cake donuts, and I particularly like pumpkin cake donuts.
Oh, wow.
So there is a pumpkin cake donut without frosting in there. That sounds like an old man order. I know that it does, but I've just always loved the pumpkin cake donut.
Interesting. Yeah, it sounds terrible.
And I think pumpkin goes best with coffee of any flavor in the world as a pairing.
I can see.
And so, that, you know, what's the great thing about having the donut nobody else likes? It's always there for you in the box.
Yeah, no one's touching it. It's not been cut to pieces. I'll
go a little, like if they decided to glaze it. I mean,
I can handle that.
I can handle that.
Okay.
But that almost feels like it feels good going down. It doesn't feel as good like an hour later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mine used to be old fashioned. That was my favorite.
Oh, I love old fashioned.
Yeah, but then an apple fritter. I think there's nothing better than a donut shop that makes an amazing apple fritter. Like if you go to Chuck's in Renton or Henry's in Mukilteo, best apple fritters ever.
You always hear apple fritter and maple bar from people, but I'm with you. My second favorite is old fashioned.
Yeah, those
for
are
sure.
good.
Yeah.
Then I found out they have sour cream in them, and I can't eat them.
Oh,
all right.
Pass them over here.
Let's see. Sup, Ashley. If you could be one of the Golden Girls, who would you be and why? That's a very good question, and that is going to take some thought because the joy of all the Golden Girls is that they all have a quality we can see in ourselves. But
Oh, really?
yeah, I
I'm
think.
not sure I've ever had that experience
Oh
with
yeah,
him.
no, it's true. I think I'd want to be Sophia because she does not give a what.
Oh.
She is who she is. She goes about her business, and yeah, I like that about her. She's sarcastic.
Oh, she's sarcastic?
Yeah, Dorothy also sarcastic, but Dorothy's Sophia's daughter, so you'd expect that, right? Like mom, like daughter.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Rose is just a little too ditzy, and Blanche is just a little too
Yeah.
look at me, and I'm not that way.
Promiscuous.
Well, that too.
Yeah.
But good for Blanche. You know what? Get some.
Somebody asking a Golden Girls question here
Yeah.
today. That's
Yeah.
great.
Sup, Chuck from the 425. Who on this team do you think makes the All-Star team?
Oh, we can start thinking about that, huh? Well, Julio for sure, Randy for sure. Those are two for sure guys right there.
Yeah.
I still think Cal's got a chance to get voted in because he became that popular a year ago, even though he shouldn't be in, even though he shouldn't be voted for. Should be Dylan Dingler from the Tigers.
That's a funny name.
It is a funny name. It sounds sort of like a wiener.
Yeah.
But
Oh, Dylan, your dingler's out again.
I'm thinking those two for sure. Man. And then there's a potential for, I think, a couple different pitchers. I mean, Emerson might be having the third best overall statistical season this year. Is Emerson Hancock.
Yeah.
Not Cold Emerson. Is not enough time.
Right. No, not enough at all.
But I would say Randy and Julio are locks at this point. And I think maybe Emerson Hancock would get on the team, believe it or not.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
I like that idea. We've got from Todd. This is an interesting question he's asked
I
us.
like interesting questions. They're a lot better than boring ones.
Yeah. Sup, Chuck and Ashley. If the Mariners were a cocktail, what cocktail would they be? A spicy margarita? A tequila old fashioned? I've never heard of that. A bourbon neat? It's got to be.
Oh, boy.
I'm gonna go Long
I like that
Island.
he gave us options.
Yeah, I'm going to go Long Island iced tea. They're kind of a mix of a lot of different things, depending on the day.
And they'll get you drunk
They'll
fast.
get you drunk fast.
They will get you there. I think I'm going to go with Ashley on this. I think that's kind of what they are. What's a elevated version of a Long Island iced tea? Because I think a Long Island iced tea, and that's just the guy that wants to go to the bar and get as drunk as fast as possible.
That is true. That is true.
What's but you're right. It's got to be one of those where there's a lot of stuff in there.
Yep.
And it's got to get you drunk pretty quickly. But I'd like to have an elevated version of a Long Island iced tea. So what would that be?
I don't know.
Bloody Mary?
What's a classier place than Long Island? Let's go with
All of them?
a Manhattan iced
Manhattan.
tea.
Oh, I thought the answer was all of them.
Yeah, all of them.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
in Manhattan over a...
I'm just thinking Manhattan's a classier place. I'd call it an iced tea still because you still got to put all the booze in there. And the problem with a lot of other cocktails is that it's like one.
Right.
Yeah.
How many is in a Bloody Mary? Just one?
Just vodka.
Just vodka?
Yeah.
Oh, it can't be that.
You could do like a.
Maybe I might go spicy margarita.
I was gonna say, or a Cadillac margarita because
Yeah.
you've got the tequila, but then you get the Grand Marnier floater on top,
Yeah.
so you get a little extra booze.
Yeah, I mean, I just waited so long to start drinking. I never did experiment with a bunch of things. I'm pretty much either just a bourbon, martini, beer, or wine guy.
Yeah.
Pretty much all I ever drink. So that's a harder question for me to answer. But I would say whatever is a Long Island iced tea that is classier to order.
There you
That's
go.
what the Mariners are.
The 206 did say, actually, that's perfect. Too much of a Long Island iced tea is the same as having too much of the Mariners. Disagree. You can never have too much Mariners. Okay, yeah. Let's see if we have one more we can do quickly here. Oh,
That's just trying to edit on
all
the
right,
fly.
yeah. 425. Sup show. Sup with Dutton Ranch. Have y'all been watching?
Not at all.
I have not yet. It's on my list, but we had to get through some shows before we go there. I have been watching Marshalls. Don't love it. That's the one with Casey.
Can I make a confession about this?
Yeah.
Like, I really think that Beth and Rip were great characters, and you do end up rooting for them. But they're terrible people.
Yeah, they're not good people.
They're horrible people, and yet to make them like the focus of the show and to make them kind of, I mean, I don't know what the show is. Maybe they're making them out to be villains. But
I'm not sure.
You'd be better off, to me, making them out to be villains rather than making them out to be protagonists. I think they're more antagonists than protagonists. So I don't think I'm interested in watching them glorified because I think really at their core, one's just a murderer who's got really screwed up principles. And then the other one is just the last person on earth that you would want to get to know and try to be friends with. Honestly.
I hear you. I still love them both, and
they're
their
great characters, and their relationship is fun.
Yeah, but I've heard
I think
great
they
things
could
about
only
the
like
show.
each other. I think that's the only thing that could happen there.
That's probably fair. I've heard really good things about the show, though. So I haven't watched it. It is on my list. But
I mean, Bonnie and Clyde was a great movie, but we got to acknowledge that they're just robbing banks.
Right.
And they have a great chemistry, but they really are just criminals.
Although when you think about it, I feel like there's a lot of shows these days that are focused on bad people. I mean, The Penguin. Right? Wasn't that called The Penguin? He was terrible.
And I like those. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If you're making them out to be like the villains, like Bonnie and Clyde types, I think that I would watch it. If you're trying to make it out so that I'm rooting for them and
and that they're suddenly good.
They're right and everybody else is wrong, which is kind of how they finished Yellowstone. Like they were in the right and everybody else was wrong, even though they were in the wrong constantly.
Yeah, they went about everything the wrong way.
Yeah, then I can handle it. But let's call let's call it what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Great questions. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. NBA Finals start tonight. And yes, there is a rooting interest here in Seattle. Make no doubt about it. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
me just clarify something real quickly. I'm not some moral, high and mighty TV watcher. I mean, I love the show Hannibal, and you can't get more villainous than that character.
Yeah.
You seen that one?
No, I have not. But
Terrifying.
you said that you didn't think I would like it.
Terrifying.
We did.
But the acting is phenomenal, and it is. I mean, I'm a big Silence of the Lambs guy. But anyway, the point is, I don't mind watching a show where the star is the villain. Let's just call it what it is. I don't want to go watch something like you're trying to feed me like, oh, you should be rooting for these two people. I don't know if I like them all that much.
But see, and that is where I do run into that problem too, because I'm like, I'll sit there saying, I feel weird rooting for them. They're terrible. But here I am rooting. And it is like, that was Penguin. I felt bad rooting for him to just be terrible.
That was done strategically. That was so brilliant because you lost track of. That's why they had to do that ending.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give that away.
Right.
But that's why they had to do that ending the way that they did it, because they had to remind you, if you've been rooting for this guy, you missed the point. He is a super villain.
Yeah, he's awful.
Yes.
Yes.
And so we had to remind you before we wrapped it up. He won the day, but if you've been rooting for him, you missed the message.
And that ending, I was pissed.
It was so well done, though.
Yeah.
So well done.
Tahoe Jeff on our YouTube feed did say, I'm getting tired of shows where everyone is bad. I've lost interest in that sort of show. I get it, because it is more of a emotional mind F.
I like shows like Game of Thrones is one of my favorite shows until they ruined it with the last 2 seasons. But I do like the shows where there's a little bit of good in everybody and there's a little bit of bad in everybody, and you're trying to navigate, because that's kind of life.
Yeah.
And then there are a couple that are just purely good, that they're rare in life, and there are a few that are just purely evil and they're rare in life, but pretty much the rest of us are kind of in between.
Yeah.
And every day as they struggle to make the right decision in that moment, I think that's life. So I actually like those shows where all the characters are conflicted. I enjoy them. I prefer them.
Like Mayor of Kingstown. I love that show.
I write about them. Those are the stories that I write. But the ones that are just pure, like evil and villain,
it's hard. It's hard to watch.
All right. Where are we at? All right. NBA tonight. Finals get underway in San Antonio, Texas. I know most sports fans like to have a rooting interest, sort of like television watching, in the series. And maybe normally you wouldn't have one, Knicks versus Spurs. Maybe you'd side with the Spurs just because they're not New York City. But in this case, we have clearly come up with a team that we're rooting for here in Seattle, because not only are the Spurs very likable, not only is Wemby just fascinating to watch play every single second of every single game, not only is he surrounded by a very interesting supporting cast, but of course they knocked off the Thunder, kept them from repeating as world champs, which made everybody happy. And maybe most notably, they are coached by Mitch Johnson, who is a local guy. And I'm so glad that we're getting to know Mitch Johnson's story better. I mean, I didn't grow up here, so I kind of had to learn this here in the last couple of years. Spencer's been a great teacher for us of why we should love Mitch Johnson here in Seattle and the job he's doing as head coach of the Spurs while representing Seattle all the time. And they are best friends.
Yep.
The two of them, they've been in each other's weddings. And Spencer keeps popping around to Spurs games, if you haven't noticed, maybe you have noticed, to take in this entire ride they're on to the NBA Finals. And I asked Spencer earlier this week about how rewarding it is for him to see Mitch Johnson get his love here in Seattle.
Like, I can't even put into words. I mean, he's been one of my best friends since going back to high school, and to watch his journey and you know, even going to Stanford, I think was everyone assumed he'd stay at home, and he'd kind of always been in the shadows with, even on his own AAU team with Sean Brockman and Martell and Micah. And I think going to Stanford gave him a chance to kind of spread his wings, and then, you know, having to go over and play in Europe in the G League, and then having that not work out, and coming home and, all right, what am I going to do? Now I'm going to start coaching kids, and now I'm going to start coaching a high school team. And all right, now I got to move my family down to Austin, Texas, and, you know, go coach in the G League and grind out down there. I mean, there was nothing on his path, it was the easy way to do things, and he kept grinding and he kept trusting himself and choosing some great people around him to help mentor him into that role. And it's just, I'm so happy for him and his family and the Spurs. And I mean, you take a step back, it's hard to believe his first official year of coaching.
Yeah.
And he's going to chase a Larry O'Brien in a couple nights. So
That's
just
phenomenal.
Just proud of him, happy for him, and can't wait for 4 more.
Yeah, great stuff. Great
I
stuff.
loved it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And just seems to be handling all of this success in stride. He's obviously very good at what he does. The only thing I would push back on from Spencer's comments about Mitch Johnson was he chose to surround himself with the right people. I'm sure there was an element of Mitch Johnson. I'm sure that it was his choice to be around Greg Popovich. But what makes it even more interesting, in my opinion, is Greg Popovich was so accomplished, he got to choose who was around him.
Yeah.
It wasn't as easy as Mitch got to choose who mentored him. Pop has to choose you. And I think it makes the Mitch Johnson story even better. I really love to get in on this group. And Greg Popovich is like, yes, and I want you aboard. And not only did he get aboard in that group, he was the guy that Pop handed the torch to, for goodness sake. We're talking about one of the greatest, if not the greatest, basketball coach of all time, and also one of the greatest and most respected leaders in the history of the league, saying, I'm getting ready to hand this thing off, and it should go to Mitch Johnson. And obviously, it was a great choice.
Obviously, yeah. And it's been fun to watch, and I think he's got a lot of Spurs fans here in town.
Yeah,
for
no
multiple
doubt.
reasons.
No doubt. And so it gets started tonight. Game number 1, it will be in San Antonio, Texas, Spurs versus Knicks. And a lot of people jumping on the Knicks now. A lot of people a lot of the experts are picking the Knicks right now. I'm going to go with the Spurs. I'm going to stick with the Spurs. I think they are a better team on paper. If the Knicks keep playing that well, they're going to win. But I just don't think they can keep playing that well. And I think that the matchup problems that San Antonio is going to create are going to force them out of that comfort zone that they've been in as of late. So I'm going to take the Spurs in 6.
Okay. I think it's going to go to 7 games, but I also am taking the Spurs. And I'm excited to watch the game tonight and find the 7-foot-tall Seattle native in a cowboy hat. I'm sure he's going. It's in San Antonio.
Yeah, I bet he is.
I'm sure he's there.
Well, where's Spencer? We'll play a game of Where's Spencer.
It's a fun game.
Yeah. All right. It's coming up next on the program, the Myles Garrett impact and how it's being felt. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Everybody was all smiles yesterday. Boy, it's like dreams were coming true in the National Football League. A.J. Brown shows up, says that it's like heaven here at the New England Patriots.
Oh.
Heaven.
Yeah, heaven.
Oh, man.
I'm like, no, that's Iowa.
Yeah. Yeah, I get to put on a new uniform for maybe not a better team. And all I did while I was in Philadelphia was win consistently, get a championship, got paid top market value for my position, and could never be happy. Yeah.
But this is going to be so much better.
Yeah, I wonder, I get how you want to get out of there. Boy, you really like being around other people who love infidelity, don't you?
I mean,
that
who wouldn't?
seems to be your cup of tea. Just feel comfortable here. I got a coach that loves me, that understands that, you know, I'm like, with Ryan the wife's back. He's all right with that.
Thank you, masseuses.
So, heaven.
Yeah.
Where's this place been my whole life?
Gosh. Just down the road? Had no clue.
So, I don't know. We'll see. I certainly think A.J. Brown's got some good football, and there were certainly some fans of A.J. Brown in that Philadelphia locker room throughout the course of the season. Many of the Eagles players had said that the problem is not Brown, it's Jalen Hurts. But I think the problem was Brown because Brown kept bringing it to light.
Can't wait to see what book he decides to read on the bench this year.
His actions kept highlighting that there's a problem with the offense, and then that led to the problem with Jalen Hurts. And so maybe A.J. Brown is, in terms of like a hangout buddy, or a good, or maybe even at a point about the offense. I think the Eagles players might back him up. I think there might be, if you took a vote, more Eagles players that would back up A.J. Brown's thoughts on what's wrong with the team than Jalen Hurts' thoughts on what's wrong with the team. But the thing is that A.J. Brown is the one that kept pointing it out, kept drawing attention to it, and obviously led to all of the players being asked about it constantly. And I think that's why you heard from Jordan Mailata yesterday. They're outstanding. They're all world left tackle, where he was like, I'm just glad it's over with.
Yeah.
I'm glad it's done. And I didn't take it. Maybe it's because I got some background with it, as I don't like A.J. Brown. I think that was Mailata saying, we've just had enough of it, and something had to give
between our teammates.
Something had to give, and now something's given.
Yes.
He's gone. He's in a Patriot uniform. He's got a smile on his face. He loves being around other infidels. And we can now get back to being Jalen Hurts-led Philadelphia Eagles, for better or worse, which we've had some pretty good success with over the last few years.
Well, and that's the thing. It's not like the team was falling apart. The team's been a disaster. The team has been good. The team has won a Super Bowl. So that's where it's like, well, yeah, so you're going to have some issues, right? Not everyone in the locker room is going to get along. We all know that. But if you're the one out there in the media or out there in a game drawing attention to the fact that you are not getting along with some people, then you become the problem, whether you intended to be or not.
He sure did look happy. I'll say that.
Good for him.
And I think anytime you do, move into a new place or start dating a new girl or, get new clothes, I mean, you are just a little bit happier. And he had new clothes on and he got around his old buddy again, and a team that went to the Super Bowl, obviously, a year ago, got stomped, if I recall. And so he did look like that's what he wanted out of everything in life. I mean, he showed up for OTAs. I'll bet you A.J. Brown didn't show up for a lot of OTAs the last couple of years with the Philadelphia Eagles. It's not even mandatory minicamp time.
Yeah, I wouldn't assume he did. So, yeah, maybe he's trying to show everyone, see, I wasn't a bad teammate. I just had a problem. And look, I can be a great teammate.
He was introduced at a press conference, went immediately out to the field, put on his uniform, started running routes, wearing number 1 as opposed to number 11, it looks like, going forward. So, apparently a great day in A.J. Brown's life yesterday. And perhaps more understandably, a great day in Myles Garrett's life. Maybe not so much for us, but great day in his life as well. He was all smiles, a little more subdued about it. I don't think he wanted to be seen like he was dancing on the grave of the Cleveland Browns that had employed him. But He now goes from a team that wasn't going to win and never has won to a team that's the Super Bowl favorite. And we have to acknowledge they should be the Super Bowl favorite when they were as nearly as good as the Seahawks a year ago and have now added 2 Pro Bowl defensive players, one of them the best defensive player in the world, for goodness sake, in Myles Garrett. And true to his reputation, apparently, this is a pretty good story, kind of one that you don't want to hear. But apparently, they went through all of the press conferences and the smiles and the photos and everything. And before Myles Garrett could leave, and probably been a whirlwind for him. You know, you want to get back to the hotel and just like, okay, now
enough of that, yeah.
I got to find a place to live, and I take a breath though right now. Nope. Apparently pulled over the trainer or somebody in the facility aside and said, "Hey, I really need to get a workout in." Damn.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah. I wanted him to be like, "Hey, can we go to In-N-Out?
Yeah,
I need to
exactly.
put away a couple burgers."
Yeah, now that I'm with the Rams, I can really let myself
Yeah,
go.
got to get a little sloth-like. I got to slow down a bit.
Nope. He's like, "Hey, you don't get this body by skipping workouts. So if you could just point me in the direction of the gym and give me a key, I'll let myself out."
And then they were like, "Oh, here, Aaron Donald actually wants to work out with you."
Yeah, I know. Which is another part of all of this as well, which we'll get into in a moment. But there's no getting around this. We talked about this a little bit earlier in the show. I've gone through a few different stages of grief.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't settled on anger. I haven't settled on depression at any moment in this, but I did start at denial, and then I did go to bargaining. And today I find myself sort of facing reality. Acceptance that Myles Garrett is now on the biggest threat to the Seahawks winning the Super Bowl again next year. And we've got to kind of just give it to them. Not only are they going to be the Super Bowl favorites, they probably should be the Super Bowl favorites, but that's all right with me. They were the Super Bowl. They were favored to win the NFC West last year. They were certainly favored to be better than the Seahawks last year. And
no
look
one had
what
the
happened.
Seahawks on their Super Bowl radar last year.
So go ahead. You can take that mantle. It's you haven't worn it all season long, that's for sure. We snatched that crown right off your head.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm all right with it. I'm accepting though that they are a better football team. Hugh Millen was on with us yesterday. He can't deny it either.
It's very hard for me to come forth with the argument that the Rams aren't better in 2026. I mean, just to put this in perspective, now Myles Garrett turned 30 at late December, and so he was 29 most of the year. But the NFL, just to have apples to apples, the way they tabulate that, it's what's your birthday on or your age at December 31st. So here's the 4 guys that are the top sack achievers age 30 or under in the history of the NFL. There's only 4 over 100. Notice how these first 3 are clumped together. TJ Watt at 101, he's number 4. Jared Allen, he's number 3 at 105, and Reggie White at 108, who's number 2. Number 1 is Myles Garrett at 124.5. So the gap between 1 and 2, the gap between Myles Garrett and Reggie White is greater than the gap between 2nd and 12th on the all-time list. So we're talking about a guy who is in Canton. It's not in pencil. It's not in pen. It's already been emblazoned in brass. And he doesn't have to worry about losing his hair because his bust has already been made. He's in Canton.
Yeah, they added a good one. I will throw this in, though.
All right. Is it going to make me feel better?
Only slightly.
Okay.
Reggie White spent his first 2 professional years in the USFL. He had 23.5 sacks with the Memphis Showboats. So he could have had more. He might have been 1 on the list.
Okay.
So that makes you feel a little better. Myles Garrett is 2nd.
Doesn't make me feel any better. Maybe if you were like
slightly behind Reggie White.
Yeah. That doesn't make me feel any better.
No, it doesn't. And then you add Darnold, Donald to this equation, Aaron Donald, and this is real. This is not just some rumors floating out there. Apparently, everyone on TV has Aaron Donald's number. I must have heard this from 6 different people yesterday. I texted him, and he sent me back a text saying he's thinking about it. Lindsay Theory said it yesterday. She follows them for ESPN. Pat McAfee said it on his show yesterday. So he's not. Sean McVay talked about it in the press conference yesterday and did it with sort of that Sean McVay wry smile on his face.
Yeah, I want to punch him.
He talked about it, and so it's deeply being considered. And I don't think it's an outrageous notion. If this was a cornerback trying to make a return in 3 years, probably not going to get the same
guy.
guy.
You're going to lose some speed there.
Right. Odell Beckham Jr. stepped away for a little while. When he came back, it's like,
yeah.
How long were you out? 15 years? Are you 50 now? But power ages a lot better. And he never did get out of shape. He stayed in shape the entire, maybe not football shape, but he stayed in the gym.
Yeah.
So if he decided to come back 2 years later at age 35, I have no doubt he would be a great player again. And so the notion that the two of those could be added to last year's team, it's not like Donald was on the team last year.
Right.
They would both be added to that team that we barely got past a year ago, plus McDuffie. Scary.
And then on the other side of the ball, you have Matt Stafford, the MVP. You've got Puka Nacua.
Yeah.
This isn't making me feel good at all, Chuck.
No.
It's making me actually a little depressed. So what are those stages of grief? Because I think I'm going backwards.
Oh, depression is one of them. As I said earlier, I have not entered that. I don't think I'm going to enter. I don't even think I'm going to enter anger. Maybe I will during the season. Maybe,
Yeah.
This is unfair.
Right? Well, they're like the Dodgers.
Yeah, exactly. Where's Los Angeles? Get everything.
Stupid city of stars.
Yeah, I think I'm here at acceptance, but part of my acceptance is that's fine.
I'm just
Bring it on.
I'm
Bring
at
it on.
annoyance, which I know isn't a stage of grief, but that's where I'm at. I'm at annoyance.
Okay.
And I don't think I'm going to leave there for a while.
Yeah. Well,
at least not till we beat them on Christmas Day.
Well, that's another aspect of this. You don't have to face them till the end of the season. So that's way past the trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
And as I said yesterday, I'm perfectly okay with John Schneider driving this thing, not doing anything dramatic in reaction, staying with the plan, which has been working perfectly, and heading into the regular season with, if not the best team, maybe the second best team right now on paper in the National Football League. I'll accept that. I'll accept it.
That's fine.
But certainly when you don't have to face them for a while, you get a chance during the course of the season to address, whether through injury or just poor performance, where you might be weak, where you might be lagging. We've got plenty of cap space to work with. So we won't face them until John Schneider's gone through the trading deadline. So I don't think he's going to make some sort of snap move in reaction to this. But I do believe the Seahawks will add. They always add during the course of the regular season. So who knows who he might add before we actually have to square off against Myles Garrett, Matt Stafford, and company.
So I'll go, I'm annoyed and I'm intrigued. There you go. Possibilities intrigue me a lot. The Rams annoyed me in the first place. Now I'm just more annoyed than I used to be with them.
I'm actually kind of excited about it.
Yeah.
I really am.
You're
I'm
a little sick.
Yeah, I am. But I'm also one of those guys that I don't like hearing that the star player got hurt before he got ready to play him.
You want to go at someone at their best.
At their best. And I think that may be just the sports. I played enough sports in my lifetime. And I think also was a sports fan without being a diehard fan of any team. I think that part goes into it as well. But I'm one of those guys that I don't want to find out that the quarterback got hurt, slipped in the shower 2 days before. Some people celebrate that.
No.
I don't like that. I want to face you at your best. And so if I face you at you're even better than the last time I faced you, challenge accepted. And I love the direction that this Seahawks team's moving in. I think they're going to be better than they were last year, and they won the Super Bowl. But, of course, the Rams look like they're going to be better too. And so we'll find out in a few months which one is better. But there's a little part of me, and maybe I will get to anger and depression because I've gone through the other 3 stages of grief. But there's a little part of me, because you don't ever experience this in grief, that's like kind of titillated by this.
Yeah, that's definitely not one of the stages.
Let's go. Let's do this.
And I get that for sure. I mean, nobody thought that the Rams weren't going to go out and try to do something to be better than the Seahawks after losing to us in those pivotal games, and especially because of a 2-point conversion, right? So there's nobody that thought the Rams were just going to be like, well, we didn't get to the Super Bowl, we didn't win the championship, we're just going to run it back and do the exact same thing and try all over again, because we know without that 2-point conversion, it would have been us. I mean, that would be stupid by all accounts, right? For them to not try to improve. So that doesn't surprise me at all. I just,
they tried to improve. I mean, they're all in again.
Yeah, they are. And it's similar, though, to the 49ers, right? But on a different level. The 49ers, we keep thinking, like, when are they going to show us who they really are? When are they going to show us who they really are? Well, with the Rams, it was like, okay, they're rebuilding. After they won the Super Bowl, now they're going to rebuild. They're not going to be any good. Well, that hasn't happened.
No.
And so it's just, I'm annoyed. They're our rivals. I should be annoyed by them. But that doesn't take anything away from the confidence I have in my team. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, we shall see, and we'll see what the counter is. I do wonder if you are to make a move, do you think that's more pass rush? Okay, you can do that. We can find somebody to add to our pass rush. Or is it pass rush protection? Is that bolstering the offensive line? Or as I suggested yesterday, maybe you get midway through the season and you're like, Vikings are out of it. Well, you know what, Rams, we're going to add Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, I'm
JSN
all
and Justin
for that.
Jefferson.
Let's do it.
Yeah, we don't know how to like actually match up against you with this move. So we're just going to make one other area of our team unstoppable, and good luck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Godspeed.
Yeah. It stirred the pot. It stirred the juices.
Yeah, it's definitely got me thinking more about football than I would have been this week. That's for sure.
Bring it on, muscle boy. All right, coming up next, ABCs of the M's on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. C's to the M's brought to you by the Sunset Auto Family in Sumner and Auburn. You just get more at Sunset, and people do like that.
I know I do.
Mm-hmm. So good morning to you all. Mariners make it 8 in a row with their win 8-3 over the New York Mets yesterday, and one of their easier victories. They usually like to keep us on the edge of our seats, wins or losses, and yet it was nice to get a more comfortable victory yesterday. And a lot of contributors to that. Colt Emerson, fantastic on both sides of the ball yesterday. Johnny Pareda hitting a big 3-run home run in the contest. Logan Gilbert went 5 solid innings, maybe sat a little too long between the 5th and the 6th, but he ends up getting the win. I would say that that's 3 consecutive quality appearances by Logan Gilbert, even though not officially a quality start yesterday. Then again, not many people pay attention to that stat. But the Mariners do win by a final score of 8-3 and seek their 3rd consecutive sweep, not series win, sweep this afternoon starting at 12:40, and it will be George Kirby going up against Freddie Peralta, so there will be no opener for the New York Mets. They've already played that trick twice. Not like Tyrion Lannister and his Wildfire. See, I had the reference ready today.
There you go. That was good.
Yeah, exactly. Rather than just saying, the show with the short guy and the green stuff.
That would have been bad.
Yeah, like I did yesterday. But they could only play that trick once, I thought. Apparently, they could play it twice. It failed both times, blew up in their green faces, and now they will throw a old-school, normal starter, and a good one, Freddie Peralta, at the Mariners today at 12:40. But this segment is not necessarily about last night's game. We allow the alphabet to be our guide through a few different Mariner topics on a daily basis. We left off with the letter G yesterday. G is for grown man strength. You saw it on display yesterday. And if you looked up Patrick Wisdom's scouting report, that's pretty much all it says. Grown man strength.
That would be funny, actually.
Yeah, because it's what he brings to the table. I mean, if Patrick Wisdom played over an extended period of time at this age, at this stage in his career, he'd probably hit about 165 for us. And he'd probably still hit 25 home runs because he's going to run into a ball occasionally. And this team, with its great pitching, they do love the home run. It's a big part of their equation in winning baseball games. So I wasn't surprised at all. You could tell that in the dugout, somebody had predicted it because they weren't necessarily celebrating Patrick Wisdom. They were looking down the dugout and patting somebody else on the back.
Way to call it.
Yeah, somebody called it before it happened, and I'm not surprised it happened. Patrick Wisdom was crushing baseballs in Tacoma. He still has that ability at this stage. I don't know how long he's going to be on the roster, but as long as he's on the roster and gets his rare opportunities to play, we have the opportunity, Ashley, to see his grown man strength on display.
I'm excited to see that GMS.
GMS. Yeah,
Let's
he's got good GMS.
Yeah.
H is for hat trick. Last night, Johnny Pareda scored the catcher's hat trick, so congratulations to him. Actually, no, he came one short, didn't he?
What was he missing?
Well, you got to throw out a base runner if you're a catcher. You got to hit a 3-run homer, and you got to take a nut shot.
Oh, he did take the nut shot.
Yeah, and he hit the 3-run homer. So he was very close to the rarely achieved catcher's hat trick last night. But what a day of highs and lows for Johnny Pareda. And he was even smiling through the lows. I really like him. I don't know if he's got a future on this team, on this roster. We shall see. Our superstar catcher's probably going to be back in a couple of weeks. But Johnny Paredes at least forced us into wondering whether or not Mitch Garver is unsafe on this roster.
Yeah. I don't know. We got one of the texts during the SUP thing. Like, do you think that Mitch Garver would be DFA'd? But I don't know. I like Pareda. I think he's great for the team. I think his energy is good. And when you were talking earlier about the 3 catchers, that made me wish that we could do it because I don't want to hurt Pareda's feelings, but we can't do the.
But you want to do a Ref Snyder? You want to hurt Ref Snyder's feelings? Yeah. I don't think it's what they're going to do. You have an option with Pareda. You can send him down. You won't have that with Garver. You would have to DFA Garver.
Yeah.
I do believe Garver brings a little bit more to the table than what we realized when we spent the last couple of years bashing him. I think the pitchers do really like throwing to him, number one. And he's turned out to have another terrific skill, and that is he's probably the best challenger in baseball.
Yeah, he's very good at that.
He's outstanding at
And
it.
especially on a team that's not very good at that. It's helpful.
Yeah, it really stands out because everybody else is terrible at it, including Dan.
Yeah.
But he's outstanding at that. So that's a new skill that we're going to have to acknowledge here as baseball fans. And he's actually hit better than you realize since Cal went on the IL. But you see Johnny Pareda, and he seems to already have that chemistry with the pitching staff. He seems to hit better and more consistently than what Mitch does, even though Mitch certainly profiles as the better power hitter than what Johnny Pareda. And Johnny is so slow. I mean, it is impossible to even imagine a professional athlete being that slow. But the infectious attitude, I mean, he's already made fans of everybody in the dugout. I mean, they all love him.
Yeah,
you can see it.
do.
So it's going to be an interesting decision that they'll have to make when Cal comes back. You do have time. Maybe it'll sort itself out. I don't think it's going to be Ref Snyder. I don't think they're going to go to a 3-catcher roster when none of the catchers can play another position. I don't think that they're going to sacrifice that much position flexibility. For all of what's wanting with Rob Ref Snyder's start as a Mariner, that dude can field. And
Yeah, he can.
you know, and it's hard to take out of the lineup. And he's far more proven against left-handed pitchers than Pareda. There's no question about it. So we'll see. My guess is that it's Raleigh starter, Garver backup, and Pareda would be sent back down to Tacoma. Finally, I is for infield. We covered this on Stove, Anders and I, brand new Stove 30 podcast, which is out as of yesterday. And that is what happens when Brendan Donovan returns. What is the ideal infield scenario here? And in my estimation, again, this is me. I'm putting Emerson at shortstop. I'm putting Donovan back at third base. And no, JP's not going to become my DH. I don't think he's the offensive weapon that Luke Raley is against right-handers. I don't think he's the offensive weapon Dom Canzone is against right-handers. JP becomes a bench player for me, and hopefully he can maintain his lofty status as team leader by being a bench player. But I'm choosing to play the best 9 guys. I don't think they'll do that. And now I'm starting to wonder if Colt Emerson's going to move off of third. He looks pretty damn good there. And JP has looked better.
Yes, he has.
And I think there was an arm injury. We know there was an arm injury in the spring, and I think those 2 hit by pitches apparently did something to his arm as well. But he seems to be throwing the ball better, seems to be playing the position better here as of late. And it sounds to me like the Mariners are going to stick with him at shortstop and Emerson at third. And then I assume that Donovan then returns to super utility role, which he thrived in as a member of the St. Louis Cardinals. But how does that play out here? Is he the starting DH who then spells Colt at third and Cole at second, who's played more innings, by the way, than anybody this year in Major League Baseball? Does that mean that Randy Rosarina might DH occasionally because Brendan can play left field? Does that mean Donovan comes into the right field situation? So I don't mind the idea of Donovan be going back to the super utility role, but where is he going to get his at-bats? Because super utility players play every day. I mean, it's Ben Zobrist. It's not, Jose Akendo. I know that's not gonna ring true for anybody. But super utility players play every day. They're not just Dylan Moores. They don't come off the bench late and fill in. Those are guys that start every day. They just might play at a different position. So I don't know how that looks. I don't know whose playing time it costs if it doesn't cost JP. It certainly can't cost Young or Emerson their time. And I have a hard time believing that if JP's turned into a DH, that's a more effective weapon than what Raley or Canzone are.
No,
Just have a hard time believing that.
I would have a hard time believing that as well. I mean, and yes, to his credit, he has gotten better, as you said. And I don't know if maybe that part of that was the threat of competition and maybe forcing him to just get a little sharper. But I also would say if the Mariners were going to put him at third base, I'm pretty sure we would have already seen him there. So it's pretty fascinating to me to see where Donovan, how they're going to use him when he comes back. I do think that super utility role, I mean, I didn't watch him a lot when he was in St. Louis, but hearing that he did so well there, I would like to see him.
I think he could thrive in it, but at what cost?
Right.
Who are you sitting?
Yeah, and that's right. I don't know either.
Who are you sitting in order to create that opportunity for him? And so it's right field, third base, or DH. That's it. I mean, you might give Cole an occasionally day off, and you might give Randy an occasional day off now if you are deeper on your bench. But he needs consistent playing time. He needs to be in our lineup consistently.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I can say that about J.P. Crawford. And I don't mean to keep picking on him every day, but I don't know if I can say that. And then in terms of the future, my goodness, I don't know if you are paying attention to this. You probably are. I think Mariner fans, I think baseball fans pay attention to this stuff now. But not only do we have Colton Cole looking like the future shortstop and second baseman for the next 10 years, this Felning Celestin is one of the hottest hitters in the minor leagues right now. I mean, that might be third base, shortstop, and second base. They might be all right here. And you can still trade Arroyo at the deadline as a good piece, another middle infield type as a good piece to add something at the trading deadline because there doesn't seem to be room for him. And then Laz Montez hit 2 more home runs last night.
My goodness.
For the Arkansas. So that's now 14 that he's hit on this season, and that's putting him on pace for over 30 home runs this year. What did Justin Hollander tell us? I can promise you that if Laz Montez is on pace to hit 40 home runs this season, some of them will be in a Mariner uniform. Well, he's pretty close to on pace for hitting 40 home runs this year. So it's another guy to keep your eye on. Believe me, there's an abundance of riches right now at the minor league level, which is another reason to be excited about Mariners baseball right now. All right, coming up next, one last thing to close us out on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Final segment of this Wednesday edition of Chuck and Buck in the Mornings as we get ready to hand things off to Greg Bell and Christopher Kidd. From what I understand, Greg Bell broadcasting from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center today. Seahawks OTAs, another couple of days of that, and we actually have access out there. We're going to have Greg and Ian both doing their shows from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center in Renton. So stick around for that. Plenty of great Seahawks talk, and not just about Myles Garrett, I'm sure. So that's coming your way here from 10 to 3. 10 to 3.
10 to 3.
There we go.
Right.
All right, one last thing to close out our show. What do you got, Ashley?
Well, I just wanted to say today is a birthday of a person that's very close to our show and our station, Anders, celebrating his birthday today.
That's right.
And I know what you're thinking. Well, my birthday is tomorrow. So I was going to also say a happy early birthday to you because you won't be here tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
I did have a bottle of wine for you. It's on the corner of my kitchen counter waiting for you. I put it out there last night and then I walked past it this morning. So you'll get it when you get back.
Okay.
For a little birthday present. Sorry you can't drink it over the weekend on your days off. But there you go. I hope that you have a lovely birthday, relaxing few days.
How about that, Anders? It is so touching that he and his parents thought so much of me that they tried to time it out to have their son on my birthday.
Well, what I heard was that they tried to do it during Draftmas, but all the dates were taken.
Yeah.
So then they were like, oh, let's go June 4th because that's Chuck's birthday. That might be better. And then they were like, oh, wait a minute. We should give him his own day. We'll go the day before.
What's the second best thing? Yeah. We'd just like to pin it right up there next to it.
Yeah. So there you go. You just have that much of an influence.
Well, I'm touched. I'm touched, Family Hearst.
As you should be.
Really touched about that. By the way, my birthday is on the exact same day as Angelina Jolie.
Oh.
That's who I share my birthday with. Also with Noah Wiley, who's back to being a star again. He's like a Emmy Award winner
on The
now.
Pit. Do you watch that show?
I have seen it. It's very good. I mean, I wouldn't rank it among my favorite shows. But it's very good.
It is very good.
And it sheds tremendous light on what we put our healthcare workers through.
Yes, it does.
So good lesson there. And he's very good in it. And every time I see him on screen, I just can't help but think we are the exact same age.
Yeah.
Like, no, seriously, not just on the same birthday. We were born the exact same day.
Yeah.
So I got that with Noah Wiley. We're pretty much brothers.
And you know what else they're celebrating? Don't forget, Colin Ray put on a whole concert for you at Tulalip. So there you go. See, it's just the whole world can't get enough of your birthday.
Well, it's weird.
You know what I think?
Just when you thought the world didn't revolve around you, then you find out it does.
It does. It's flattering, right? It's like the Rams trying to get way better so they can compete with the Seahawks. This is like all these people just wanting to flatter you, to be near you, to be next to you, to get some little touch of what you've got.
Well, it worked. I am deeply moved, world.
Good.
Thank you for making me the center of your existence. The NBA Finals usually plays on my birthday. This year, Anders got it.
Rude.
They're going to start the NBA Finals tonight. I do like the Spurs to win this. And at first, I'm like, man, that's a great point. I heard Perk. I like Perk. Not a lot of people like Kendrick Perkins. I like Perk. And his immediate reaction was, I think the Spurs are in trouble because Karl Anthony Towns is he's a big man, but he's a deep threat. And so Wemby doesn't have any choice but to go out and guard Cat. That takes him away from the rim, and now he can't be that rim protector that makes him the defensive player of the year in the NBA. And so I thought at first, man, that's really good logic. And then I was like, well, wait a minute. They put Devin Vassell on Chet Holmgren. Chet Holmgren's pretty much the same player. Chet Holmgren's taller than Cat. He's like 7'1", I think. And so if you're only a deep threat, then all that is required is a hand in your face. Like, nobody's out there trying to block your shot necessarily. Probably not going to do that. But you can get a hand in his face. If they were putting a 6'5" guy on a 7'1" guy, then they can put like a Champagny on Cat rather than take Wemby away from the rim. So I say keep Wemby near the rim. Do what you did last series against the Thunder. And you're not going to take me out of my game. We're going to play our game And good luck matching up against our freak on the other end of the floor, because I can promise you, Karl Anthony Towns can't do that.
Yeah, put a hand in his face. It'll still be above his hand.
So I'm going to say, I don't think your trickery is going to work.
Ooh.
Mike Brown, I'm going to take the San Antonio Spurs to win tonight, and I'm going to take them to win in 6 games.
All right.
All right.
Go Spurs.
Go Spurs. All right. That'll do it for us today. Thank you very much for being with us. We appreciate it. We are going to have 2 shows from the Virginia Mason Athletics Center. I'm going to head to the ball game here today. But keep it here. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
29. Hall told the team's website and John Boyle this morning here at team headquarters, quote, "It's amazing. It's a blessing. The feeling is second to none. Biggest thing for me is knowing that I'm getting in to come to work every day. This is a pristine organization. Allows me to
Here's Steve Palazzolo.
Indeed, Steve Palazzolo joins us right now, 33rd Team. Check the Mic podcast. And we said, listen, I gotta catch up with Steve at some point and find out what's going on in the NFC West. All hell's breaking loose. Myles Garrett, what's going on there? Checking in with our guy right now. It's the off season, but there is no off season. Steve joins us as I'm sitting here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. We got little OTAs going on here today, Steve. Nothing screams a good time like June football practice. How are you?
Doing great. Yeah, enjoy practice today. That should be fun.
It will be. I'm looking through my and I could say this. My producer Anders, he will confirm. He is a loyal Check the Mic podcast.
Indeed, I am.
Subscriber and listener, as am I. I glance at it. I it's kind of the listen to it on the treadmill or the elliptical machine. I didn't see a Myles Garrett reaction yet. What's going on with you and Sam? I need a reaction from you guys. So here, that's why I'm calling you today, buddy. What's going on? What's going on with Myles Garrett? Help us out.
You got to look closer. It was that we did an instant reaction.
Did I?
They did the live reaction, like right as it happened.
We did a live.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
live reaction.
Okay.
We did it. We did that. We're going to break it down in more detail tomorrow, but all your listeners will get the head start. Yeah, I mean the Rams are going. I hate using the word all in because it implies like if now or never this year, but I mean they're making aggressive moves. They are making very aggressive moves, obviously. And Myles Garrett, best defensive player in the NFL. We already know he's an unbelievable pass rusher, not just because he had the sack record last year. You guys know me. It's not just about sacks. This guy wins one-on-ones, stresses the offensive tackles. He can move around, create mismatches. And Jared Verse is a great player, the player that they gave up. So it makes for a fascinating trade. But yeah, Myles Garrett, the very best player on the defensive side of the ball and just a down-to-down impact player.
First of all, once again, old man Ian shows his age by just glancing down and seeing win totals, NFC team. Yeah, there was a reaction there, and I will have to go back and listen to it. Got to get Sam's reaction as well. But let me go back because that is a key. Like all joking aside, we've been having you on for a few years now, and one of the things that you do a great job with, whether it was in the old days at PFF or now with Check the Mic and 33rd Team. It's not just about the sack numbers, and sometimes your sack numbers are even a little bit different. It's about the win rates and everything else. Take us a little deeper into the numbers with Myles Garrett. The 23 sacks is one thing. How else is he winning every down?
I mean, every down. I don't work at PFF anymore, but they do a really good job of tracking this. ESPN has their own version of win rate, so we do have a lot more advanced metrics now. And when you isolate pass rushers against blockers, whether they finish the play or not, you just get a really rich data set for, hey, do they win their one-on-ones? Do they win their interactions? And we hear a lot about football and how it can never be like baseball, and baseball's got, way more data, and it's one-on-one, pitcher versus hitter, and football's got too many moving parts. But the offensive and defensive line is actually one of the richest data sets that you have in football to just isolate players because they do have a lot of one-on-one interactions. And Garrett has been the very best for the last 6 to 8 years, winning those one-on-ones as a pass rusher. And again, sometimes the ball will get out very quickly and you don't feel that impact. Other times, the first route's covered, second route's covered, he could finish the play. But when you isolate, is he winning one-on-ones, Garrett does that the best. And he gets doubled as much, if not more, than any other edge rusher in the league. And so he's got the perfect combination of size, speed. You watch some of the moves that he makes where his stride length is so long, he'll just get there in two strides. He's just on the offensive tackle before they can even get out of their stance. And then he can win with power. He could bend like he's 240 pounds, but he's closer to 280. So he really does it all. And I like to use the word stress a lot. I mean, that's what he does to an offense. That's what he does to offensive tackles. He spent most of his time rushing against left tackles. And I think that's notable because I spent a lot of time arguing with Steelers fans through the years. Myles Garrett versus TJ Watt, who's better? And Watt would be the guy that maybe had higher sack totals for a while. But we just said, look, Garrett impacts the game down to down just more than TJ Watt and anyone else really. And against left tackles where the NFL still usually puts their better pass protector, whereas Watt, would be on the right side against right tackles. And so Garrett has done it all. He can move around if needed, and it just adds another weapon to that Rams defense.
Steve Palazzolo joining us. Steve, you mentioned the double teams. Is it a necessity? When you're watching him, over the last couple of years, especially even last year, but Are teams almost always double teaming him in a passing situation?
Yeah, and it's similar to Aaron Donald. And look, I think it's not as simple as, put an extra blocker. I think you have to get creative. You have to move the pocket on early downs. You have to chip with a running back, chip with a tight end. You have to do multiple things. Sometimes send the guard over there with an eye toward him, to cover the inside. So you absolutely need to give him proper attention. And Garrett's career, there was a point where the Browns didn't have any defensive line help back in 2022 or so. And then in 23, they started to add some pieces. And the 23 defense was outstanding. That was top 5 in the league. 24 took a bit of a step back. They had some injuries, but 25, again, they were one of the best in the league. And they did it primarily with a 4-man rush, much like Houston. 4-man rush exclusively, relying on that front 4, not needing to blitz. And that's the added weapon that Garrett brings too. So when he's either winning or drawing attention, it does open it up for everyone else as long as they're good enough. And again, the Rams already have a very good defensive line. And now you upgrade from Verse to Garrett. And again, it just puts so much stress and pressure on that offensive front.
Is there anything he doesn't do well? Tell me like he's not good against the run or something. Give a Seahawks fan something, will you?
He's a good run defender too. He'll get sucked inside a little bit. Sometimes he won't. The play could bounce out outside of his area, or it doesn't shed quickly enough on a run that goes to his inside. But he's good there too. Uses his hands, uses his flexibility, sees pullers and sifters. Those backside cutoff blocks. He sees those well and handles them well. And so he's a good. I mean, he's not like a top 3 run defender or anything. I think a guy like Max Crosby might be better, but he's still very good in the run game. He's good. He's good all around. Sorry.
No, I know. I didn't expect anything more than that. So Steve Palazzolo joining us. You guys did your NFC win totals. I'm not a huge fan, but I'm going to try to do this anyway, of the following, the whole power rankings, but based on like win totals. It has to be safe to say, right, that the Rams are the premier, like they're on paper the best team in the NFC. I would think right now you add Myles Garrett, you added both Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson, so you've done those things, and that was a team that was literally one play away from going to the Super Bowl. And I think, as we saw, probably one play away from going to the Super Bowl means you win the Super Bowl this past year. Are the Rams clearly the team that you think is the best team right now in the NFC, or not?
I think they are. I think they're the on paper champions and of the offseason right now. And look, I can hear Seahawks fans right now. We're the defending champs. We were better last year. And what's interesting is a lot of those power rankings, you look at the 2 deep, you look at the starting 22, and I think you could make an argument that the Rams starting 22 was better than Seattle. Earmuffs right now, just for a second, Seattle fans, that starting 22 was better than the Seahawks last year. But clearly Seattle was better all around. Their team defense was outstanding, some of their depth, but the real difference between those 2 teams last year was special teams. And the Seahawks being one of the better special teams units in the league, and the Rams being one of the worst. I mean, the Rams lost 3 or 4 games on special teams alone, including the game up in Seattle with the funky 2-point conversion and everything. So those things aren't going to show up in power rankings right now. And even at the end of toward the end of last season, the whole time I'm like, is Seattle really better than the Rams? Are they really better? And then eventually it's like, yeah, they are. They're a better all-around team. So if they can maintain that piece of it, the special teams and winning on the edges, then maybe that overcomes what the Rams have done. But the Rams are really good. And the 2 deep looks outstanding. The starting 22 looks as good as we've seen, I think, in the NFL over the last few years. So, yeah, I think the Rams are the best team in the NFL right now.
What do McDuffie and Watson do for them?
I mean, that was their weakness last year. The Rams defense has gone through a really good, it's just an interesting evolution. I think early in 2024, they weren't that great. But if you remember the end of the 24 season, Matthew Stafford's play tapered off, but it didn't matter. That defense went through a stretch. I think it was 7 out of 8 games. They allowed like 13 or fewer points. I mean, they were really good at the end of 2024. They were the ones who gave Sam Darnold all those problems in the playoff game. So the Rams defense was really good at the end of 24. They turned a corner. Early in 25, it looked the same until they did hit some patches where they got picked apart in the secondary. And now all of a sudden you have Trent McDuffie. You have the Chiefs corners. And those guys, McDuffie and Watson, they're used to playing man coverage. McDuffie could play inside or outside. I think the Rams have a ton of flexibility now on the back end with their inside-outside flexibility. And again, they could play a little bit more man. And I don't know that they're overhauling their scheme, but where Garrett came from with the Browns, they played a lot of press man coverage and they rushed 4. And the Rams are not that type of team, but it just adds that to the playbook potentially. Hey, we can get home with 4. We could trust our corners on an island if needed. And I just think it brings a lot of flexibility on the back end and made one of last year's weaknesses to the Rams team potentially a strength.
And Matthew Stafford's amazing. I mean, I know, again, I guess I'll say the same thing Steve said. Seahawks fans, close your, put your hands on your ears if you want. But he's amazing. I mean, 38 years old. I guess the only question with Stafford is health, right? Can he hold up another year as he did last year with that MVP campaign?
That was what was most impressive. Remember last year we were talking about the hyperbaric chamber bus that they were getting for him, whatever they had, right? They had he's got his own bus out there. I'm like, man, I could use that. I'm actually making my return to pitching maybe tonight after 14 years. I might throw an inning tonight in some men's league. I need the bus. I need Stafford's
Steve's
bus.
Steve's going to join the piggyback.
Yeah, you can piggyback. You can do the piggyback. We're big out here in Seattle with the piggyback. If you want to do that.
I got an inning. Tell my former team that I got an inning in me. We'll see what see if scouts come watch me tonight. But Stafford's health last year, it seemed like it was going to be a question, and then McVay's answering questions all vaguely during training camp, and all of a sudden he has the best season of his career. So, but in other years we've seen him thumb injuries and back injuries and like weird back injuries that pop up. So yeah, certainly the health for Stafford is a big one, but he looked great last year. He was throwing it really well, and we know what he can do in late game comeback situations. So yeah, Stafford, outstanding. And him and McVay, McVay continues to evolve too. I know a lot of people are like, hey, the whole league's copying McVay, but there was a point where McVay was not great at being ahead of the curve, and he was a little bit more like stuck in his ways, say 5-6 years ago. Now he's doing a better job of staying ahead of things, putting Stafford in position to succeed. And, as long as Stafford does stay healthy, yeah, of course, I think the Rams will be there, at least in the mix at the end here.
McVay and Shanahan offensively versus Mike McDonald defensively is just, it's going to be so much fun over the next few years to watch these guys in this division. Speaking of that, we're very concerned out here with our neighborhood. Our neighbors are not pleasant in the NFC West, Steve. The Rams, they're the neighbor you really hate. Dogs always barking. They just keep chirping. You just can't get rid of them. But you know what? Who's almost as annoying would be the San Francisco 49ers. Now, aging, some injuries, and so forth. I'll have people listen to the Check the Mic podcast for the NFC win totals, but I will ask you this. Where do you have the 49ers in terms of win totals and that there's kind of the power of the NFC right now?
So Niners fans get so frustrated with us, I think, because we do a lot of depth chart. You look at the depth chart, you look at the analysis, you look at the roster and think they can't possibly be as good as they are. And coming off of a disappointing 6-win season last year, they're coming off a rough 24, and they're over there playing Seattle for the number 1 seed at the end of the season. And so that was a shock, to be honest, with all the injuries that the Niners had, with Nick Bosa, with Fred Warner. So I look at their 2 deep and say, look, they've taken a huge hit. They made the Super Bowl in 2023. I think their depth has taken a hit. The Deebo Samuels of the world aren't there. Brandon Ayuk's no longer there. The defensive line used to roll 8 deep, and now that's been basically overhauled. It's Nick Bosa and a bunch of first, second-year players. So it doesn't look great on paper, but Kyle Shanahan is an outstanding coach. I know he takes heat for never won the big one and conference championships and Super Bowl failures or whatever, but just getting to those points is impressive. So as long as Shanahan's there, I think the offense will be good enough. Also, Brock Purdy's, I think, the best quarterback he's had since Matt Ryan's MVP season of 2016, since Matt Ryan, basically. I think Purdy has elevated that offense, from the Jimmy Garoppolo era. And we're still seeing that even with Purdy making more money and, some of the talent decreasing. So all that to say, I think the Niners, they're in like a half rebuild where they're relying on a lot of young players, but they're still managing to be really good because of Kyle Shanahan. So that was really impressive. We'll see what happens with the defense. They have to rush the passer better. It doesn't look great on paper compared to where it was. They should be a step down compared to Seattle and the Rams. But as far as the week to week, will they be there at the end? Yeah, I think so, because of Shanahan and Purdy being able to, get that offense cooking.
Steve Palazzolo joining us for a couple more moments. Steve, the worst kept secret in the NFL was that A.J. Brown was going to the Patriots. We won't get into all the reasons why that was the worst kept secret, but it was. There's no doubt. We all know what was going on there. So A.J. Brown goes to the Patriots. that has to hurt, does it not? The Philadelphia Eagles. I know he was at times in and out, and he is who he is, but that's got it. That's a little bit of a hit for them.
It is. I mean, look, if you look at A.J. Brown's career, and there's a handful of receivers where you could play this game. Tyreek Hill is one of them. You get to see them in two different situations. You get to see what they've done in those situations. A.J. Brown was there for Ryan Tannehill's two best years of his career, way back, right? His early Titans career. And a lot of people are like, oh, they had Derrick Henry. That's why Tannehill was so good. It's like, may have been A.J. Brown. That was really the catalyst for Ryan Tannehill's passing stats, being through the roof in the 2018-19 range. And so I think that was A.J. Brown. And then he goes to Philadelphia, and nobody knew what Philly had in Jalen Hurts coming off the 2021 season. And all of a sudden in 22, Hurts looks great. Stats go through the roof. They go to the Super Bowl. And so I think A.J. Brown has been a huge catalyst for QB performance being elevated twice now with Ryan Tannehill and with Jalen Hurts, much like we've seen Tyreek Hill, breaking the league with Patrick Mahomes, but also leading Tua to some gaudy stats as well. I mean, these elite receivers on the outside can do that. So I think A.J. Brown still has a lot left in the tank, maybe not as much as he did, but I think that has a chance to really elevate the Patriots, adding him, adding Romeo Doubs, giving Drake May that outside playmaker in A.J. Brown. And then for Philadelphia, there's pressure on Hurts. It's a lot like Purdy a couple of years ago. You could say, well, Purdy's stats are through the roof because Kyle Shanahan, Kyle's gotten everybody to play well at quarterback. He's just a system guy. And there was a kernel of truth in that. Shanahan does elevate the quarterbacks, but we've seen Purdy lose some talent and maintain his efficiency for the most part and maybe elevate his game. And I think that just puts more pressure on Jalen Hurts to do that, to maybe throw to the field a little bit more. They got some weapons in the draft in Mekhi Lemon, Eli Stowers. They attack the middle of the field. They're going to stitch it together on the outside with guys like Marquise Brown, Dontavian Wicks coming in. So, yeah, it's the first time we've really seen Hurts in a full season as a starter without A.J. Brown, and you just have to see that next evolution of his game but I think it will be challenging not having A.J. Brown in there because defenses had to account for him, plus the fact that he could just take over games at any given time for the majority of his career.
Yeah, and they were obviously planning for it. I mean, the Mekhi Lemons, obviously, the draft, how they approached the draft, they knew this was going to happen. Maybe Diana had told them already, but yeah, this was going to happen. They were ready to rock and roll. But yeah, it does feel like a step back, although I love Lemon, watching him at USC, he was special. All right, so Steve, first of all, thanks for doing this in the offseason. Second of all, we're looking forward to resuming in the fall with you again on a weekly basis. Love doing it. We're convinced and have a strong conviction to make that happen if you'll be back with us. We may or may not bother you before then, but in the meantime, for folks who want to get all the great NFL talk and conversation going with you and Sam, how do they do so? Where do they check it out in terms of checking the mic?
We're all over YouTube. Check the mic wherever you listen to your podcast, Apple, Spotify, whatever it may be. And yeah, we just we have some fun in the off season, looking at all 32 teams. And I got to send a thank you text to Les Snead for keeping things interesting here during the off season with the aggressive Myles Garrett trade. So we'll be talking about more of that on tomorrow's show.
Listen, you send that to him because he's not getting any thank you notes from up here in Seattle. I can tell you that right now. Like there's no and if another certain shoe drops that used to wear big number 99, if that for some reason decides to happen, oh God, I
think there's a chance. Aaron Donald's like, all right, let's see what happens here. The dude's still in shape. He can do
bring Max Crosby to Seattle.
If anybody can do it.
Yeah, then we go get Max Crosby or something. Yeah, we got to go get Crosby in Seattle or something. Watching that beast working out just for fun in retirement, like I'm tired on the elliptical for 30 minutes, man. This guy's out there just banging through stuff and looking like he's ready to go. I can't even fathom even 20 snaps a game with that guy. Les Snead, stop it. We're done. Let's move on.
Me and Aaron Donald coming out of retirement. The same year.
Yeah. Hey, the piggyback is there for you. You can be, what do they call it? The opener. He can be an opener.
You can be the opener.
Yeah.
Yes.
I got one inning and I'm out of here.
One inning and hopefully, maybe about 20 pitches and then you're done.
Yeah, they said the one and dive instead of the 5 and dive.
Exactly.
Yes,
Steve,
like
great
that.
stuff. We'll talk soon. Check the Mike podcast. Go check it out with Steven. Just go ahead and subscribe to it right now and you'll get it in your feeds, as they say, along the lines. Thank you, my friend.
All right. Yep. Thanks, guys.
That is Steve Palazzolo. We'll take a break, come back more from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Hugh Millen coming up at 1 o'clock on 93.3 KJR FM.
Coast, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, welcome back. We're at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Seahawks, OTAs, Elijah Arroyo, second-year tight end, is going to join me coming up at about 2:20, 2:25 today. We'll take your text before then, 49451 on the Tacoma Dodge text line, 49451. Big thanks to Steve Palazzolo for popping on. Caught up with Steve a little bit earlier today just to get his thoughts. I certainly don't feel better. Anders,
Yeah.
I don't feel better.
I mean, how can you, right?
You're not. And Hugh Millen's coming on at 1. He's going to tell us the same thing. This guy is a stud, which we all knew. But
yeah, everyone knows that.
Yeah, I'm looking for a glimmer of hope, and the only glimmer is his age.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's the one and just if you just kind of go through the age of him, of Myles Garrett, Matt Stafford. But yeah, dude.
Garrett's not even that old, though. He's like, what, 31?
He'll be 31 this season.
Like,
yeah. But like, you're on the north end of that as a football player and a guy that plays in the trenches.
And you got rid of a stud that was 25, right?
There's something that I'm going to ask Hugh about this on when he comes on with us, because he made a comment the other day to Softy, and I've been fascinated by it since. He was talking about Myles Garrett's second step. Okay. And I'm like, because usually you hear like, oh, his first step is like, you hear about a pass rusher, like his first step is X. It's like, oh, it's explosive. And he was talking about his second step has jumped off the film at him. Like, I'm fascinated by that.
Interesting.
Because, yeah, it's a little different. He does some sort of like Euro step thing or something that's kind of wild. And
wow.
Yeah. Charles Cross I wonder what his thoughts were when he saw that.
Well, I guess the one, I realized that, maybe you can make this comparison, but everyone was on the Green Bay Packers Super Bowl hype train when they traded for Micah Parsons last year, right?
Yeah.
And that, you could argue it worked for them, but it didn't necessarily take them over the top.
Their defense wasn't great, though.
Right.
Their defense really. Remember the game? Like, I think as soon as I thought, and remember he tore his ACL at the end of the year.
Exactly.
Too,
yeah.
Right. So, but remember with Micah Parsons and that Green Bay defense. Remember when Cincinnati went in there and they were just awful.
Right.
And they rolled up like 500 yards of offense or something on them.
Right.
Hit Lambeau, and you're like, what's going on?
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen with the Rams. I mean, the corners are too good. They had a stud linebacker. They're going to be fine. The thing with the NFL, and I'm not going to pull a softy and root for guys to get hurt, but we just talked about Green Bay. I mean, Micah Parsons ends up tearing his ACL in December. It's such a violent game with such big physical players. Like, guys are going to get hurt. And I thought what Steve said was interesting about Seattle's roster, and that is just the depth of it. And like, you're going to lose guys during the year. That's just the natural attrition that the league gives you and hands to every team every year. It's who you lose and who you have behind those players that determines whether or not a team is a playoff team, a contending team, or not, right?
Yeah.
Like, Seattle survived a lot of injuries at the safety position last year because they had Ty Okada.
Exactly.
Right. And he was able to step up. They ended up surviving, some injuries at the receiver position, specifically the guy that was, when he was in there, was a red zone machine and a touchdown machine in Torrey Horton. And they ended up going and getting Rashid Shaheed. Right. When Horton got hurt. So it's like, who do you have at key positions in terms of backups? How healthy do you stay? I think you can even point, if nothing else, to Drew Lock. He's not Sam Darnold, but Drew Lock is a competent backup quarterback if he needs to play a game or two.
Yeah.
But natural attrition in the league will take place for sure.
Well, and it's not just the players that are available, right? Because I would argue that if Ty Okada was anyone else's backup safety, he's a great player, don't get me wrong, but I feel like him with the Mike McDonald system, the Seahawks are better suited to losing those guys than almost any other team, right?
And then who steps up? Like last year was Drake Thomas.
Right.
Ends up being an absolute stud.
Makes one of the plays of the year. Yeah.
Makes a play of the year. And it's a start. I'm going to tell you right now, there is no chance a year ago right now that I'd be sitting out here, and I was at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center saying, God, we should probably get to know Drake Thomas a little bit.
Right.
To him. Should we talk to Drake Thomas?
Who's going to be that guy this year?
I think a guy could be the guy we're talking to at 225.
Love it.
In Arroyo. He might be one of those guys that takes that second year step. and ends up kind of doing some things. You're like, whoa, where did that guy come from, right? Like, it could be that guy. Who knows? Could it be Jacardi or Wright? I don't know. It could be. Well, listen, the rookie class has made an impact each of the last couple of years.
Yep.
So, which of those guys? Is it Bud Clark? Not just Price, but
Riley Mills is a popular choice.
Actually, I'd say Riley Mills might be the guy. I was talking about that with Greg earlier.
Yeah.
Kind of redshirted last season and then came on and played obviously a little bit in the regular season, and then I'm going to get a sack in the Super Bowl. Why not? I was like, who?
Probably the most. If you were to ask anyone what play they remember from the Super Bowl, it's probably that one.
Might be.
Yeah, like it represents exactly what happened.
Such a nondescript Super Bowl.
Yeah,
gosh,
that's what I mean.
Yeah. It was just, and they manage their players really well. Like, there's a bunch of veterans that are here that aren't practicing, for example, today.
Right.
I was just out there in the break and I was watching some stuff, and I walked by the weight room, and Jaron Reed was standing there, and I exchanged pleasantries with him for a second, and he's in there lifting and stuff. He's here. Going through the meetings, lifting, doing stuff. He doesn't need to be on the field.
No.
We all know what he can do, right?
Right.
All right, we'll take a break, come back. Hugh Millen is going to join us coming up next.
Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Frostbrewed Coors Light Choose Chili. Inverness with you. We're at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. OTAs for the Seattle Seahawks today and tomorrow. Greg Bell and I are out here 10 until 3 every day. Elijah Arroyo, by the way, joining us coming up at about 2:20, 2:25 this afternoon as the team is on the field as we speak. Adam Jude reporting. Cal Raleigh scheduled to begin a rehab assignment in Everett on Sunday. On Tuesday, he's going to join Tacoma, and he'll play with the Rainiers as he tries to come back from that oblique injury for the Mariners. Los Marineros. Stanley Cup Finals last night. Game 1. Oh, unbelievable game. Vegas beats Carolina 5-4 in a thriller after trailing 2-0 early in that game. They come back for the win. NBA Game 1 of the Finals tonight. San Antonio and the Knicks getting after it. Game 1 in San Antonio. Mitchell Robinson expected to be available for Game 1 of the NBA Finals. He had hand surgery, but he is ready to go. Storm play against the Mercury tonight at CPA. College Sports' Nick Saban faced several U.S. senators Wednesday morning and pleaded for Congress to, quote, bring order to a system that badly needs fixing, end quote, in the NIL and transfer portal era. Hour number 2.
Now back to Ian Furness on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th Man. Brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Hour number 2 of the show. Ian Furness with you at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. And because we are here, I do want to talk a lot of football with my friend Hugh Millen, which I will get to at some point here on the radio show. But Hugh joins us right now. Before I get to football, Hugh, I want to talk business of sports with you for a minute. Okay. First, how are you, my friend?
I'm well. Good to be with you, Ian.
I wanted to get you on because I know this is – we've talked about this off and on over the years that you and I have done stuff and referenced it a few times. For people that don't know, when Hugh was in the NFL, I believe almost the entirety of your career, but a good chunk of it at least, you were a player rep for the NFL Players Association, right?
I was, yeah. And in year 2, I was flown back to Washington, D.C. as a representative of the Los Angeles Rams, and I was testifying to our state of readiness during the strike. This is 1987, and at this point, I was a rep, and basically, the NFL owners were trying to say that we weren't ready to play coming off of 3 weeks of having struck, and so we were battling over a week's worth of wages. And by the way, the players at that time who struck to acquire the free agency that these players now enjoy, we lost 3 game checks, never got them back, and we understand that's part of the that's part of the evolution, the advancement of the game, and we had it better than the players before us, and we're fighting for the players behind us. But specifically, then fast forward to all the way ahead 7 years later, when we finally got the free agency that really has been a springboard. I think all numbers and all reasoning suggests that ever since the 1993 CBA, the owners wanted rather to control the player costs. The players wanted freedom and free agency, and since 1993, you've seen franchise values, TV contracts, players' salaries, all just surge, explode. Competitive balance has improved. There's numbers to support that. And the NFL is the most dominant sports league, if not in the world, certainly in this country. That's undebatable. So, it was an interesting process. And so I do take interest in what I'm seeing in the baseball world and our compatriots of sorts in the professional sports arena and how they're going to handle this.
Well, and it's interesting, and that's why I wanted to get you on, because it's a different sport, but I knew you would be taking an interest in it and watching it keenly. Is the negotiations are in the very, very early stages between the Players Association for Major League Baseball and the owners of Major League Baseball. The timing is interesting when you go back to the early mid-'90s, as you mentioned, because the NFL as we know it today was established in 93 and 94, and of course 1994 we lost the World Series in baseball with the lockout at the end of the year.
Yeah, interesting. That was juxtaposition.
And that was based on the last time. It was really kind of the last time the owners really pushed hard for a salary cap. What similarities do you see in what baseball is just beginning to undergo right now and what you guys did in 1993?
Well, I think that they, in some ways, they come from a completely opposite ends of position where they're trying to get to a similar point. When I got drafted in '86, let's say Joe Montana was the best player in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
When his contract expired with the 49ers, there was a term called player indemnity. He was still the property of the 49ers. He had no leverage in negotiations other than, hey, you're not going to be as good a team without me, which, of course, that leverage would decline once the 49ers acquired Steve Young. So there really wasn't a lot of leverage for the players. And so the players in fighting for free agency, they wanted to have that competition, that freedom of movement that everybody enjoys. I mean, if you want to leave and take a job in Boston as a sports radio guy and you get double the money, you in this industry, in every industry, there's freedoms that we enjoy, and that's protected by the antitrust laws. Now, so what happened with the football players is we clearly have a situation where the draft, just take, for example, one mode of controlling players. The draft is patently antitrust.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody disputes that. Just take that as a brute fact. The draft is antitrust, to just say, well, we're going to constrain where you live. But if it is agreed upon in collective bargaining agreement, what happens in these federal courts is that the Wagner Labor Act supersedes the Sherman Antitrust Act. What does that mean? It means that labor laws, they take dominance, and if you collectively bargain your rights in antitrust court away, then you no longer have an antitrust claim. So that would be important to the owners. And at the point of around 1993, the NFL union decertified. You say, hey, and okay, well, what was that process? What that was trying to do is get that is a threat to the owner, saying, listen, we're going to decertify as a union, so you can't use the labor laws to supersede the antitrust laws. Once we decertify as a union, you are exposed in antitrust court that your draft isn't and player indemnity. These are violations of antitrust. So now that's our leverage. Mm-hmm. And so from that, we were able to extract pension increases, retirement improvements, higher minimum salaries, what have you, and a floor. This is an important point. The floor with the salary cap. So we came from a position of no free agency, trying to acquire free agency. The players in baseball, they're coming almost from an opposite path. Mm-hmm. And that being that they have free agency. And you say, well, what about the baseball antitrust exemption? That really only pertains to team movement and minor leagues and what have you. The Curt Flood ruling and resolution basically allowed for players to have free agency. Okay, so the players have had it. What we're talking about is a salary cap. That's the important point. The players who have not had a salary cap in baseball, they are balking at having a salary cap, and I think that's foolish, and we'll get to that in a second. But the players from football, we never had a construct where we had free agency but no salary cap. Salary cap was part of, that was embedded into the agreement. The owners were going to have a salary cap, and then we in turn said, okay, if you want to have a salary cap, then we have to have a minimum as well. And that's what has been so effective for the NFL. It is mandated that 89% of the salary cap is spent, and teams will be penalized if they don't. So you see right now, for example, the discrepancy in payroll this most recent year. The Dodgers and Marlins. The Dodgers are at $373 million. This is for the 2025 seasons. To $373 million, and the Marlins are $73 million. There's a 411% difference.
That's crazy.
In football, this most recent season, 2025, the highest paid team, the gap between was at $279 million, the lowest at $248 million. That's only a 12% difference. So Do you see how fundamentally different they are? 12% difference between 411% difference. So, so the players in baseball are right to say, well, we better have a salary minimum, but I think they're mistaken to balk at the salary cap. I think because here's the thing: we had, and this is an important point, the players. We in the NFL, let me go back to 1993. We say, well, we have to have what was important to us is let's have a percentage of the what was called DGR, the designated gross revenues, or also called the defined gross revenues. And you say, what was that? That was primarily that was television revenue and ticket revenue, primarily, and so we had. And there was varying scales based on revenue. I'm not going to get into the details, but it varied between 59% and 64%. Got me? For the first 20 years. Then in 2011, we went back to the table and we said, okay, not just the DGR, because by this point the NFL had become a media empire. They had the NFL Network, they had digital media. So the players then said, okay, we're not going to have the DGR and be somewhere in the 59 to 64% rate. We're going to be at 48% of all revenue. So we have a big drop in revenue, but the pie is much bigger because now we're saying we want the percentage of the NFL Network, the digital media rights, also sponsors, sponsorships, league-wide sponsorships, which are different than the television networks, the luxury suites, which caused Modell to leave Cleveland and go to Baltimore. Like all of that. Now all of a sudden, it's not DGR, it's AR. What's AR? All revenue. So now the players are at 48%. And then when they accepted the 17-game season, it went from 48 to 48.8%. Lock that in. Write that down. Anders, write that down. 48.8%. That is the all revenue the players have. Now let's talk about baseball. Baseball right now is at 47%. In 2002, they were at 57%. They fell to in the mid teens down to 44%. They've crawled back to 47%. Anders, what was the number I said that the NFL was at? 48.8. So baseball, and by the way, when I was a player rep, I'm not trying to dunk on baseball. I conceded regularly throughout my tenure as a player rep that baseball had a better union than us. They were more solidified. They were more together. So I'm not trying to flex on baseball. I'm just looking at, okay, what is common sense from my analysis? What now I think that baseball players, they are adhering to some dictum, some axiom that's been handed down to them through the generations. And I don't think that they're considering what is likely to happen. What I believe is likely to happen if they accept, first of all, they go from 47 to 50%. Then they, so the total amount is going to be increased. And that's the percentage of the pie. But I also believe that the pie will increase because the competition will increase and the interest will increase. Right now, you got a third of baseball owners that are just punting. They don't care about their payroll. They just want to get the luxury tax from the more expensive teams. They don't even spend it. And so what there is the difference between the NFL and the Major League Baseball, professional sports. We are competing for your interest in the realm. It is a service, and it is an entertainment service, and we are competing against Taylor Swift and her concerts. Right, Rolling Stones and a concert. What's different? I've been to the Stones are my favorite. I've been to 6 Stones concerts. I pretty much know what I'm going to get when I go to a Stones concert. When I go to a baseball game, what's central to that entertainment value is the uncertainty. It's the entertainment value of two competitively matched teams. So this has been a core tenet of the NFL for decades, even going back to the 50s when the Maras, Wellington Mara was saying, no, the Packers are going to get the same share of TV revenue as the Giants, because we have to have the entertainment value of two competitively matched teams. So what I would argue to the modern baseball player is, look, you're at 47%. You've always bragged about how you're better than the NFL union. And in fact, most years you have been. But right now you're trailing the NFL union in terms of your percentage. Moreover, your pie is too small. Your premier event, the World Series, in this decade has less viewers than the NFL's draft selection event. Like think of that.
Yep.
And so if I'm a baseball player, I'm saying, what would possibly grow the popularity of baseball? What would grow the popularity of baseball is increasing the parity. And so that all 30 teams and the fans of all 30 teams view this as a competitive league. Now, you're going to throw things out like, for every stat you can throw at me saying that there's parity about, well, how many teams have made the World Series, what have you. Also, I'll throw 5 or 10 back in your face that show that that baseball is lagging way behind the NFL. Take, for example, the top 10 spending champions from 1998 to 2025. That's when you first had the 30 teams. In football, you only have 10 of 28, under 36% of the Super Bowl champions were in the top 10. In baseball, it's 71%. In terms of the correlation, if you just basic Excel, write a column for wins, write a column for payroll, and run a correlation stat. The NFL is 0.050. Think of a baseball player with a batting average of 0.50. The closer you are to zero, that's the closest that means irrelevant. That's like, what color is the Gatorade, purple or red? It would have no correlation on winning. Remember that number, Anders, 0.50 for the NFL.
Okay. Just think Rob Refsnyder.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, right? Yeah. Now let's run the same correlation. Dollars to wins on baseball, 550. So you go from 0.50 in football to 550. So don't tell me that, again, you can cherry pick a stat and throw it at me that say, baseball has been competitive. My ass has been competitive compared to football. Because if you do find that one stat, trust me, I got 5 or 10 more to dunk on you. So don't, and what's the net takeaway? Football is far more competitive in terms of, and is blind. The results in football are blind to payroll. That's the assertion. The numbers can support it in, like a Rubik's Cube, the top, the bottom, the side, any side.
Here's the thing, like, not all salary caps are created equal either. Like, because like we all know the NBA, how the NBA salary cap works, the luxury tax kicks in, and, owners can spend well past that to the double and triple, all those numbers that it's been years, obviously, since the Sonics were here. But I mean, I'm working in Portland for a number of years. I remember we used to always laugh, like the salary cap meant nothing to Paul Allen. Right? Yep. Like, I'll bring Scotty in. I'll pay him and Rashid, and I'll go $30 million over the cap, and I'll spend $90 million to go $30 million over, whatever it would be in the math. So, like that, I don't think the NBA cap works. For example,
it's a soft cap versus a soft NFL hard cap. Yeah, for sure.
The NHL cap is a funny one right now because it's a hard cap, and I'm laughing because the guy that just bought the Blazers, Tom Dundon, owns the Carolina Hurricanes. He's getting all this credit. Well, he's spending more money on hockey. The hockey salary cap is like the NFL cap. Everyone's within a few million of the ceiling. Like, you're right there, right? It would take some pretty big stones to say, we're going to 23 guys, we're going to pay them $1 million each and have a $23 million. You're not going to do that, right? It's just not going to happen. So you're up to the cap. So for baseball to work, it would have to be a similar cap to the NFL or even the NHL, a harder cap. Let me wrap it up with this because I want to talk. We'll bring you back next segment and talk Myles Garrett. This is one thing we've talked about a lot. I would think, Hugh, the rank and file, not the Shohei Ohtani's, the rank and file. Wouldn't they want something that includes a mandated floor of 171 million? Where, Anders, how many teams would have to come up to that 171?
I think it's 10 or 11 was 10, what it was. Yeah.
So
depending on what payroll number you look at.
Hugh, let's just use this for argument's sake. Wouldn't the rank and file Major League Baseball player want a floor where 30% of the teams would then have to start paying more money?
Absolutely. And by the way, it also if you look at just understanding the leverage, if I'm in those Major League Baseball players union meetings, I'm saying I need to understand, what do the owners want the most? Where's their leverage? What they want the most is fixed costs. So now, if we're going to give them the fixed costs that they want, now what's involved in collective bargaining? It's called wages, terms, hours, and terms of employment. Wages, hours, terms of employment. That's through all unions in all collective bargaining. That basically includes everything. So now you can start to say, okay, owners, we're going to give you your salary cap, but we want this. And it might be, fewer days in training camp. It might be more pension. It might be health insurance. Like, everything's on the table.
Right.
And so minimum salaries would be on the table. So you're right. They have to sort out. I mean, John Elway didn't want the salary cap, the franchise tag. In fact, the franchise tag in the NFL is the John Elway rule, because Pat Bowlen, the owner of the Broncos, said, "Hey, I'll finally agree to give you players free agency, but I'm not signing any document that gives me a chance to lose John Elway." So thus was born the franchise tag, one player. Right? Like, so this is how the negotiations go with this. You say, okay, this is important to us. That's important to you. Okay, now where's our leverage? And so you can raise all of this. And so, yes, the rank and file, absolutely. Do you think John Elway wanted the franchise tag? He'd want to say, no, I want the freedom that all you guys have.
Yep.
But the Juan Soto's, if you write a collective bargaining agreement that maybe doesn't favor Juan Soto as much as he would like, or you still have the majority of the players that it does. And again, let me just focus on two things. We'll summarize it like this. The players are at 47% of the pie now. The owners are offering 50%. The NFL made a big deal about 48% to 48, just 0.8%.
Right.
To get to 17 games, to accept the 17 game season. So if you go 3%, that's a lot of money. Right. I mean, you're going for every $1 billion, you're going, instead of 470 million, you're at 500 million. Right.
Yep.
So you've got that piece. And then that's just the percentage of the pie. As I'm trying to argue, I absolutely believe, and history can show it, that when you have this type of constraints on I should say, when you advocate for this type of parity, then the pie gets bigger. So I would say to the players, your percent's going to get bigger of the pie, and the pie is going to grow larger if you agree to this. And by the way, while you're at it, fight like hell for the wages, hours, and the hours in terms of employment, and everything else that might be important to you, because now is the time where the owners are willing to give you that stuff.
The service time stuff. That's a perfect opportunity to bring that.
Yeah, and we'll cut it off there. But yeah, the service time thing is the other part that I just say, like, guys, 6 years in the bigs before you're a true free agent is just ridiculous.
Absolutely, you can fight for that. You get it down to 3 or 4. The owners will give it to you.
Yeah, exactly. If they get the cap. All right, let's take a quick break. I'm going to bring you back. I got to talk Myles Garrett with you, and the nightmare that I know you guys, you were on with Softy today, but for the folks who didn't hear it, the nightmare that is coming to the LA Rams. Hugh Millen will continue with that coming up next. join me around 2:20 today, so we'll look forward to that. Biggest news, though, in the NFL this week, A.J. Brown got traded. We all knew that. Thanks, Diana. That was coming on June 1st. The bigger story was on Monday, June 1st, when, the cap stuff kind of changes and all that. Sitting around and I was laughing, Hugh, on Monday. Greg Bell's on the air. In the course of 8 minutes on Monday morning in the 10 o'clock hour, we find out that Myles Garrett's a Ram, and someone by the last name of Gates is involved in professional sports ownership in Seattle, probably with an NBA tied to it as well. So it was a rather busy Monday. Let's get to Myles Garrett. 23 sacks last season. His 17-game average in his career is 16 sacks per season. The only 1 year has he been under 10. That was his rookie season. He only played 11 games, had 7 that season. Sacks aren't all there is to a defensive end in a pass rusher's game, but those sacks jump out, as do the 2-time Defensive Player of the Year in the NFL. How terrifying is this that the Rams are getting this dude?
Well, you watch the tape and you just see exactly what he is. I mean, he's a guy that's already entrenched in Canton, and these sacks are illuminating. There's only 4 players in the history of the NFL with over 100 sacks at the age of 30 or younger, counting all those sacks. And the first 3, I want you to make a note of how tightly clumped they are. Okay. TJ Watt with 101.
Yep.
Jared Allen with 105. Reggie White is second on the list with 108.
Okay.
Right. So 7 separate all 3 of them. Right.
Yep.
Then from Reggie White at 108, you jump to Myles Garrett at 124.5. Now there's been a couple of years where they've had 17 games, I guess, but that just shows you the dominance that he's had. And, so you're talking about a guy. There is not a classification of defensive ends that you can present that he's not in. He's in the class with Reggie White. He's in the class with Deacon Jones. He's in the class with Bruce Smith, right? Mm-hmm. And so, excuse me, there's that piece. And then when I throw on the tape and I see, first of all, like his frame is incredible. He's 6'4" and 1/4, which is a little bit over the median in height, but his arm length is 94th percentile. In fact, out of 203 defensive ends last year with a sack, he had the 10th longest out of 203. So you see that on the tape where when he wants to put his arms out and get into the chest of a tackle, they can't reach him. He has the highest vertical jump in the history of the combine of any player over 270 pounds, 41 inches. There's only 3 guys at 40. He's got the highest 41. His 33 reps are in the 95th percentile. So what you say, well, you don't jump on a football field. Yeah, but that's a measure of his strength, his explosion. Yeah. Is he can lift 270 pounds off the ground that high, right? So those are combine numbers, and that's why all the GMs go to the combine, because then when you see the combine numbers and you throw on the tape, you see the strength, you see the burst, the low man wins leverage, and then as far as his polish at this juncture, he's got a speed and he can turn the corner, he can dip the shoulder. He shows that repeatedly. Speed to power is there. The bull rush off the jump is there. I described, Ian, this Euro step, and we all
I wanted to ask you about that. The second step you said, and the Euro step that he has.
Yeah. Well, we know the Euro step as an NBA player is going down the lane, like the big step, and it kind of looks like traveling, but it never is. So what he'll do, he's a right end, by the way. He had the highest percentage of right end, and by the way, we'll talk about structurally and schematically how he fits in with the Rams, because there's an important point on that. But remember, right end. So he comes off, he's going against a left tackle. He's a high cut guy with a high waisted, long leg, and that generally from a body composition standpoint, John Schneider said body profiling is a huge part of what we do. That's a direct quote. And when you look at a high cut guy like Myles Garrett, he takes a big lunge with his right leg, which induces the left tackle to try and beat him to the outside. He's worried about getting beat to the outside. And then with his weight on his right foot, his outside leg, he does like a crossover, big jump back to the inside on his left foot into what's called the B gap between the guard and the tackle. And from there, he can accelerate with that explosiveness that he has. He did that, what I just described, against Trent Williams for a sack against Trent Williams, of course, the left tackle for the 49ers.
Hall of Famer versus Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he's just as canton bound as Garrett is, right? And the NFL tabulated at 2.3 seconds to the sack. That is extremely rare. In fact, where's my numbers? I think that only about 30% of all NFL sacks are under 3 seconds. He got to Purdy in 2.3. And he did that against Trent Williams, who barely touched. And then from that Euro step that I described, where I said what? He lunges with his right leg, then back to his left, but then he can go back out to his right. So it's like a zigzag. It's like, let me leap to the right, leap to the left, and then come back out to the right. So what I'm trying to say is he has a bevy of moves that in conjunction with his near perfect athletic profile, his combine perfection, right? Paired with his different use. Now, he doesn't have a spin move. I don't think he's great with his hands. There's other defensive ends that, they do a lot of off-season work with martial arts training, of how to get guys' hands. So I don't see greatness in that regard. He's just strong enough and quick enough and accelerating enough that he doesn't need that. And I'd mentioned, I'll wrap it up with what the tape shows in this. His first step, I've seen defensive ends that have a faster first step. And, Trayvon Walker, for example, the number 1 overall pick, would be an example of that. So I don't think his first step is elite. But once he gets his second step and second, third, and fourth, and fifth, now all of a sudden he's blazing. And the speed is there. So he has everything you want. It's for Charles Cross to have to deal with. So I'm sure that he's put a couple extra reps in the weight room over the last couple of days, knowing that he's going to have to go against a Hall of Fame wing of the Hall of Fame type of defensive end. That's what the Rams just acquired, in my opinion.
Hugh, I just got a couple minutes left. So let me ask you for Seattle schematically. We care about the Seahawks more than other teams, but for Seattle schematically, you've talked a lot on Hardcore Football, kind of about the tighter formations, and they'll play a lot of 2 tight end sets with Seattle and stuff like that. Is Garrett just the kind of guy you're just going to, when you go into a game against the Rams, that Brian Fleury and company are going to have to scheme against, and whether it's keeping a tight end in there or whatever they do, or, to help out Cross?
Yeah. Well, first thing, there's a little bit of a schematic. I don't know about adjustment. I'm curious whether they make the adjustment, but the Rams were more a 3-4 team in base, where their defensive ends technically are Braden Fisk and Kobe Turner.
Yep.
Right. And they had Jared Verse as an outside linebacker. Now, teams will typically, particularly on third down, teams who are a 3-4, they'll drop into a 40 and you'll put a guy's hand on the ground or whatever, or he'll be acting as a defensive end. But structurally, yet Myles Garrett almost exclusively right end. In fact, he was 79.6% as a right end. That was number 1 in the NFL as a percent, and then snaps, 664 snaps at right end. That's number 1 in the NFL. So is Myles Garrett? You're not going to ask Myles Garrett all of a sudden to be an outside linebacker the way Jared Verse was on certain fronts. So I think that we may see somewhat of a significant overhaul schematically from the Rams just to accommodate Myles Garrett's talents and where he's best, which is, lining up as a 4-3 end.
Well, great news. Hopefully number 99 doesn't come back either.
And I'm not sorry, I paused, but I don't think I directly answered your question. I think that look, we know this, the Seahawks are going to have a plan for how to help Charles Cross.
Yeah.
They're not going to sit there and just, let Myles Garrett wreck the game and just, throw in the towel and say, well, Charles Cross can't block Myles Garrett, so we're going to lose today. They're going to have a plan. They're going to try and slide and turn the protection. So maybe Gray Zabel will have a number of reps where he's helping Charles Cross, depending on the front. And if it's just a 4-man rush, they can have tight end blocking. They can have running backs chip, although that can be a little bit of a gamble because sometimes the running back just gums up the whole situation for the tackle. But certainly a tight end to elongate the edge so that he has to be wider from the ball, so he has longer distance to go to get to Sam Darnold. You put a tight end on that side, just close the end. That can help just by alignment, even if the tight end doesn't block him, just by alignment. So there's some things you can do to try and alleviate some of this, but those things have been attempted against the Browns, and Myles Garrett has still produced. He was number 1 in the NFL in sacks, of course. He was number 1 in the entire league, not just ends, in havoc plays, which is tackles for loss, forced fumbles, interceptions, pass breakups, and sacks. He was number 2 in hits, number 4 in pressures. He's a load, and the tape shows it. And for 2026, it's hard to make an argument that the Rams didn't significantly help themselves. Now, years 27 and beyond, all the contract, the first round draft picks, all that, what they gave up, we're up against it. We won't discuss that. So much of that is obvious, but it's also obvious that the Rams are a lot better today than they were a week ago.
4 times last season, he didn't have a sack, twice against the Steelers. You might want to be watching those Steeler game tapes and figure out what they did, right?
Yeah, indeed.
All right, buddy. You're the best. Thank you so much. That was great stuff.
All right.
That was awesome.
Hammer down.
That is our guy, Hugh Millen. Take a quick break. Come back with more 93.3 KJR FM. struggling Seattle Storm against the middling Phoenix Mercury. Boy, sold that game tonight, huh? All right, listen, you don't have to sell the Stanley Cup Finals. Wow, oh wow, was that a game last night? You heard it right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Johnny Forsland, Eddie Olczyk on it. By the way, Forsland on with us tomorrow at 12:20. Anders. So we'll have Johnny on tomorrow.
Hype for that one.
Yeah, we'll have him on at 12:20 tomorrow ahead of Game 2. Again, you'll hear all the games in the Stanley Cup Finals right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Your home for the Kraken. 2-0 deficit last night by Vegas. They came back to win in just a thrilling game. I should mention Chris Cuthbert was named today as the Foster Hewitt Award winner. That puts him in the Hall of Fame as a broadcaster. I'm thinking our guy needs to go in there at some point. Must be a logjam because Cuthbert's been doing Hockey Night in Canada for a while.
Oh, yeah?
I would think he would have been in there for a while. And I'm with Greg Bell. It's all about the CBC broadcast for me in the Stanley Cup Finals. It's so good. They do such a great job. But I was actually in the car. I left the gym and I was driving home, and I'm listening to the pregame show and the start of the broadcast here on KJR with Johnny and Edzo. Edzo's interviewing Gary Bettman. Had a one-on-one with Gary Bettman.
Wow.
Oh, the commissioner busted his chops like nobody's business. It was sensational. We'll ask Johnny about it tomorrow.
That's awesome.
It was sensational. Edzo was retreating. He was on his heels.
That's the first time I've ever seen him like that.
I was flummoxed by it. I was like, what are we doing here? Yeah, he was chirping. I'm trying to wish him a happy birthday, and the commissioner's having none of that. He's like, no, it was 93, not 94. And Ed's was like, whatever. It was good. It was good stuff. It was great. Their broadcast is having those two guys on the radio for the Stanley Cup Finals on our station is just awesome. It is absolutely fantastic. So, Game 2 tomorrow. That's a big one for Carolina. You don't want to fall behind 2-0 at home. And that's a thanks tips moment by me, but it's true. You have all of the pressure. First time, Montreal won Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals in Carolina, Anders.
Yeah.
And Elliot Friedman said it last night on the broadcast. And I think he says it felt different last night.
It did.
Montreal won that game, but they were badly outplayed.
Yeah, and it was like kind of a rusty Carolina team that had been waiting for Montreal to win their Game 7 after sweeping. Carolina was firing on all cylinders last night, and they still lost.
When you come out and boom, 1-0.
Yeah.
Boom, 2-0. Listen, Carter Hart is a polarizing figure. There's no doubt about that. The goalie for the Vegas Golden Knights. He was part of the Hockey Canada scandal, the trial that ended last year. There's a non-guilty verdict, and everyone has their own way to judge him. Guilty, not guilty, did something bad, did something morally. Like you can judge all that stuff off the ice. That's a you thing. I'm not going to worry about that now. From a hockey standpoint, like a little rattled early on.
Yeah.
And then made a save on a breakaway to keep it 2-0, and that I thought was the play of the game. So,
yes.
So so the former Silver Tip goalie gets the win, and now they're 3 wins away from a title. It's kind of the series that a lot of people are like, I don't know who I want to win. Carolina's got El Cheapo as an owner. Vegas is,
we just talked about
Vegas
Hart
is Vegas
too. Yeah.
Vegas is just Vegas, right?
Yeah.
So, and Carter Hart factors, a lot of people rooting against him. So that makes for a fun series, though.
Yeah.
That makes for a fun series. That's your Daily Power Play. Again, Forsland's going to join us tomorrow. We'll talk to him about the series. We'll also spend some time talking about what's going on. I got one other note for you in the NHL. There's a story coming out of Vancouver today that the Canucks are looking at possibly hiring Jessica Campbell for Manny Malhotra's staff with the Canucks. I'm assuming with his staff, not with the AHL team in Abbotsford. There's also a thing coming out that Patrick Alvin, who was the GM, although he kind of worked more under Jim Rutherford, who was the president, and this wasn't a hey, he's the president, but he's just kind of looking at bigger picture stuff. Ron Francis, president last year. Rutherford kind of ran the show with Alvin sidekicking.
Right.
There's talk about Patrick Alvin coming to Seattle, like kind of a weird trade-off there.
Yeah.
Those two, if that happens. We'll ask John about that tomorrow.
Okay.
That's your Daily Power Play in your home for the Kraken 93.3 KJR FM. And, of course, our friends Issaquah, Honda, Kubota bring you the Daily Power Play every day. Game 2 tomorrow, 5 o'clock right here on KJR. We'll take a break, come back. We got Elijah Arroyo scheduled to join us in about a half hour right here on 93.3 KJR FM. NHL, Mariners announcing that Cal Raleigh will begin a rehab assignment first in Everett over the weekend and then transition down to AAA Tacoma as well. God, so weird, man. Anders, and it's going to end up being, 4 weeks when it's all said and done? 3 weeks?
Yeah.
For a guy that they were hesitant to put on the injured list?
Should have been on earlier. Could be be back with the team right now if they did that.
Yeah, I mean, hasn't hurt them. They've been winning lately, so away we go. NHL Game 1, Stanley Cup Finals lived up to the hype. Vegas beat Carolina 5-4. Thrilling Game 1 yesterday. Game 2 tomorrow, 5 o'clock, right here on 93.3 KJR FM. John Forsland, Eddie Olczyk on the call. John Forsland will join us on the show tomorrow at 12:20. Game 1 of the NBA Finals tonight in San Antonio. Spurs and Knicks. Mitchell Robinson expected to be available for Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Full participant in practice Tuesday following right-hand surgery. Storm Mercury tonight. What does Sarah Spain call it? It was the struggling storm against the middling Mercury.
Nice alliteration there. I like that.
I did like that. That was really good. Dick Fain will have the call for you on the TV side, along with Alyssa Charleston-Smith. College sports. Nick Saban faced several United States senators Wednesday morning, pleaded for Congress to, quote, bring order to a system that badly needs fixing in the NIL and transfer portal era. All right, let's go to hour number 3.
Now back to Ian Furness on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th Man. Brought to you by Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
We'll do things a little different today. We'll do a short segment here, and then we'll check the text messages in the next segment right before, as we wait for Elijah Arroyo, the second-year tight end for the Seahawks out of the University of Miami, who was banged up a little bit last season, but I'm kind of probably expecting to see him take a significant step forward this season, especially if healthy. I mean, A.J. Barner did that last year, and I would expect to see maybe that same thing with Arroyo. I mean, the second-year guy, all the talent in the world, getting a lot of reps right now because Barner's coming off some stuff. I did the okay, I'm not trying to be that guy. I forget, what do they call it? The Seahawks 1 series?
Oh, yeah.
In the morning? Is that what they call it, right?
I think so, yes.
Okay. I want to make sure I'm one player every day during June.
Yes.
Okay. So I did it this morning with Chuck. And I took A.J. Barner. I picked A.J.
Ooh,
Barner.
I like that.
Yeah. Now, in fairness to me, there's 2/3 of the roster was unavailable for me to take.
Well, because once one analyst takes them, it's like, okay, I got to do someone else. Yeah.
But it is fun. Like Ashley goes, who do you want? And I went, no. I said, who's available?
Yeah.
But I like doing the Barner thing because, and we just talked a lot about Myles Garrett. A.J. Barner, look at this was one of the sneaky best picks John Schneider has had in his time in Seattle. And listen, there's guys that are going to maybe go to the Hall of Fame that were day 3 picks. Richard Sherman, right? Your first MVP your first Super Bowl MVP, Malcolm Smith, was a 7th round pick. Obviously, where Cam went, so many guys over the years. We all know what he's done. This is how sneaky good the A.J. Barner pick was. Anders, there were 12 tight ends taken that year in 2024. A.J. Barner was the 7th of the 12.
Wow.
And a day 3 pick. A.J. Barner is the number 2 tight end in terms of offensive production in the 2 years since then. The guy that's number 1 is, you might have heard of him, 13th overall, Brock Bowers.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have heard of him. Yes.
Good at football.
Yeah, pretty good.
When he's healthy.
Yeah, it depends, unless you were on Ian's fantasy team last year.
Which he was. And he was hurt often. But all kidding aside, Brock Bowers, 176 receptions, 1,800 yards, and 12 touchdowns. Barner is number 2 in receptions with 82 among tight ends in that draft. He's number 3 in terms of yards, 764, but within 50 of the number 2 guy, the kid out of with the Giants. And number 2 by a long shot with 10 touchdowns in 2 years.
Yeah.
Most of them coming last season. Played 78% of the snaps last year. Seahawks led the league last season with an average of 7.5 yards per play when they were playing with 12 personnel, which is a running back and 2 tight ends, which they did a lot. That, by the way, 7.5 yards per play with 12 personnel, 5th best mark by any team in the last decade in the NFL.
Wow.
So They had success with 12. He played all the time. And oh, by the way, we can't forget about the Barnyard.
No.
10 rushing attempts last season for A.J. Barner. 9 first downs.
That's pretty good.
That's a night. I'm not sure if the one carry didn't result in a first down or they didn't need. I don't know what the one carry was because he had 10 carries for 14 yards.
Yeah.
But 9 first downs. Let's just say they were 9 of 10. That's a 90% clip. Wazoo math.
I'll take that.
I believe that the tush push was in the 70s last year.
So you're saying the Barnyard's better than the tush push?
I'm 100% saying that.
Got it. All right.
No, I'm not saying that. Well, but the Barnyard one was weird because, or not the Barnyard, the tush push. Listen, and everybody who's got every fantasy player knows this because you either had Jalen Hurts, went against Jalen Hurts, whatever, right? So we watched it a lot. They used it a lot, like midfield, 2+ yards to like. I thought they got a little cocky with it.
Yeah, they did.
I think they got a little, and then the NFL.
Little Nick Sirianni with it is what you're saying?
Little Sirianni-ish. and I think they also, the NFL started doing a little, not a great, but there was a little improvement in terms of how they officiated it.
I agree.
Right? Like they started kind of looking and the bar, and it's different, because I was talking about that with Chuck this morning, with the Barnyard. That's a guy not used to taking a snap.
Right.
He's a tight end. And I know he played college or high school quarterback, not college, but high school, but whatever. It's you're not used to taking that snap. And now they do practice it. It's after we're already kicked out of practice during the regular season. So I don't know how many times he's practicing taking snaps from Sundell or Ola Timmy or whatever, but like that's a big part of it, the whole timing part of it. But that thing worked. But just as a tight end, I mean, the guy, when he was drafted on that day 3, and we're talking a rank, I remember thinking, well, he's kind of like his numbers in college were not extraordinary, like offensively, not like Arroyo. Like his tape didn't jump off the page going, oh, look at this guy, dynamic tight end. We're going to talk to that guy and Elijah Arroyo in a minute.
Yeah.
But Barner has really developed into a guy that they can trust in the pass game. I caught I think it was 77% of his passes catch rate last year, pretty good. And obviously the blocking part and what they do with 12 personnel, how they're going to want to run the football. They throw at a lower rate than most teams. A.J. Barner not only he's a sneaky good draft pick by Schneider and kind of flies under the radar in terms of like a really important player for this football team.
Ian, I'm going to give you a comp, and I'm curious because I know that he's not to this guy's level yet, but I think he has the potential to get there. Can he be a George Kittle? Because another day 3 pick, blocks and catches, kind of does everything.
I don't think he's as athletically gifted.
Okay.
The one I used this morning with Chuck was Mark Andrews.
Oh, okay. I like that.
I can see now. Listen, and Chuck brought up the drop. Okay, Mark Andrews had a drop, significant one.
Yes,
a significant one,
very significant one. Ended their season.
But Mark Andrews is a hell of a tight end, like a hell of a tight. I would say I think that's I mean, God, if he turns into 90% of Kittle,
right?
Oh, wow.
I just think talking skill set again. I'm not saying I know he's not to the production level.
You know what he does do? Barner plays with the Kittle attitude.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking as well. Like very
he very, boisterous, vocal,
FU
in your
sort
face.
Of thing. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Just tough as nails.
Yeah.
And I think you could just look at that tight end tandem, him and Arroyo, and whether it's Callerup or Salbert. I mean, you're 1, 2, and then 3/4, like really good tight end group,
right?
Like really good. It's such an upgrade for like the Noah Fant thing never worked out. He never was for whatever reason, and a couple quarterbacks through, was never a red zone guy for some reason. Strange in that regard. But yeah, I can see the Kittle. I told Chuck this morning, and I truly believe this.
Yeah.
That I think if the group there from HBO decides to do it the right way, this guy could be a star. Yeah. Like for the Hard Knocks, like an absolute flat out star.
Yeah, and if they don't just go for name value and guys who like maybe could turn into stars if they would have a little bit more camera time on them.
because they usually do a pretty good job of doing that.
Yeah.
Not just going for a guy because of his name.
Sure.
They usually do a pretty good job of like, and if I'm sure they'll go through this, talk to the Seahawk guys and say like, who's a guy, who should we talk to, who's a dude. Barner's got to be at the top of the list.
Yeah.
I mean, just absolutely top of the list.
Hey, but before we get to Elijah Arroyo, I want to make sure that everyone knows that Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM brings you the $250K USA giveaway for your chance at $2,500. Listen each weekday, 8 a.m., 11 a.m., 2 p.m., and 5 p.m. for the nationwide keyword to enter on our website, 933kjr.com. This hour's keyword is America. So go to 933kjr.com and enter America. That is this hour's keyword.
It America or America?
I think it is with the A. So America. But, you never know because there are multiple ways to pronounce it.
By the way, $2,500, that's a little upgrade from the $1,000 contest we just did.
I think it's because they only do it 4 times a day instead of once every hour.
That must be it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, make sure you go enter that word right now, America, 93.3kjr.com. All right. We'll take a break, come back. Elijah Arroyo is going to join us at some point. We'll check the text messages as well, 93.3 KJR FM. everything else, but you, AJ, Nick, Eric, that group. How do you guys work together? Because you're competing for snaps, you're competing for time. Now you guys do play a lot of 21, so that's good. Like, and like compared to some other teams in the NFL. But what's that room like in terms of competition and also camaraderie?
We love it. I mean, we all, I feel like all of our talents complement each other, and we all still, like, it's a competition, but we're all striving to make each other better because, if the room is great, then I feel like we're kind of the heartbeat of the offense sometimes. So if we can get our room going and we set the tone and we have energy at all times, it just makes the whole offense so much better.
If I say that I thought at times you were a better blocker than you got credit for coming into the league, would you agree?
Definitely.
Yeah. Does that bother you when you hear people say, he's a pass catcher, he's a 6'5", 250-pound wide receiver playing tight end, but, the other part of the game, like, does that – because, you hear that. You hear that coming when you're coming out of college, when going to the draft. That would be the one criticism of you. Does that bother you? Is that an incentive for you? What do you think when you hear that?
I'm not really worried about that, worried about any type of outside noise. Yeah. I think I just want to prove myself right.
Yeah. I watched last week. I was in here doing the show most of the day today, but with AJ kind of banged up, you were getting a lot of reps out there. How do you feel like year 2 with you and Sam is going right now?
I feel really good. I feel like we've built a lot of chemistry just having a whole year of reps under our belt and just continuing to stack those reps every day. It's been vital.
What's he like? Because he comes across, when we watch him, you see some guys that are fiery, they're out of control, they're yelling and screaming as quarterbacks and rah-rah. And the thing, he just looks like a dude that if you go in the huddle, never too high, never too low. But what's he like from you guys as a teammate?
Exactly that. He's a chill dude, great leader.
Yeah.
What I love about him, he's always poised. Like, no matter what happens, he always has the next play mentality. And he never lets, any type of circumstance affect him.
How important is that to have your leader in your – because there are some, hey, I want a rah-rah guy. But how important is it to have a guy that is on that even keel? Because in the course of an NFL game, right, you're going to have ups, you're going to have downs. Hell, he's had that. I think that's the thing that jumps out at me with him is he can throw a couple picks or do something. You're like, and it doesn't see, at least outwardly, for us watching in the press box or on TV, it doesn't seem to affect him. You're telling me it doesn't really affect him either in terms of the huddle on the sideline?
Yeah, I'm telling you the exact same thing.
That's awesome.
What you see is what I see.
That's which that just has to give you guys a ton of confidence.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we always know we're in the game. We have Sam in the huddle. We're good.
You lose a guy in Ken Walker, the Super Bowl MVP, but you gain a number 1 pick in Jadarian Price. You got other guys, Helani and some other dudes, Jacardi Wright and those types of guys. When you're watching them run by you, nobody can hit anybody right now. But what do you see from the kid? What do you see from the first round pick?
I'm excited for him. I think he has a very bright future, and
that's I should take us. There's a Miami guy talking about a Notre Dame guy. So I do realize I did that to you right now. Okay, so I'll let you go again. What do you think about the kid from Notre Dame?
Now that he's here, he's my teammate. I love him. I respect him, and I think he's gonna have a great career here.
Give me another guy, second-year guy, maybe, young guy, that you think, much like yourself, is going to have that, boom, second-year leap that's going to just all of a sudden maybe people aren't Seahawks fans aren't talking about him, media's not talking about him. Give me another guy, maybe either from your draft class or maybe somebody that you think is going to jump out.
I'm going to go with Riley Mills. I think he's going to have a really good year this year.
So, are you sure you're not a Notre Dame guy? Do you know your Miami guys aren't going to like this?
Hey, we really don't take them as a threat. We beat them last year, so it's cool. They're not our real rivals.
Okay, so he's a D lineman, so you got to go against him in practice. We didn't see him much, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, that's a Super Bowl sack. That's a Super Bowl sack this dude just got. What is it about Riley that you like?
Man, just how he came in. He came in injured, but just the mentality that he has because I would say when you injured, I've had a lot of injuries as well throughout my college career and even here. But I feel like just to be mentally poised and stay in it and to be able to come out mid-season and hit the ground running like he did, like I'm just excited to see what he's going to do with a full season.
I think Seahawks fans are excited to see what you're going to do in a full season as well and stay off that other little list that they put you on. We don't care about that. Stay off of that. Stay healthy all year. Year 2 is going to be a big one for you, that tight end room, as the – wait for it, defending Super Bowl champions. How's that sound?
That sounds great.
Yeah. You see some other teams
You know what sounds better?
Huh?
Back-to-back.
That sounds okay.
That sounds a lot better.
You know, there's teams in this division that are trying to go out and they're desperately trying to beat you guys. I don't know if you've noticed that. There was like a trade the other day. Did you notice that one? Do you guys talk about that trade at all?
Not really. But you know, when
we don't care. Is this a Mike McDonald? We don't care.
Exactly. When you hunt, you hunt everybody you need to. You become the hunted.
We don't care.
That's how it happens.
We don't care. I love it. Good to meet you finally. Elijah Royal, number 18 for your Seahawks. You're going to see him on the field and doing some big things this season. We'll take a quick break, come back, and wrap up the show next. 93.3 KJR FM.
And
didn't sound like that was a pleasant experience.
No, not so far today. I mean, got some time, but that was the fourth inning today. That was a disaster. But anyway, yeah.
Speaking of Jimmy's, for those who didn't hear it, I believe it was last Friday you had KJ on, right?
Yes,
GM
KJ Ruff, the GM, correct.
I did not realize until you had him on last week what an absolute gong show this thing's going to be in terms of traffic.
Right.
With FIFA.
Right.
Like, help me out. I'm going to try to sum it up. Basically, on a game day starting at 2 a.m., every street in the radius of a mile or so of the stadium's shut down.
I don't know about the mile. All I know is that if it's a 12 o'clock kickoff,
right,
and most of the games, I think, right-handers are 12 o'clock kickoffs at Lumen Field.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Seattle Stadium.
Sir, that would be Seattle Stadium. That Lumen Field does no longer exist.
Not Lumen Field. By the way, I was driving north on 99 today coming in here, and I look across the street to what used to be Lumen Field.
Yes.
And the Lumen is blocked out. It just says Field.
Yeah,
so we're going to get together at Field for the World Cup. If it's a 12 o'clock kickoff from Edgar to Yesler, so you're thinking what? The south side of T-Mobile to the edge of Pioneer Square, right?
Right.
First Avenue South shut down completely starting at 8 a.m. Shut down totally during the game, shut down for 2 hours after the game. So from 8 until, let's say, 5 o'clock at night, right? First Avenue South is closed. Can't park on First Avenue South, can't drive on First Avenue South. There's a USA-Australia game, I think at noon, and the Mariners play the Red Sox at 7 o'clock that night.
Yes.
So that's going to be what we like to call a CFer that day.
I looked at the Mariners sent a thing out, an email out, kind of explaining their side of like, here's how you navigate things and
can't use the garage, all that stuff.
I'm reading through it, and I'm like, I'm lost. Like, I just want to stay home.
I think there's an easy thing for a lot of people to do if you're not a big soccer fan. Just stay away.
They're going to stay away.
Don't come down, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to the Boston game on that Friday night, that could be potentially problematic. Getting down here early, the bars are going to be packed, the streets are going to be filled.
Yeah,
parking is going to stink. If you own a lot that's just south of Edgar and just north of Yesler,
what are those
you might
prices?
be able to retire, right?
Like
by August.
So I think the highest one I've ever seen is $110.
Right.
We're going to go past that, aren't we?
Probably.
Yeah.
That's where you got to get like 3 or 4 buddies in the car with you and just pop in $20 a piece. And
just do that. So, are you going to any games? Are you going to go to any World Cup games?
I don't have any plans for now, but I'm sure I'll find my way into one of them.
Didn't you fly to? Where'd you go? Where'd you go one
South
year?
Africa.
Like last minute, right?
16 years ago. Yeah.
You last minute. You jumped on a plane and went to. Was that with your buddy Ivor?
Yep. 1 day's notice. 1 day's notice.
God, you're just insane.
He called in from South Africa on Wednesday and said, if you can make it down here by Saturday, I have an extra ticket for the USA-Ghana game in Pretoria.
God, that's
fantastic. So I talked to Rich Moore, and he's like, all right, go. And so I jumped on the web. I went to Expedia. I paid $3,500, which, by the way, 16 years ago was a lot of money. It still is a lot of money.
It's still a lot of money, buddy.
Imagine $3,500 16 years ago, right?
Yeah,
I mean, do the inflation on that one. And I flew from here to Atlanta to Lagos, Nigeria. I spent 10 hours in the Lagos airport. And then I went to South Africa, and I spent 3 days there, and I came home.
That'd be about $5,300 today.
Yeah.
Jeez. What was 10 hours in the Nigerian airport like?
Very nerve-wracking, as a matter of fact.
I was going to say, that had to be a little...
Very nerve-wracking.
Yeah,
they don't like you walking around the airport. They don't like you walking around outside the airport. They actually take your passport, or they did 16 years ago, to kind of keep an eye on you. So there was about 30 of us on our flight that were transferring to Johannesburg, and they grabbed all of our passports, and they put them in a plastic bag and literally took off. And so I had about 5-10 minutes where this basically military personnel, I don't know who he was, some kind of soldier, had my passport. And I did not have my passport in the Lagos, Nigeria airport, and I was scared as hell.
That is unnerving as hell, man.
I'm 40
that
years
is
old, man.
massively unnerving.
Yeah,
God.
Yeah, I was able to walk outside the airport just for a couple minutes with an escort to go just take a look around and say that I saw what Nigeria looked like from outside the airport.
Did you say to yourself, boy, I'd sure like to come back here someday?
No, I never said that. No, I never said that. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I remember looking across the street from the airport, and there was what turned out to be a mosque. And I asked the guy that I was with, I said, what's that over there? He says, that's a mosque. And I said, oh, whatever, that's nice. And he looked at me, Ian, and he said, with deadpan, he said, are you Christian or Muslim?
Oh, God.
And I said, you know what? If I admit to this guy that I'm Jewish, I don't know the rules here.
Yeah, that's...
I don't know if I'm coming back.
Did you say you're Christian?
What'd you say?
I think I said I was Christian, and it was the right answer.
The best part about that, you knew the wrong answer. You knew the wrong answer was your actual religion, your religious. But
and I don't know if the guy was just playing with me or what.
You know what? I get the
when
feeling
you're in a foreign country like that, you've never been there, you have no idea what the hell you're doing. You know, everything's magnified, right? You're on edge.
As you're telling me these stories, passport taken, I don't think sense of humor is a strong suit in that place where you were at. I don't think that's one of their strengths.
Luckily, I was able to make buddies with a guy on the flight from Atlanta to Lagos who was like a big wig VIP with South African Airways, and he got us into their lounge at the airport.
Okay. Yeah.
And the South African Airways lounge is like a hotel. They've got beds, showers, the whole
beautiful.
thing. So when you're stuck there for 10, 15 hours, you got to have things like that. But yeah, that was my World Cup experience, man. Watching.
So you've done it. You've been there, done it.
Boys.
Yeah, but you've been there, done it. You don't need to go back.
Well, I mean, it's going to be weird. I was talking to Jackson about this, and I'm curious to get your guys' thoughts on this. That will it feel like you're at a World Cup?
Yes.
When you're watching the game at Lumen Field?
Oh, that's a good point, actually.
Because you've been to that stadium.
Yeah.
You can see your own skyline. You're sleeping in your own bed. Isn't part of the experience of going to a World Cup, going to a foreign country?
I bet
getting all the customs and the culture and all that along with it?
I bet it depends on who's in the stands. Like in terms of like is it a country that has a lot of people here, right? You know, like if does it feel like, hey, here's Anders, who else would we? U.S. is only against Australia here, right?
Correct.
That's the one game.
Right, yes. Correct.
But if like not Portugal, who's here that's good? It's Turkey.
Belgium.
I bet if you go to a game with Belgium, it'd probably feel that way.
Yeah,
right?
I think when you walk into the stadium and
it's
you see
a great soccer country.
Look, I don't know what they've got planned as far as the presentation, right? But I'm assuming you walk in there and you got announcements, right, in different languages at Lumen.
Yeah.
You see flags of different countries. You see grass, which obviously is way different than what we're used to seeing at Lumen Field.
Right.
And just a totally different presentation. I'm not sure who the PA voice is going to be at the stadium. Will it be the same guy that does Seahawks games? I have no idea. Will it be somebody else? The concession stands, will they be different?
I think the round of 32 and the round of 16 games will definitely feel like World Cup games. Yeah.
We'll see. I'm looking forward to
ones.
it. I'll walk in there for probably a game, but I mean, I'm not like over the moon for this thing.
No. I think just having been like in Salt Lake when I was in Salt Lake for the Olympics in 2002. They played the hockey games at my building where I worked at. Like our offices were gone for a month and a half, and all that, right? So, but I do know that the one thing I thought was strange is like there's no pregame ceremonies. It's just like here we are, drop the puck and go, right? And I think that's kind of World Cup like, but I kind of want to go, but man, I don't know.
I think you should go.
Yeah, the price.
I think you should go. I mean, if you've never been, the prices are going to drop dramatically. Prices will come down. I think on match day you'll be able to get in for a lot less money than what you're looking at right now. But if you've never been to a World
show
Cup
off
game,
with USA Australia.
Yeah, just to say that you've been to World Cup. I mean, there's not honestly, guys. I mean, seriously, like how many people around the globe can say they've been to a World Cup match?
Yeah,
probably in context, not a lot.
Hey,
right?
And they didn't have to stay in Nigeria for 10 hours.
That's correct. Or have their passport taken away.
Exactly.
And not know if they were going to get home or not. I remember I bought like this. They call it an elephant bridge.
Yeah.
It's like a big carving of a bunch of elephants going over a bridge, and I bought one when I was in South Africa. They tried to confiscate it on the way home because they thought it was a weapon.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, no thanks.
Just things like that, right?
All right, what are we doing today?
What's today, Wednesday?
Yeah.
Mike Florio will join us. Petros is
yeah.
actually off today. He'll be back tomorrow.
Whoa.
He had something come up. He's got to skip today's show. He'll be on tomorrow at 4 o'clock.
All right.
Greg Lewis, though, who's on the Hall of Fame ballot, going to join us today.
Mm-hmm.
And then Larry Stone at 5 o'clock. Good day to have Larry on after today's Mariners game.
There it is. All right, have a good show. Enjoy Jimmy's on first. See you, buddy.
See you, bud.
Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
All righty, boys and girls, here we go. Headlines live from Jimmy's on First, across the street from T-Mobile Park on this busy Wednesday afternoon. Headlines, of course, are brought to you by our friends at Frost Brew Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
Damn good deal.
NBA Finals starts tonight. The Knicks and Spurs, Game 1. Knicks looking for their first championship since 1973. The Spurs looking for their first title since 2014. Game 1 tonight in San Antonio at 5:30.
Golden Knights upset the Hurricanes last night, 5-4 in Carolina, despite Carolina scoring a goal in like the first 20 seconds of the game. Vegas takes Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Vegas has now won 4 playoff games in a row. Game 2 tomorrow at 5 right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
And some NFL news. Packers pass rusher Micah Parsons saying he won't be ready to play after tearing his ACL until at least mid-October. And a warrant, Dick, has been issued for the arrest of 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk after he posted a video of him speeding on a road outside Levi Stadium earlier this year. You stupid idiot!
Oh, my God. Cal Raleigh scheduled to begin a rehab assignment in Everett on Sunday. He will join Tacoma and play there for a week with the Rainiers.
And baseball scores around the league. Couple of finals already in. Tigers knocked out the Rays 7-2. White Sox blanked the Twins 8-0. And the Marlins took care of the Nationals in D.C. 4-1.
Here we go.
And now, two goofy, wacko, out-of-touch homers. Just brutal radio. Just horrible.
Live
41 yards.
from Elliott Bay.
Can you feel it now?
This is Softy and Dick.
All righty, boys and girls, here we go on a busy Wednesday afternoon right here on 93.3 KJR FM, live from Jimmy's outside T-Mobile Park. As soon as the Mavs news and the Mets is over, Mets are hammering the M 7-1 right now, so not much going on across the street. You win the series, which is great, but we'll get to all that coming up in a minute. Mike Florio will join us here in a few minutes. Petros Papadakis, for all you Petros fans out there, good news and bad news. The bad news is he's not on today. Something came up, and he needs to push to tomorrow's show. So he'll be with us, but not until tomorrow at 4 o'clock on the show. And then Larry Stone will join us at 5 p.m. today on the program. Good day, Dick, to have Larry on, coming off the Mariners game today against the Mets, the series win against New York. So we get to all that coming up on the radio program. Obviously, the Aaron Donald story. Is he going to come out of retirement to join Myles Garrett in L.A.? Will be a big story with Mike Florio. I want to know about this Puka Nacua contract, what's going on there. It kind of feels like the Rams right now, and they can have it. It's freaking June. Who gives a damn?
June title.
Are the center of the NFL
Good for
universe
them.
right
Let
now.
them win the June. Can they put the banner up? June champions of the NFL, the LA Rams.
Yep,
Good job
the June
for them.
chip. They can have the June
That's
chip right now. Well, the Mariners are in the middle of getting slaughtered right now by the Mets. I don't mind bringing it up. I mean, what the hell? George Kirby, 4 innings today, 9 hits, 5 runs, 4 earned, a walk, 5 Ks on 89 pitches. I don't know how much of the game you saw.
I saw all of it, and I thought he got nickeled and dimed to death.
Well, the Mets scored 4 in the 4th inning, including on a ball that bounced off the first base bag. Also, a poor decision by Johnny Pareda to try to throw out Juan Soto on a double steal that scored Carson Benj on a stolen base from third base with 1st and 3rd and 2 outs. So he didn't get a lot of help from his defense and the baseball gods, but the thing about George Kirby, and I was at the game, I was sitting there watching the entire 4th inning. What struck me is how hard he was getting hit. I mean, the Mets were just hammering him. They were just turning on those pitches like they knew what was coming. And all of a sudden, you look at George Kirby's numbers, Dick, in the last 4 games. He's got a 7.28 ERA, a 1.619 whip. He's put 34 base runners on in his last 21 innings. I mean, I'm sorry, but those are like May Luis Castillo numbers that we're looking at for George Kirby in his last 4 games or so.
Yeah, I mean, every single pitcher in baseball is going to go through hot stretches, and every single one's going to go through cooler stretches. And coming into this game, he had a 3.77 ERA. And if you had asked me my worry level on George Kirby walking into this game, I would have said, what worry level? So maybe I go from a 0 to a 0.7 after today's outing on George Kirby.
Well, here's the thing. The 4 games that we just quoted, where he's got a 7.28 ERA, in his previous 7, he had a 2.6 ERA. with a 1.20 whip. So, yeah, he's having a rough stretch. There's no doubt about it. But I think when things like this happen, every start from here on out kind of becomes a little more kind of, important.
That's
right?
fair. You watch it a little closer.
You're like, this is now going to be his 5th start. His next start's going to be a week from now, obviously, I believe, in Baltimore, which is not an easy place sometimes for pitchers to throw at Camden Yards. He's taken a week off because they're now going to the 6-man rotation. And this is a question for Larry Stone, that this is where you kind of wonder if a 6-man rotation is really something these guys want to deal with. Because if I'm George Kirby, do I want the extra day off? Do I want to get back on the mound ASAP after what happened today? I mean, you're asking Logan Gilbert, and you're asking Brian Wu, and you're asking Emerson Hancock, and you're asking George Kirby, all these guys to do something that really they don't ever do, and that's pitch on 6 days rest.
Well,
I mean, they've done it before, but they don't do it consistently during the season. So I'm just curious to see how it goes. It might be great. It might be awesome for these guys when it's all said and done.
Well, I'm trying to think. I mean, if you go back, how many times do you have a day off a week? About one?
Yeah. Right.
One day off a week. So aren't they pitching in reality with an extra day most of the time? Because
not most of the time. No, not most of the time. I went and looked it up. I was looking at Logan Gilbert's numbers the other day, and he's made a few starts on 6 days rest, but like 75% of the starts he's made in his career have come on normal rest and a normal rotation. I mean, it's not something they've never done before. I'll give you that. But I just think, again, when you're into a routine and now we're disrupting the entire rotation by making everybody wait the extra day, I think it's just a little small thing to keep an eye on. Nothing to keep you up at night, but something to keep an eye on for sure. All right, let's get to Mike Florio. Talk some football right now.
It's time for our weekly conversation with Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio. Brought to you by Simply Seattle. Tired of buying and repping the same old Seattle sports gear everyone else has? For the best Storm, Seahawks, Mariners, Kraken, Rainiers, Sounders, and not to mention the largest Sonics collection in the world, check out simplyseattle.com. Now with Mike Florio, here's Softy and Dick.
All right, time for a little NFL chatter with the best from ProFootballTalk.com, the NFL and NBC, PFT Live, the king of all NFL media, the undisputed heavyweight champ of the NFL press corps, and our friend, Michael Florio.
What's up, buttholes?
Courtesy of our pals at SimplySeattle.com, joining us right now.
What's up, buttholes?
On the radio program. Michael, how are you, pal?
Good. Hello, buttholes.
Yeah.
What's up, buttholes? How you feeling up there? Butthole's getting a little tight now that Myles Garrett's in the division. You thought the Rams screwed it up when they took Ty Simpson with that 13th overall pick. Rams not trying to make a move. Now, and I do wonder, because there was indications that folks like John Lynch, the 49ers GM, had smirked about the Rams' decision to take Ty Simpson. I just wonder how much of the blowback from them taking Matthew Stafford's successor made them determined to go get Myles Garrett.
Well, first of all, I do not share that same criticism that others do about the Ty Simpson selection. And I think I will agree with you that the Rams have gotten significantly better. I mean, Myles Garrett, Jalen Watson, Trent McDuffie. Now they've got Puka Nacua all pissed off and playing for a new deal because he doesn't have one as of right now. And, I mean, is this going to result now, too, Mike, and Aaron Donald coming out of retirement? I mean, you tell me, at least on paper, how much better have the Rams gotten versus the team that we saw in the NFC Championship game last year?
Well, a lot of people believe that last year's NFC West and NFC Championship and ultimately the Super Bowl championship came down to that crazy 2-point play. Zach Charbonnet nonchalantly picking up the ball in the end zone, thinking it was an incomplete pass. Terry McCauley of Prime Video picks up the phone, alerts Walt Anderson, the NFL rules analyst, that maybe they should take a look at that. They do. That play doesn't happen. Maybe the Rams are the ones who won the Super Bowl. Maybe the Seahawks are the ones trading for Myles Garrett to try to get past the Rams. That's how close the margin is between the two teams that I think were the best two in the league last year. All due respect to the Patriots, if the Rams and Seahawks had been in different conferences, they would have been the two Super Bowl teams, in my opinion. So this closes, if not establishes, a gap. All the betting odds, not that that really means anything, it's just a reflection of the betting habits, but to no surprise, now that the Rams have Myles Garrett, people believe the Rams are going to win the division, win the conference, win the Super Bowl. They're the favorite in all three, and it makes sense. If he has a year like he did last year, consider this. He got 23 sacks for a team that was tied or trailing 2/3 of the time. The Rams were ahead 2/3 of the time last year. This is a guy who's never had the opportunity to go out and chase quarterbacks who were down in the second half, predictably in passing posture. That's a hell of a way to rack up sacks, and it makes it a lot harder when you're playing for a bad team that isn't leading games. So those 23 sacks, who knows what they become with a Rams team that, has the lead once in a while.
Mike, why is it that only 3 teams that have been preseason favorites going into the season have won the Super Bowl since 2000?
Because there are so many factors that ultimately determine the outcome of the season, unrelated to how good the team is. When you look at the example I gave earlier, that stupid, screwy bounce of the ball, crazy play, aided by the call that was made by Terry McAulay. I mean, the margins are very, very thin. And although it's not like it was in the 70s when there was a huge gap between the best team and the worst team. There's still a gap, but it's really not dramatic. Any team can beat any other team any given day. And among the best teams, you really don't know how it's all going to shake out. It could be the weather. It could be a bad call, which is a good call for the other team. It could be a crazy bounce of a misshapen ball that bounces all sorts of different ways. A bad decision made at the worst possible time. Too many things influence the outcome. And I also think when you enter the season as the presumptive favorite to win it all, I remember Washington in 2000. They just kept adding Hall of Famers, Bruce Smith, Deion Sanders. And there was a vibe like, just cancel the season and give them the damn trophy. And they didn't even make the playoffs that year. I think it adds extra pressure, and how the team responds to that pressure has a lot to do with whether or not they ultimately fulfill their potential.
Yeah, well, Mike Florio with us, and Mike, the other side piece, obviously, sidebar of this Myles Garrett deal is, what does it mean for Aaron Donald? I mean, we've seen the videos on Instagram. We've seen his wife's tweet. He went, texted McAfee about it the other day. What would you put the odds on Aaron Donald coming out of retirement to join the Rams at?
Look, it's all up to him. He's been out of it for 2 years. Yes, he's 35, but he doesn't have the wear and tear that he would have had if he had played in the 2024 and 2025 seasons. But as he said, he's got to find a way to light the fire again. He was burned out. But if one of the reasons he was burned out is he was facing 2 and 3 guys every time he lined up, now he looks at Myles Garrett next to him, 275 pounds of chiseled mountain of a man. Hey, more attention to him than they are to me. It's going to be a little easier for me to do what I used to do. And even if he doesn't do it as well as he used to do it, the idea of coming back and being able to play more freely and not have to deal with that constant double team, triple team, that could be a lure. Now, he doesn't have anything more to gain. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's got his Super Bowl ring. He's completed everything he could have set out to do. But Super Bowl's in SoFi Stadium again this year, like it was when they won it 5 years ago. It could be something that intrigues him and makes him decide, you know what, I'll come back. I'll do it for one more year. You got to be willing to make that commitment, though, and it's a big commitment, physically, mentally, spiritually, everything, to put your entire life on hold. When you've had 2 years of living on your own clock, all of a sudden you're back into that mode where the team takes precedence over everything. That's a big commitment. Ready to make it.
Well, if it wasn't for the Myles Garrett news, the A.J. Brown news would have gotten a lot more play. What kind of fit is he in New England? I'm trying to figure out if he was a diva problem in Philly, or was it just a very frustrating situation for him because of the offense that they ran?
Something happened between him and Jalen Hurts that we may never know the true root cause of. He did an interview with Maria Taylor that day morning, and Brown downplayed the rift with Jalen Hurts as people drift apart. Well, when you're a teammate, when you're in a situation where you're in it together for the same goals, and especially a quarterback and a receiver, that's a special relationship. The receiver's success or failure depends on the quarterback, and they typically get along very well, and they have a directly shared mission. I pass it, you catch it, we win. So there's something more that maybe we'll find out one of these days. I don't think it was A.J. Brown being a diva. I think it was a combination of whatever happened with him and Jalen Hurts and his willingness to express concerns about the team's failure to evolve offensively. He made those comments last year, and I think he was willing to come off as maybe selfish as a selfless act to get the team to wake up. And I think what he wanted, and I think others in the locker room wanted, this comes from the reporting of Derek Gunn, who's covered the Eagles forever. He said last year during the season that Jalen Hurts isn't running the offense the way they want him to, and he knows there's nothing they can do about it because of the way his contract's structured. They can't cut him. They can't trade him. They can't bench him. He's on the team. I guess they could bench him, but he's on the team, and he's not going anywhere. Now, this year, that may change. They may be in a position where if he doesn't do what they want him to do, they could decide to make a change. But last year and prior years, once he got that second contract, he had power, and he used it. And I think that added to the personal side of it, and it just made it time. It was time. Yeah. After 4 years, hey, they went to 2 Super Bowls. They won 1. They gave up a 1 and a 3 to get him to get out of it, a 1 and a 5, and they had him for 4 years. That's a pretty good deal for the Eagles.
Well, Mike Florio again, ProFootballTalk.com with us every Wednesday, courtesy of the friends and foes at SimplySeattle.com. Mike, let me go back to the Rams for a second because the Puka thing is interesting. We had Lindsey Theory on the show a couple days ago, and she says, there's just really nothing going on with this contract right now. And are the Rams going to go into the season with Puka Nacua in the final year of his deal, or you see them maybe getting something done before the season starts with him?
His off-field issues, and look, it's good that he got treatment to rectify whatever issues in his life he needs to have rectified, but I think it created enough turmoil that he doesn't feel justified in demanding that he get paid. He should, in theory, be saying, I ain't doing anything until you give me my contract. I'm going into my 4th year at a relatively low salary compared to the market, compared to what he's earned. He's every bit as good as Jackson Smith and Jigba, if not better. He plays a little bit too recklessly, and I think that increases the injury risk. But he should be expecting $40 million a year, and he should be expecting it before the start of the season. And we'll see what the Rams do. And the Rams may be unwilling to take a risk. You put that kind of money into his pocket. Does he revert back to the things that created issues, and do you end up regretting paying him? So they got a challenge there, but he's not banging on the door. I can't imagine them justifying not paying him at all this season, but time is on their side, and I think they just want to wait and see how things go. And maybe it's one of those deals that gets done right before week 1. Maybe they show up and they work it out, and they figure 6 months of him being on the right path is enough, and they pay him. But he deserves it for what he does on the field, and he deserves some grace and some credit for taking care of the issues that came up off the field.
Michael, phenomenal stuff as always. We expect nothing less out of you, pal. Great job, and we'll talk in a week, buddy. Thanks, man.
See you guys.
Yep. All right, Mike Florio with us on the radio show. We should talk about that, Dick. After all these moves the Rams have made, after everything that took place with the Seahawks over the offseason, do we still believe the Hawks are the team to beat in this division? Next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Dick on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we are back at Jimmy's on First. Softy Dick Jackson with you until 7 o'clock tonight. It is a final across the street at T-Mobile Park. The Mariners' 8-game winning streak, I'm sorry to report, has come to an end.
Oh.
Yes, they were going to lose a game at some point, and the game happened today. It's my fault. I went to the game. Blame me. 7-1 loss to the Mets. George Kirby took the L. Mariners got a home run from J.P. Crawford early in the game, obviously to tie things up at 1, but the fourth inning got away from the Mariners, man. A bounce ball off the first base bag. Johnny Peralta gets caught in a double steal going after Juan Soto that scored Carson Benj. George Kirby took the L. He's now got a 7.28 ERA in his last 4 games. And, Dick, you and I were talking earlier in the first segment about kind of how, George Kirby maybe got kind of, I think he used the word nickel and dimed a little bit by home plate umpire. Some bad luck there as well. But he's getting hit at a 330 clip in the last 4 games. That is not good, man.
Yeah, I just thought there was a lot of there was dribblers, there were seeing eyes. You mentioned a couple of hard hit balls in that one inning, but I thought for the most part it was singles. 2 of them went the other way with like a 60-mile-an-hour exit velocity. I mean, I just didn't think that he got pounded today. I just think it was one of those days that happens for pitchers.
Yeah, I'm not so concerned about what I saw today. I guess there's a small part of me that is a little concerned. I mean, what's a significant concern on the concern meter when you start to creep up in the 4s and 5s? By the way,
sure.
I'm kind of maybe a 2, maybe a 2.5, maybe 2.75 on George Kirby. Just when you have 4 games in a row that kind of go the way they've gone. I mean, this guy's allowed 9 hits in his last 4 starts. He's not walking people, but he never does walk anybody. It's not really a big part of George Kirby's game. And he's only gone 6 innings once, right, in his last 4 games. So I just think, again, like we said last segment, it's just kind of something to keep a little bit of an eye on as this thing continues and the days of rest. We were talking about that last segment that we were just mentioning for giggles. I think it was Logan Gilbert, by the way, who's made 138 starts in his career on 4 or 5 days of rest and 21 on 6 or more. But the 21 that he's made on 6 or more days of rest, he's got a 2.55 ERA with a whip under .9. Brian Wu, on the other hand, Dick, has made 15 starts on 6 days of rest or more and has a 4.98 ERA in those starts. George Kirby with 6 or more, 3.74. Bryce Miller, 6 or more, 3.45. Emerson Hancock, 3.71. So the numbers aren't crazy. And with Brian Wu, I haven't looked at the game log, obviously, for all those 15 starts we're talking about. ERA. That could be because of 2 or 3 bad starts that just blew up his ERA and inflated everything. But I do think it is something to keep an eye on. It is something to be curious about how these guys that don't normally pitch on 6 days rest do during this little 2 or 3 week stretch.
Yeah, if you look at one area that would be the most concerning to me with George Kirby is the strikeout to walk ratio. 2023, it was 9-1.
Yep.
2024, it was 8-1. 2025, it was 5-1. And 2026, it's 3.5-1. It has come down every single year, and he is now striking out 59 guys in 74 innings when he was always a strikeout and inning guy. So that's the one thing.
I thought your job was to make me feel better about George Kirby.
Well, I was.
That doesn't make me feel better.
See, what you did was I could have gone one of 2 ways. I could have gone the push back on Softy approach and just say, there's nothing for you to be concerned about and find ways to support that argument. But I decided to go the other way. It's like, okay, let's find something that Softy's talking about that could add to his argument a little bit. And I think the velocity, at least the swing and miss stuff, and the location has not been as good this year.
Well, look, he's going to Baltimore in his next start, right? He's taking 6 days off, as everybody else is. I don't think there's an off day between now and then. And he's going to go to Baltimore, and he's going to have to pitch at Camden Yards, right? I mean, the Orioles aren't very good. They're not a very good team. That's one of the reasons why I really felt kind of good about this little 3-week stretch they're on right now. They're not going to win every damn game, obviously, but I just think it's almost like, hey, if you were I don't know, on a scale of 1 to 10, being interested in George Kirby's start next Wednesday against the Orioles. If you were a 6.5, maybe you're an 8 now. Okay. All right, fine. Maybe we're not going to, we're not going to just dismiss it. If George Kirby goes out again next week in Baltimore and gets hammered by the Orioles at Camden Yards, I don't think that's something that you just keep dismissing. I mean, at some point, he can put together enough bad starts consecutively where you start to say, hey, this is kind of becoming a bit of a problem here, man.
Well, and you put out that poll a week ago about, what do we do with going into next season with 6 starters, right? And my response to you on Twitter was, well, you look to trade Logan Gilbert for an absolute bucket, because I don't think that the Mariners are going to re-sign both Logan Gilbert and George Kirby. If Kirby continues to, wobble a little bit, do you think about going the opposite way and trading the guy that has more years left on his contract than Logan Gilbert?
Well, Kirby's got, I think he's got 2 years left in arbitration, and Logan's got 1.
Correct.
So Logan's a year ahead of George Kirby. And this is what I would just say about Logan Gilbert versus George Kirby. And this could change, obviously, overnight in some ways, but the Mariners thought highly enough of Logan Gilbert to make him their number 1 starter coming out of spring training this year, have him start opening day. So they obviously have a lot of thoughts that Logan Gilbert might be the most talented guy in that group. I mean, frankly, I think that Brian Wu is your best pitcher overall.
Isn't that what Brett says, too?
Yes. Well, I mean, look, and Steven Souza said that like 3 years ago, and we kind of said you're crazy. he turned out to be right. I mean, he was dead on the money with Brian Wu. So I just think between him and Bryce Miller and Emerson Hancock, you could argue that those 3 are your best 3, and that Kirby and Logan Gilbert might be on the back end of this rotation. But the problem with this thing is that we change our minds every month, depending on how guys do.
Yes.
Right? We are
That's
very
exactly
reactive. Right. But the point about that for me is I don't mind doing that, because you're so deep and you've got enough guys where you can get away with deciding who's going to take the ball in a certain situation. Like we were having the conversation today sitting at the ballpark. Hey, if the playoffs began tomorrow and you're in a 5-game series, who's starting for you? Well, I think it's Miller, Hancock, and Wu for me. Right now, that may change by September.
Miller, Hancock, we leave Logan Gilbert out of it. Well, 4 guys would start, right?
In a 5-game series, I mean, it just depends on days off, right?
Right.
7-game series for sure. For sure, 7-game series.
Well, Kirby clearly is your odd man out at this point. But, unless you think Miller has not done enough yet. The body of work is not enough yet to make you convinced that Bryce Miller would be that guy. Although
he started last year,
wasn't he the best? Wasn't he the best guy that you had last year in the playoffs?
He started game 1 of the ALCS, and he was freaking awesome.
Great.
In Toronto at Rogers Center in that freaking dome where it's hard to throw against anybody. So, and again, I'm not saying, look, the playoffs are not starting today. This is kind of an idiotic conversation.
But it's a decision we're going to have to make because we're going to make the playoffs.
Correct. I hope so. I'm just talking about from a perspective of instead of doing the whole who should start in the playoffs if they began today, we almost should do like a confidence rating on each pitcher, right? Like we have an approval rating for presidents, confidence rating on all 6 of these guys right now. And my top 3 confidence ratings would go to Bryce Miller, Emerson Hancock, and Brian Wu. In no particular order, but right now that's where my confidence would go, Dick.
Yeah,
those 3 guys.
As much as you know how much I love Hancock, I'd still probably have him at the bottom of that list just because he's never been in that situation before and the other guys have. So, has Wu? Wu's been in the bullpen. Has he started a big playoff game? I don't think he has because he was hurt.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the way that guys are pitching right now, right? The way guys are throwing right now. Those are the 3 guys that I really think are bringing the best stuff. It's one of the reasons why I'm just so bullish on Bryce Miller getting to pitch every 5th day. So, look, this is the thing we talked about the other day that, we made the comparison, I think, to when somebody is not on this radio station and you want to replace one person and not shuffle the entire lineup on a radio show or radio station and start, moving guys around and moving gals around. Which I think we're doing tomorrow, by the way, but whatever. The point is that you got 2 guys in Bryce Miller and Luis Castillo that both should be starting probably every 5th day. And so because you want to work both them in, because you don't want to put one of them into a bullpen, now everybody has to adjust their routine. Everybody. So there's positives to that. there's negatives to that. I think these guys can handle it. I think the numbers show they can handle it. The positive silver lining is that you're getting guys maybe to lower their innings limit a little bit, which is a little bit less wear and tear on the arm come September and come October. But one negative is that you are also asking guys that are creatures of habit to do something they don't normally do. So, again, this next week, when they really get into this thing, when guys have had a week off, I'm really curious to see how the entire thing works starting next week. All right, we're going to break. A little fun with audio / hey, did you hear that? Coming up on 93.3 KJR FM.
It's time now for Fun with Audio, sponsored by Bluma Tree Experts. Trusted and certified pros specializing in tree pruning and tree removal. Contact one of their arborists today at 206-714-9835 or at blumatree.com. Now, Fun with Audio. Here's Softy and Dick.
All right, we're back here at Jimmy's on a Wednesday night. Mariners have lost to the Mets 7-1, but the Mariners take the series, so good news there. The boys are on the road in Detroit, starting for 3 on Friday. What do you say we get to a little Fun with Audio / Hey, did you hear that here on a Wednesday afternoon, live from Jimmy's on First. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick?
Another day, another entry from our friend Frank the Tank Fleming. Last night after the M's 8-3 win over New York, Barstool's resident Mets fan posted this rant.
Another absolute just performance by the Mets. You know, either let Jonathan sink or swim. This opener, all it does is fry up the bullpen. It does not work. This stupid, just spreadsheet. God, get these analytical out of this team. I want traditional baseball back. This is why this team is so. Bo Bichette, another fabulous game by this piece of $42 million. And you're gonna trade anyone, and Bo Bichette's gonna be the face. Because he's got analytics, all that matters, analytics, and they go robot. Losing is good, robot, the spreadsheet said that losing is fine, losing is great. The spreadsheet got you Morgan got the son of a bitch.
Oh,
Okay.
God, that was awesome.
I think we just stumbled upon an idea.
What's that?
We each have to do our own Frank the Tank.
On a different topic?
Whatever you want.
Whatever we want.
Whatever you want. Fane the Freak, Dave the Drunk, Feltz the Fanatic.
Okay.
You just go
like
off.
this.
Jackson, you could do a Sounders game.
Yep.
Dick, whatever you
Yep,
want.
yep.
Me, whatever. And just go home and record something that we can run on the air in honor of Frank the Tank. Next time there's a terrible loss by one of our favorite teams,
Okay.
Oh, wow.
we will do our own. We will just call it pulling a Frank the Tank.
Well, guys,
it's like a verb.
The United States men's national team will inevitably lose a game that they shouldn't.
Done.
Yeah,
And these guys, they don't do what they're doing. The players were
Well, the greatest thing about that particular one was it was just like a stove pot, and it just
That's what I'm saying.
You poured grease in it, and it just
That's
kind of
right.
had a
That's
slow
right.
bubble at first.
Yeah.
And then
Let me
it
ask
just
you a
kept
question.
getting better and better and better, and finally flames coming out of it.
You ever put like a bowl of chili inside the microwave too long?
Yes, and it just
And what happens
it's just-
after a couple minutes?
Yeah, exactly. All the beans erupt.
We'll just pull a Frank the Tank, right?
Oh,
So
I
we'll
like
just
it. I like it.
we'll save that. We'll do a little, kind of maybe quasi open for it, but keep that in the back of your mind, Jackson. The U.S. men's national team, that's great. Dick, maybe you blast off after a Storm game. I'll go nuts after a Mariner game, whatever, and we'll pull a Frank the Tank because I think all of us have a little Frank the Tank inside.
Oh, we
of
do.
us.
Yeah,
All
I
of
think
us
every
do.
sports
Yeah.
fan does.
For sure. All right, hey Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick?
Yankees second baseman Jazz Chisholm. Every time I say the words Jazz Chisholm, I want to
Yep.
say something else.
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about?
Say it nice and slow.
Went on the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon on Monday night and predicted that the Yankees would win the World Series. So during New York's game against the Guardians Tuesday, Cleveland play-by-play voice Tom Hamilton took this shot before Chisholm's first plate appearance.
That'll bring up Jazz Chisholm. Well, he predicted the Yankees will win the World Series. He did that last night on the Jimmy Fallon Show. Pretty amazing. He got on the Jimmy Fallon Show batting .239.
That's awesome. Last World Series for the Yankees was 2009, so we're talking, 17 years ago?
Incredible.
That is their longest stretch since between 1978 and 1996. 18 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, they're coming up on their longest stretch in a while, Dick, of winning a championship.
And it's wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful. We went through it during our childhood where, like,
That's
the
right.
Yankees sucked. When we were growing up, the Yankees sucked. It was awesome. And then all of a sudden, the Jeter era came, and it seemed like they could never lose a championship.
No,
and since then, they've got Zippo.
I'm glad you said when we were growing up, because when I was 3 and we were 4, they both won titles. But we hadn't grown up yet.
No, we hadn't grown up.
And then when we hit puberty, they stunk.
They stunk.
Maybe it's our fault. All right. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick?
Last week on the Game Over podcast, hosted by super agent Rich Paul and former ESPN host Max Kellerman, Paul said that Michael Jordan would not have won a single NBA championship without Scottie Pippen.
Scottie Pippen rings, those 6, they're not the same as Michael Jordan's.
I think Scotty's rings are just the same as Michael Jordan's. Why not?
Because he won the best player on the team.
Yeah, but he was the most impactful player on the team.
I get it.
If you unplug Scottie Pippen off that team,
sure.
Jordan's 0 for 6.
Sure, but who knows? But if you
could be.
If you replace Scottie,
you could replace him with another All-Star, but just because it's an All-Star don't mean it's Scottie Pippen.
I don't think he's not 0 for 6. No, but I will say he's not 6-0, which is what all the Jordan truthers point as the number one reason for him being better than LeBron, and a lot of it had nothing to do with Jordan.
Well, I don't think any star wins as many championships as they do without their supporting cast.
That's right.
Right? I mean,
That's
that goes
right.
for everybody.
But
like
wouldn't you agree?
If you took away the best 2 players from every star's championship, every single year they won a title, I'm sure eventually some of them lose.
Oh, there's no question.
Right.
But you would agree that the number one thing that the hardcore, and I love Jordan, but the hardcore Jordan over LeBron truthers point to, the number one stat is 6-0 in finals.
Well, I will say this, and I've always said this because you just did it again. Everything Jordan always comes back to LeBron James.
That's right.
Everything. And that's why people get so effing sick and tired of LeBron James, because everything is about LeBron.
Well,
everything.
I think LeBron fans would say it's the other way, because LeBron fans would say everything is always Jordan.
Well,
so it goes two ways.
Jordan, then leave it alone. Leave it alone.
Why are you mad at me? I'm
not mad at you. I get annoyed that every time it's like LeBron James fans, and I've said this to you, Dick. I'm not just talking about you, by the way. I'm talking about just LeBron James. Every time something comes up, there's always this is what other people think, or this is why they should feel differently. It's just amazing, and it gets so annoying after a while. I'm already annoyed by it.
Well, I just think it depends on perspective, because I'm annoyed by all the Jordan truthers too. You know, not that I'm one saying that LeBron is definitely better than Jordan. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just annoyed. I'm just as annoyed by the 6-0 is the reason Jordan's better than LeBron people as you are by the other way.
I think I'm sitting here at Jimmy's. I'm watching a guy eat some French fries with mayonnaise. You know what? LeBron James would not do that. He'd use ketchup.
Ooh, yes.
He would not use mayonnaise on French
What's
fries.
that guy,
First
Canadian?
Of all, who does that anyway?
Canadians
by the way?
do.
You kidding me? Ridiculous. All right. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick?
You want to get to 4 there, Jackson?
Please,
during an
really
NCAA
quick,
or
please.
5? Which one? Pick one. 4 or
4.
5? 4. During an NCAA regional baseball game between Wake Forest and West Virginia last weekend, the SEC Network broadcast came back from a commercial break and immediately spoke with Mountaineers head coach Steve Sabins. Problem was, a producer had Sabins' microphone up before the interview began, and he was right in the middle of ripping the SEC Network.
Network, so they off.
All even in the 5th inning, Wake Forest and West Virginia. Please be joined by West Virginia head coach Steve Sabins. Coach, we had a scramble drill yesterday.
Oh,
my
that's
God.
awesome.
He's stuttering, asking the question.
That is awesome.
That is incredible. Right before they put him on the SEC Network, he gets caught ripping the SEC Network. I love it. Good stuff, man. All right.
He's going to get fined for that, don't you think?
Why would he? What did he do? He didn't do anything wrong.
It's the producer. Had the mic up.
Blame the network.
Yeah.
Don't blame him.
Wow.
I mean, who was the broadcaster? Do we know who it was?
I don't, but literally saying the SEC Network can F off right before they bring you on.
Well, you know what? Whoever that broadcaster was, give him a kudo, because he handled that pretty well, to be honest with you. I'd be like, hey, Coach, we're on the air. Great to have you back with us, and thanks for the kind comments about our network. What do you make about your team? We're going to break. Headlines coming up. By the way, next, Petros, by the way. No Petros today. He'll be with us tomorrow. We got some breaking news from the NFL involving a former Seahawk. How about that? Next on 93.3 KJR FM. Lines on Saucy Dick Jackson, brought to you and you only by our friends at Frostbrewed Coors Light. It's cold as the Rockies.
Horse crap radio show.
All right, NBA Finals tonight. You ready? Game 1, 5:30 in New York. In San Antonio. Knicks and Spurs. The Knicks are looking for their first championship since 1973. They literally have never won a championship in our lifetime, by the way, because that last title came before you and I were both born in 1973. Spurs looking for their first title since 2014. Game 1 in San Antonio tonight.
Is Willis Reed available for the Knicks tonight?
I think he might be dead, by the way.
He might be.
It's a great question.
I don't know.
Is he dead?
Look that up.
While you're doing your story, I'll look that up.
You look that up.
I will.
The Mariners did not get the sweep. In fact, they got absolutely pounded today by the Mets, 7-1. The final score for the Mariners. The pitching was not good for George Kirby. 9 hits, 5 runs, 4 of them earned in 4 innings of work. He drops to 5-5 on the season.
Yeah, Willis Reed died 3 years ago, by the way. So, no, to answer your question, he is not available. NFL news, Packers pass rusher Micah Parsons saying today that he will not be ready to play after tearing his ACL until at least mid-October. And Russell Wilson posted a video, by the way, today on social media, Dick, where he didn't mention the word retirement, but he certainly implied that he is done playing football. We're going to discuss that and hear that clip in a couple of minutes here.
Senator Ted Cruz scheduled to meet tomorrow with Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti and SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey to continue dialogue on the Senate college sports bill.
And from the I'm a moron category, Brandon Ayuk of the 49ers decided to post a video of him earlier this year speeding on a street outside Levi's Stadium. He took the post down, but not before a arrest warrant has been issued for him in Santa Clara County.
Stupid idiot.
See how far that goes, man. But team full of bozos down there. Maybe it's the what's the electrical thing that they're talking about
right by Levi's Stadium there?
The
substation.
Substation. Yeah, maybe that's frying people's brains. I got no idea. Anyway, we're back. I'm not sure what we're playing in the studio, but I can hear you and I can hear Dick, and that's all that matters.
We got a little music going on.
You can't hear the music?
No.
Wow.
No, I can't hear the music.
That it really is.
No, I'm kidding. I can hear it.
Okay, well, good. All right.
Here's what we got going on. Petros is not with us today.
Is he okay?
He's fine.
Right, because when you start with Petros is not with us.
That's why I added the pause there.
Okay, gotcha.
Petros is no longer with us. Petros died today at the age of 48 years old.
That's terrible.
He went into a dog care facility and came down with hives and choked to death. You know, he's severely allergic to dogs.
Is that true?
By the way. Big time.
Oh, wow.
You ever see the movie Hitch with Will Smith?
Yes.
When he has to drink the, what's the Benadryl or whatever the hell it is?
Oh, and then he all puffs up, yeah.
That's what would happen to Petros if he petted a dog. Okay? So he's fine. He just had to take today off.
Okay.
He'll be back tomorrow with us at 4 o'clock. Brett Boone will join us at 3:20 for all your Petros fans out there. But this actually kind of works out okay a little bit because if we have to replace Petros with anything, I know that Petros' number one choice would be Russell Wilson conversation. That would be the one thing. If I can't come on with you, you better talk about Russell Wilson. Well, Russell Wilson posted a video today that I have not yet heard.
I have not either.
Don't know if you've heard this yet, Dick.
I haven't.
Where he strongly implies that he is retiring. Never mentions the word, right, Jackson, retirement. Nope. But a lot of people around the country are now reporting that Russell Wilson is retiring from the NFL. So if this truly is it for Mr. Unlimited, by the way.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
That's the wrong clip. If this is truly it for Mr. Unlimited, by the way.
Mr. Unlimited.
Then I think we got to talk about it. Greatest quarterback in Seahawks history. Can we all agree on that?
Yes.
Yep.
Russell Wilson?
Yes.
This is the video that Jackson pulled off the intraweb of Russell Wilson kind of saying goodbye and kind of announcing that his NFL career has come to an end.
I remember the moment I fell in love with football. Waking up before sunrise with my dad and brother. Deep post routes and moon balls. Yeah, that's where it all began. But somewhere along the way, my love for football turned to more than just passion. It was an obsession. You've been my joy, my peace, my safe place. You taught me discipline, faith, and resilience. How to keep believing no matter the circumstances. You've given me purpose and opportunity. Opportunity to inspire others and create change. To continue to evolve the game, not just for me, but for the next generation of ballers. You've also given me the greatest gift of all. Family. To every coach who believed in me, you helped shape me into the man I am today. To Coach Carroll, thanks for taking a chance on a young 5'11" black kid from Richmond, Virginia that was told he was too small to ever make it in the NFL. We knew what winning was like. And to every teammate I've had the privilege of sharing the locker room with, thank you for the sacrifices, the brotherhood, the memories. None of this is possible without you. To every fan who supported me, through the highs and the lows, your belief, your energy, and your passion meant more than you'll ever know. To Seattle, you raised me. Not just all the wins and crazy loud games, but also the forever memories after we won the Super Bowl. But even more important, the kids at Seattle Children's Hospital. You gave me hope and belief in a better tomorrow. And hopefully, I did the same for you.
This is actually happening. This is awesome.
As I enter this next chapter with CBS Sports and the NFL today, I'm so blessed to continue doing what I love most. Being around the greatest game in the world.
My dad always told me, accelerate to the sideline.
Dad, I thank you. I thank you, football. I thank you, I thank you, I thank you. I am forever grateful.
Let's play for these fans tonight, man.
Love, 3.
Okay, well, here's the deal, guys.
What?
It had to be that way for Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
His goodbye video, because that was the cheesiest effing thing I've ever heard in my life. But it's so perfect
very
because
Russ.
it's Russell Wilson. It's absolutely Russ. 100% it's Russ. Right? Like, think about Marshawn Lynch's goodbye when he hung a pair of cleats on a telephone line.
That's right. That was very Marshawn.
And now Russell Wilson produces this dramatic, unbelievable, cheesy video. You know, thanks for taking a chance on a 5'10" black kid. You know, to Coach Carroll. You know, all the memories. It's produced, dramatic music, all that stuff. It's so freaking cheesy that it's almost perfect for Russell Wilson because you would expect nothing less than that. That's how the guy retires. He wants everyone to know that he's retiring. Look at me. I'm retiring. Let's make it about me. I'm quitting. And you know what? I honestly, guys, I would not have it. I would not have it any other way. Well, I think when most guys retire, they just have a quick announcement. They're done. That's it. How many guys in your mind's eye actually do you remember producing? And that was, Jackson, how long was that clip we just played there? 2 minutes?
We played about 2 minutes of it. It was total
of what?
About
3 minutes.
3:30. Yeah.
How many guys produce a 3.5-minute video to run on social media with dramatic music? And was there other video on that too, like highlights and clips and stuff?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so this big production. This is a production.
Huge.
How many guys actually do that?
Well, not many, but I mean, how many bigger?
None.
I mean, when you just think of the names in the NFL over the last 10 years, I mean, Russell Wilson is top 10 name in the NFL in the last 10 years. So he's a big damn deal. And when he announces his retirement, I don't have a problem with a 3-minute produced.
I think it's cheesy as hell, but it's Russell
is.
Wilson.
It's
Russell Wilson. Again, you know, I think it's not very often you see guys do that. But it's perfect for him and his brand. It is so on brand for Russell Wilson. It's ridiculous. That's number one. Jackson, what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, it's cheesy, but I kind of like that it's cheesy because it fits him so much. I would also say I have a problem with the video overall because I think that there is a pretty decent percentage chance that somebody comes calling to need, whether it's a veteran backup or to have somebody on their roster, you know, come week 12 due to so many injuries. We saw Philip Rivers. Freaking Rivers, who's a grandfather. That is a fact. He is a grandfather, was just signed to play for the Indianapolis Colts. Somebody, I think, across the next couple of years will call Russell Wilson to join them. And that's why I have a problem with the video because he isn't, I don't think he's done. Like, he had this game last year for the Giants, right? And this was an amazing Giant Cowboys game.
Like 500 yards.
Amazing game for Russell Wilson. If he can do that less than a year ago, he's going to play, I think, at some point.
Well, he didn't announce his retirement.
Right.
No, but everybody's taking it. He certainly implied that he's retiring.
Yeah.
I don't think
that's not a hey, I'm leaving football for a year to go do TV. That's a I'm retiring. I am putting this in the rearview mirror. I am devoting 3.5 minutes of tribute to myself on social media, telling you how much I appreciate everybody. I mean, that was a freaking retirement speech is what it is. But Jackson, go back to your point about, you know, could he come back? First of all, he had that game that you talked about against Dallas, right? Earlier this year, or excuse me, last year. Yet the best he could do was backing up Geno Smith with the Jets. That's the best offer he could get, was backing up Geno Smith. So
at this moment.
Look, sure, right. But unless there's a situation like you talked about where there's a massive amount of injuries on a team like the Colts. I mean, think about how many guys had to get hurt before Phillip Rivers got the call in Indianapolis. Like, they lost, what, Dick? 3 or 4 guys before they called Phillip Rivers. Remember when the Seahawks signed Marshawn Lynch to play in that game at the end of the year a couple years ago? So, Jackson, you're exactly right that something like that could happen. That doesn't happen very often, though, where teams are that desperate for a quarterback, where they would bring a grandpa out of retirement to play quarterback for them. So
you'd have to give me. I mean, you'd have to give me 5-1 odds to bet that Russell Wilson's ever going to play again.
Well, and I agree with you because again, outside of being Geno Smith's backup in New York, that's what the market said Russell Wilson was worth. Nobody wanted this guy.
Right.
And so he's not going to be more attractive in a year from now when he hasn't played in a year or 2 years or 3 years, unless there is a massive, massive desperation situation by an NFL team where they've got no choice but to go out and sign a guy like Russell Wilson. I'll tell you what, the one thing you can keep an eye on, and I mean this sincerely, by the way, keep an eye on how fat he gets in retirement. And I'm not kidding you, by the way, because we've seen Russell Wilson before pack on a couple of pounds.
Yeah,
we know what Russell Wilson looks like when he can't keep his hands out of the cookie jar. And so if you see a guy getting a little chubby on TV, to me, that's sign number one. He's done playing.
Yeah, you mentioned the word attractive. And what fascinates me is how attractive he is to the Hall of Fame committee over the next couple of years. And if he's more attractive to the Hall of Fame committee because he's on CBS and not playing terribly in the NFL, if this actually helps his cause. I mean, you take a look at some of his numbers. I was surprised to see this. Russell Wilson is in the top 10 all time in passer rating, yards per attempt, interception rate, fourth quarter comebacks, and rushing yards as a quarterback. I mean, he is basically the best statistical quarterback that isn't in the Hall of Fame already or isn't a shoo-in for the Hall of Fame already.
Who also never got an MVP vote and never was first team All-Pro.
That's right.
Ever.
That's right.
And we talked about those numbers, I think, when you were gone the other day, that, look, I mean, his counting numbers overall look very good. He's got a title. I think he's borderline Hall of Fame. But the problem with the Hall of Fame is who knows what these clowns are thinking? Who knows from year to year who they're voting for, what their requirements are, what their standards are. But I do think, and Jackson actually brought that point up, I think on Friday, that he might be doing this TV gig because he wants to raise his profile and his street cred and give a better shot to make the Hall.
It's the Bill Cowher philosophy, gentlemen, is Mike Holmgren should be in the Hall of Fame.
It worked for Bill Cowher.
And Bill Cowher is somehow in the Hall of Fame. And why? Because Bill Cowher was on CBS and doing those shows for I don't know how many years. Russell Wilson, I'm telling you, and I'll say it again, will get into the Hall of Fame, and it will be because he's now on CBS.
Yeah. Well, look, he's the greatest Seahawks quarterback ever. I mean, you talk about those stats, Dick. He's number one all time in Seahawks history in yards, touchdowns by a large margin. He's won 104 games, which is 34 more than anybody else. He started 158. He's got 97 more touchdowns than anybody else. Number one in yards by 8,000 yards. He is by far and away the best quarterback this franchise has ever seen. Now, there may have been bigger names that played for them, Warren Moon, for example, but he, from a Seahawk perspective, nobody accomplished more at the quarterback position in Seattle, I think, than Russell Wilson did. And I think sometimes he doesn't get enough credit because of the defense and the running game that he played with. Andrews brought this up on the show with Ian the other day. What quarterback had more influence on their team winning a title, Russell Wilson in 2013 or Sam Darnold in 2025? And I had to actually think about it for a little bit. And I think I came back to Darnold only because of the way he played in those two Ram games, Dick.
Yeah.
But if you want to argue that Russell Wilson was more impactful, I'd love to hear that debate too.
Well, I think everybody agrees that Eli Manning is in the Hall of Fame for one reason, is that he won 2 Super Bowls, right?
Right.
So are we all in agreement then that if that one pass goes differently against the Patriots, Russell Wilson is a shoo-in? And if he is a shoo-in with one play going differently, then how close is he with that one play not going differently?
Well, the difference between Russell winning titles and Eli winning titles is that Eli was the MVP in both of his titles.
Yeah.
He's got 2 Super Bowl MVPs. right? I mean, Russell would not have won the MVP in 2013. You could argue maybe he would have won it in 2014. I mean, Chris Matthews put up a hell of a game, and you could have argued he would have been the MVP.
Mm-hmm.
But we know that Eli Manning has 2 championships and 2 Super Bowl MVPs on his resume.
That's right.
So that might be a reason that maybe he gets separated. Look, if I voted, I think eventually I'd probably vote for Russell Wilson to be in the Hall of Fame. But again, not one MVP, not one first-team All-Pro. And I don't know, Dick and Jackson also, because Millen likes to make a big deal about this. Is it 9 or 10 Pro Bowls, by the way, for him? How many Pro Bowls for Russell Wilson?
Look.
And how many of them were alternates, right? A lot. And I don't know if the Hall of Fame even looks at that. Honestly, I think it's the Hall of Fame stuff, like the Hall of Fame conversations, especially for football.
10-time Pro Bowl.
Yeah, and how many of those were alternates? 5 of them, 4 of them, whatever. It's almost like, hey, instead of trying to project what these bozos are going to do, let's just say what we would do, right? Like if we were Hall of Fame voters, I'd put him in eventually. Yeah. I don't know what those clowns will do, but I'd put him in.
I would put him in as well, only because I'm looking at the other names around him on the all-time list, and they're all in the Hall of Fame.
Is it touchdowns? What are we looking at here? Like, what's the big counting stat for quarterbacks?
It's
because it can't really just be about
touchdowns.
yards, right? Touchdowns is maybe the number one, the big one. You think?
Yeah, and he's
passing touchdowns?
12th in passing touchdowns, and the guys ahead of him are Eli Manning, Hall of Fame. Marino, Stafford, Rivers, Favre, Rodgers, Manning, Breeze, Brady, Matt Ryan, and Ben Roethlisberger. They're all going to be in the Hall of Fame if they're not already.
The difference is, let me ask you this. Do you think when Russell Wilson left Seattle, do you think at that point in time on that day he was a Hall of Famer?
I thought he needed to do something else. I thought he needed to just be decent through the rest of his career, and he was a shoo-in, and he wasn't decent through the rest of his career, and that's why I think it's a question. If he would have if he would have been the 15th best quarterback in the NFL from the day he left Seattle until last year, shoo-in. Absolute shoo-in, but he wasn't. He was like the 25th best quarterback in the NFL.
Well, he went 17-27, and he had a QBR under 39.
So bad.
Since he left Seattle.
So bad.
That's why I bring it up, because if you thought he was a Hall of Famer, then great. That's fine. And Jackson, you thought he was.
Yep.
But if you did not think he was a Hall of Famer, I mean, outside of just prolonging his career and getting more numbers added to his resume, which, people do that, obviously. There's nothing that he accomplished in the last 4 years since he left Seattle that says that Russell Wilson, like Randy Johnson, became a Hall of Fame lock when he left Seattle.
Yes.
Russell Wilson did nothing. I mean, he regressed. He was terrible since he left Seattle.
It makes me wonder. I think about a guy like Cam Chancellor, right? Where Cam Chancellor's career was cut short. Not by choice. His career was just cut short. And he right now is one of those things where, will he be one of those easily types where later on, years and years down the road, the NFL and the people in charge and the people voting look and say, God, Cam Chancellor, that 5-6 year stretch was just too good. We gotta put him in.
Well,
and
Marshawn,
if Russell had just said, you know what, I won my title, I had a great run in Seattle, I'm gonna call it. And if he had done that, maybe it's at the end of his Denver tenure, then I think it's an entirely different conversation. But right now, he's back on that line because of how bad he was for so long.
Yeah. Well, look, sorry, Dick, here's the deal. We got a break here. There's a debate, right? He's not a lock for the Hall of Fame.
It's a great argument.
Absolutely a debate for Russell Wilson. If we're sitting here in, 10, 15 years from now and Russell Wilson has still not made the Hall of Fame, then, I'm not going to be surprised by that. I don't think anybody is. If he makes it on his 5th year on the ballot in 10 years from now, in a decade, in 2036, wouldn't be surprised by that either. We're going to break. Speaking of Hall of Fame, 1/3 of the Husky Honks, by the way, is on the College Football Hall of Fame ballot. I bet you can't guess which one. We'll talk to that guy next on 93.3 KJR FM.
back to Softy and Dick on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, boys and girls, we're back here. Jimmy's on first, hanging out till 7 o'clock tonight. Mariners drop one of the Mets today. We'll discuss that with Larry Stone coming up at 5 right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Russell Wilson announcing his retirement on social media. Maybe one day heading to the Hall of Fame. But, Dick, speaking of the Hall of Fame, the annual College Football Hall of Fame ballot came out the other day with all the potential inductees. I saw a bunch of familiar names, including Percy Harvin, Mike Leach on that list, Ryan Leaf on that list. And then, does that say Greg Lewis? No.
It's got to be that's a different Greg Lewis, right?
Our Greg Lewis?
2 G's, right?
1/3 of the Husky Honks? Greg Lewis is on the Hall of Fame ballot?
How about that?
Is that you? Is that my buddy? Husky Honk, Greg, are you there? Is that the same Greg that I know and love that sits with me during Husky football games, that I pick up on the way to Husky football games, that sometimes falls asleep in the middle of Seahawks games? He's so tired after busting his ass the day before. Is that you on that Hall of Fame potential list there, pal, or is that somebody else?
Well, don't sound so damn surprised, Softy. Sounds like you're saying I shouldn't be on it. I have as of right now, as we walk around today, I'm in 4 Halls of Fame. So this would just be the 5th one.
Okay, well, but here's the funny thing. First of all, congratulations, number one. But apparently congratulations were in order like a decade ago. How long have you been on that list, by the way?
I've been nominated for the College Football Hall of Fame since 2012. It's the first time I think my name showed up on the ballot.
15 years ago.
So I've been nominated a few times there, and my name's still on it. I get a certain number of people who are paying attention to that kind of stuff, reaching out, congratulating me. Half of them think that means I got in, and the other half are saying, yeah, it's about time you got nominated. And I'll go, yeah, right. Since 2012. I guess you weren't paying that good of attention, though.
So how does that work then? I mean, like some years you are, some years you're not. Yeah, when do you find out? Take us through the process here.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on all of it. Here's what I know. The first time I got nominated, someone did reach out to me from the National Football Foundation, the Hall of Fame, and told me that I was nominated. And they invited me to become a member of the National Football Foundation Hall of Fame. I guess it's a membership organization that anyone that has any sort of relationship or affiliation with college football can join. But I didn't join. And what I found out later is that if you do join, and you get a lot of your friends, guys who you played with and all that to join as well, then you have more power to actually get in. Now, that's not the only way. Of course, you can be Barry Sanders, right?
Yeah, and
be the greatest running back of all time. You're getting in. But a guy like me who was only a first-team All-American, Pac-10 Player of the Year, Doak Walker Award winner, all Pac-10 All-American, I need some help to get in.
Yeah, well, the campaign starts now, all right, because I had no idea that you were even nominated until this year. But now that you have the power of this radio station behind you, I mean, for example, we are personally responsible, and Dick will vouch for this, for getting Edgar Martinez into the Hall of Fame.
Yes.
We sponsored his baseballreference.com page, and boom, his candidacy exploded. So we are now going to put the full marketing machine of KJR,
that's right,
which means maybe a couple of Twitter accounts, by the way, behind you and get you into the Hall of Fame. I mean, it'd be pretty freaking cool, man. But you know what? I mean, you've always done a pretty good job being a humble guy. You don't talk about yourself very much.
Yeah, I kind of.
But make the case. Why does Greg Lewis belong in the College Football Hall of Fame? Tell us.
All right, let me say this first. Dick is right. I have this dual personality thing where I am actually a humble person, if you know me in real life, but my persona, my radio persona and media persona is to brag a little bit because, that just kind of makes it fun. When me, you, and Mario are there and things aren't that exciting, I like to make it fun. So I'll do that kind of stuff. But if you wanted to know what my candidacy should revolve around, I've told people before, my favorite Husky running back of all time is Napoleon Kaufman. He was the most exciting. The best Husky running back of all time is Corey Dillon. He was the most, accolades beyond college. But the most decorated Husky football player, running back of all time, is Greg Lewis. He was Pac-10 Offensive Player of the Year. He was first-team All-American. He was the first two-time 1,000-yard rusher in Washington Husky football history. He was the still, when I left, I had probably 21 running back records. I still have one to this day that's never been broken, most consecutive 100-yard games. I won the Doak Walker Award given to the nation's best running back. What else? I was captain of the Husky Rose Bowl championship team. And just to show how important I was, if I don't get hurt, we win the national championship. I get hurt, we lose that one game that takes us out because they couldn't win without me. So there you go. There's the reason Greg Lewis should be in the College Football Hall of Fame.
Jeez. Dick, have you ever heard not Kaysen, but Mario Bailey do his little spiel on why he's the best Husky wide receiver of all time?
I think I have.
It's unbelievable that these two guys just have that information easily accessible at the front of their brain to pull it out whenever they need it. That was pretty well done.
We're not thinking about it.
But see, it's
we're not thinking about anything.
But see, I agree with everything Greg and Mario said, because you got to remember, like, I was in high school when Greg was tearing it up and when Mario was tearing it up. Like, I looked up to these guys as like freaking gods. So like I got no issue with Greg Lewis talking about this. But Greg, when do we find out how many of the 80 actually get in every year, or is it a different number that get in of the nominees every year?
I'm gonna be honest with you, because I am honored just to be nominated. There's been thousands and thousands and thousands of guys who play college football, right? And I'm honored just to be nominated. So I've never really looked into how many actually get in, what the real process looks like. I do get notified each year when I'm nominated, or somebody sends me a text or an email and says, Greg, you got nominated, and I see it. But I just don't pay a lot of attention to it because I'm not in it for the accolades. I didn't play football for that. I played it because I love the game. I had a ball doing it. You guys know I'm a Husky honk through and through, so I love the University of Washington Husky football. If I do get in, for me, it would be more of a bringing a light and shining a light on Husky football, how great the program is, how great the players that have played there are, and to continue to, lift Washington up as a premier program in college football. So I don't really know because I haven't paid that much attention to it, but I would like to win or get in just for the sake of shining a light on Husky football, but it doesn't matter to me personally.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what, you may not remember this, by the way, but there was a moment of weakness. You may have been inebriated, by the way, in Wisconsin. You looked at me, and you said, Softy, if I ever make the Hall of Fame, you can do my induction speech. Okay? And I'm holding you to it. You ever make the Hall of Fame? All right. I'm going to be the guy. I'm doing the speech. But, hey, dude, this is really cool. I know you've been on the ballot before. I got a text from somebody at UW, by the way, who alerted me over to this idea the other day. But before you go, we got to talk a little dogs, right? I mean, here we are. We're 3 months away from the game of the year, or the opening game, in the Apple Cup week 1 against Wazoo. And, all eyes are on that running back spot, right? Adam Muhammad's at Cal. Jonah Coleman's in Denver, your old team in the NFL. What do you make of what's left at running back here in Seattle, man?
This is probably the first time you'll ever catch me where I'm like, I don't know who's going to be the starting running back. I was thinking Washington was the guy, hands down. And then, of course, the neck injury. Both of the transfers we picked up have injuries, so they didn't participate in the spring. Are we going to start a true freshman at running back? I just don't see it happening. So I'm a little perplexed. I can tell you what I'm most excited about. This is completely different for me, and I know it doesn't answer your question, but I think the Husky defense is going to be one of the best defenses we've seen in, since the what was the nickname that we gave the 2016
Death Row D,
This is going to be the best defense we've seen since Death Row. I think the linebacker core is phenomenal. They're 4 deep. I think there's 4 guys that can make a lot of noise at linebacker. I think the secondary is shaping up to be really good. And with the transfers on the D-line and adding the Linneus Davis, back in to have a big senior year with Lane on the outside, getting back to form where he was in Arizona, I think the defense could be absolutely special. So that's probably what I'm most excited about this year. It's about having a Big Ten type of defense and shutting other folks down. And, if we don't generate a lot of points maybe we win games 21-10, just like they used to in the Big Ten. So that's probably what I think I'm most excited about for the Husky football this year.
Well, last thing for me, Greg, I got a big picture college football question for you. You got Senator Ted Cruz talking to Greg Sankey and Tony Petitti. You got Teresa Gould calling for honest conversations about athletes becoming employees. Do you like this idea of players becoming employees with collective bargaining rights? Would you want that? If you were a 20-year-old Husky?
I think so, yes, because it gives you more protection and safety. Here's what I think, or here's why I don't think it'll happen anytime soon. When you talk about employees, something called workman's compensation comes into play, right? And so now you have thousands of college athletes playing football every year. There's going to be a lot of injuries, a lot of people with lifetime type of injuries. And now, since they're employees, you have to have protection and pay these guys possibly for the rest of their lives for disability. So if you become employees, I think that's the thing that, upsets the apple cart. Do you make all of these guys eligible for disability claims in the future? Because they're all going to get hurt in one shape or form, and some of them are going to have lingering injuries forever. So I think that's the big problem with declaring them as employees and not student athletes. So if you can keep student athletes, pay them still, but not have to cover them medically for the rest of their life, I think that's the best case scenario as far as they're concerned.
Yeah, well, it is, and that's all nice and well and good, but I am more focused on spending every waking minute of the rest of my life to make sure that you make the Hall of Fame, pal. All right? So we are on it. I'm telling you.
You're my campaign manager.
Yes, this is a mission. It's a mission, and we will not fail you, my friend. All right? I mean, we likely will.
I appreciate it. I'm counting on it. We're counting on it.
Dude, you're the man.
Thanks,
Great
man.
stuff, and we'll get together soon. All right, buddy?
All right, thank you, guys. Take care.
All right, Greg Lewis, who claims he's been on the Hall of Fame ballot for 15 years. Nobody, I mean, the funny part is that we didn't even notice until now, right? I got a text from somebody over at UW a couple of days ago. Oh, look at this. He's like, yeah, I've been on that list for like 15 years. So, I don't know, man. I mean, good for Greg. It's a cool little feather in his cap, but I don't know, man. Maybe he'll make it. I mean, he made a good case, right? When he was putting his resume together, that was a good case.
I mean, if you're not 45 years old, 40 at least, you don't remember Greg Lewis playing. That.
No
he
doubt.
was a freaking dog, man, in more ways than one. A DAWG and a DOG on the field.
Yeah, well, the first ever winner of the Doak Walker, which I think is the nation's best senior running back. I don't know if it is now, but it was definitely then when he won it. So he won the first ever one in 1990. All right, we're going to break, testimonials, and then Larry Stone will join us. After today's Mariner loss to the Mets, they win the series but get slaughtered today against New York. We'll get his thoughts on the six-man rotation, his thoughts on Russell Wilson, who apparently announced his retirement today. He didn't say the word retirement, but he certainly implied it. We'll get to all that with Larry, courtesy of the Ram at 5 on Hear from the skipper, George Kirby, after his start. Julian Love spoke today at Seahawk minicamp at the VMAC. We'll hear from him as well between now and 7. Right now, the Tacoma Dodge text line, 49451. A little testimonials. Jackson, what do you got?
The reality is, if Greg Lewis played at Ohio State or USC, he would already be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. I think he's probably right. All right. I mean, the more the high-profile program you play for, the more attention you get. But back when he was playing for UW, the Huskies were really good, but they became great after he left. That's the thing. He was on that not so good 88, 89 teams, and then 1990 they popped, and then by 91, by the time they won the championship, he was in the NFL. So maybe different if he had played on that championship team. But I think the caller is right. If he played at Alabama, or maybe in the SEC, or maybe a place like Florida or Michigan, Ohio State, he might be in the Hall of Fame.
I think he is in the Hall of Fame, and I think you're right too. I think he's in the Hall of Fame. If he's on the 91 championship team. I think he is, because all eyeballs were on Washington for that. What was our win streak? 20 games?
20 games, yeah.
20 games? I mean, if he's on everybody in the world was watching the Huskies win 20 games in a row. It was must-see TV across the nation. They were the number one team for a long time. So if he was on those teams, a lot of people would have known who Greg Lewis was.
Yeah, it would have helped if they played in 2026 and every game was on national television, though. There was a lot of games the Huskies played that the East Coast did not see. I remember going down to my grandmother's funeral. I ever tell you this story? 1991, Huskies at Nebraska, and I want to watch the Husky-Nebraska game in Miami. Good luck. They're playing a game in the SEC on TV. Only way I can get scores is by watching I don't know, it was like Vanderbilt, Kentucky, whatever the hell it was.
It's interesting you said that. I was at my cousin's wedding in Illinois that night.
Yeah.
And they didn't have the game on, and I was but I was watching whatever game was on. The wedding was already over.
The clips.
Just to get the score. And the game that I was watching was so bad, Dave, that they flipped to the Husky game in the third quarter. So I got to watch the third and fourth quarter because the other game was so terrible.
Yeah, well, those are the days, man. Those were the days. All right, what's next, Jackson?
Oh my God, the goober Russell Wilson actually had his goodbye video professionally produced.
Yes, he did.
That is straight 100% douche behavior.
Well, look, again, I agree, but it's also on brand for him. It's like, for example, I'm going to tell you this right now, that there's going to be a golf tournament I'm going to take part in this weekend, by the way. It's just a hack fest, right?
Okay.
Every year there's a couple of guys that hire a caddy. I'm like, what are you doing? This isn't the Masters. We're not playing the U.S. Open.
Wow,
That's
really?
what Russell Wilson just did. Every now and then there's a guy that retires and goes out and hires Yin Louis, right? Or what's the Glamour Shots by Deb from Napoleon Dynamite to produce their photos and produce their retirement video. The texter is 1,000% right. Only Russell Wilson would announce his retirement with a professionally produced video that everybody can see on social media, as opposed to a statement through his PR people. But that is totally Russell, and it's on brand for him.
Like you've said for over a decade, he's a douche, but he's our douche.
He's our douche, man. That's the thing, right, Dick?
Yeah.
Now we can go back to celebrating him.
Right.
Come on back. Come on back.
When does he do the 12th man flag?
Hey, man, whenever he damn well wants.
I will say, guys, in that video we played, he only mentioned one city and he only mentioned one coach. He mentioned Seattle and he mentioned Carroll, and that was it.
Well, why would he mention anything else? He's stunk ever since he left there. I mean, he's not going to mention anything he accomplished in Denver or Pittsburgh. Or else did the Giants? Are you kidding me? Yeah. I mean, what else is there to really even mention?
Some players go through their retirement announcement and actually go through every team and every coach they had. Russell only mentioned Seattle and Carroll. It's awesome.
Did he mention Bielema at Wisconsin?
No.
Okay.
That was it.
That's a little surprising.
That is surprising.
A little surprising.
Definitely wouldn't mention the NC State coach. That's for sure.
What's next?
You guys are such haters. Seriously. It is so gross how much you hate him for no reason. You guys sound so lame. The video was awesome.
Okay. Well, we don't hate him, number one. We just got done talking about him being a douche, but he's our douche. He's the greatest quarterback in Seahawk history. I want his number to be in the Ring of Honor, and we all want him to raise the 12th man flag.
How is that hating?
Does that sound like somebody we hate? And number two, by the way, if that is not douchey, and if Russell Wilson's not a goober, then what is? What is your standard? What is your standard for douchebaggery?
I think,
what is your standard for being a goober if that's not it? If that's not cheesy, then what's your standard for cheesy?
I think that texture would be different if we responded to the video in a different order. like let's say I went first and then Jackson went and then you went with our individual, okay? I think it would have felt a little different. True. But you came out hard on the douchebag side.
All right, here's what we'll do from now on.
And I think that's what probably set him off.
Yeah, I agree.
Next time anybody in Seattle tweets a cheesy video announcing their retirement,
go last.
I will go last. Okay? You guys can go first.
Okay.
All right, we're going to break. Larry Stone joins next on 93.3 KJR. All right, Duke, thank you. By the way, it's time for the USA 250 Cash Contest. Secret word for $2,500 from June 1st to July 3rd. Listen every day at 5 o'clock for the nationwide keyword to enter on the website at 93.3KJR.com. That keyword right now is birthday at 93.3KJR.com for a shot at $2,500. Let's get the headlines right now.
Now, from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
All right, boys and girls, here we are back at Jimmy's on First, hanging out until 7 o'clock tonight. Larry Stone will join us in a matter of minutes, brought to you by our friends at the Ram. Headlines, though, now are brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
Welcome to my happy place.
Well, that guy right there, Mr. Unlimited, Russell Wilson, in a social media video today, announcing his retirement after 14 years in the National Football League. Russell Wilson, as you may already know, moving on to be an analyst for CBS Sports. Coming up this fall, Russell Wilson, number 3, greatest Seahawks quarterback in franchise history, announcing his retirement from the NFL today.
Golden Knights upsetting the Hurricanes last night, 5-4 in Carolina to take Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Vegas has now won 4 playoff games in a row. Game 2 tomorrow at 5 o'clock here on 93.3 KJR FM.
The Mariners get smashed today by the New York Mets. George Kirby had a rough 4th inning today, by the way. 7-1 win for the Mets. Kirby today, 4 innings, 9 hits, 5 runs, 4 earned, a walk, and 5 Ks. He's now got a 7.28 ERA in his last 4 starts, by the way.
Knicks and Spurs about a half hour away from San Antonio. West Finals, by the way, was the most watched conference finals in 24 years. And so far, the NBA playoffs, the most watched in 28 seasons.
What else we got? Brandon Ayuk, 49ers wide receiver. A arrest warrant has been issued to him, by the way, because he posted a social media video earlier this year of him speeding on a street outside Levi's Stadium.
Stupid idiot.
Let's get to Larry Stone right now.
It's time for our weekly conversation with legendary sports writer Larry Stone. Brought to you by the Ram Restaurant and Brewery. Bigger, better, and fresher since 1971. With 8 Puget Sound locations from Marysville to Lacey and everywhere in between. There's a Ram near you. Now with Softy and Dick, here's Larry Stone.
All right, we're back at Jimmy's on First, hanging out until 7 o'clock tonight. Softy Dick Jackson with you on the radio show, but right now joining us on the program. It's always a good time to have this guy with us on the show. Our friend, former Seattle Times columnist, and frankly, I think the best to ever do it. And now owner, once again, of his own Twitter account.
Yes,
Larry Stone,
he got it repaired.
Joining us on the program. Larry, how are you, man?
I'm doing great. Yeah, that was a red letter day when I got my Twitter account back after 4 long weeks, and now I'm overdoing it with tweets.
Larry, let me ask you a question. You ever had gout, by the way? You ever suffer from gout? Wow.
I have not, no.
Okay,
not.
Well, gout is terrible. You never know how much you need your big toe, by the way, until you have gout. Twitter's the same way. You never know how much you really need your Twitter account until you don't freaking have it. So I'm glad that you got it back, by the way, but the pain is almost worse than getting gout in your big toe. And for those that have had gout in their big toe, they know exactly what I'm talking about. It sucks. Anyway, let's move on because that's gross. Larry, let's talk about what happened today at T-Mobile Park for a minute. We'll get into the 6-man rotation, Russell Wilson's retirement, all of that. George Kirby, his last 4 starts, all of a sudden, man, 7.28 ERA. With a whip over 1.6. He's 1-3 in his last 4 games. And, 34 base runners in 21 innings is not very George Kirby-like. What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. He started off the season so strong, like he was trying to get back to his all-star level, and then it's just hit the skids. I mean, today there was some bad luck, some bad defense behind him, but they also hit him pretty hard, and they have over those last 4 starts that you referenced. I mean, there's ebbs and flows with pitchers, and Kirby's perfectly capable of working out of it. But right now, it's one of the few concerns that they have during this stretch of playing great baseball.
Who would be your 1, 2, 3 in a playoff series if you started it today?
Wow. Yeah. I think I'd go Wu, Gilbert, and then that third spot would be right now I'd probably go with Hancock. I mean, He's the third, the first year as a full-time starter, but he's been dominant and probably the most consistent of any of them. So, and then if there was a fourth, it would probably be Kirby. But I mean, there's a long time for that to change. The way Bryce Miller has pitched, he would certainly be a consideration. When you get to a 7-game series and might need a fourth starter.
Yeah, well, Logan Gilbert was actually on the show with us on Monday, and I asked him flat out, how close are you to getting a new deal done with the Mariners? Because he's only got one more year left, one more year of arbitration, and then he's a free agent. And he said there's nothing imminent. I mean, he made it sound like they're not even anywhere near close to getting a long-term deal done with him. I mean, at this point, would you be more or less surprised, I guess, if he signed an extension with the Mariners, or maybe they traded him over the offseason?
Yeah, they have a glut of pitching, Dave, and it's perfectly set up for a trade because you have Anderson and Sloan coming, and you already have too many starters, as we've learned with the piggyback. You have 6 good starters in the majors, plus 2 guys who look like future studs. So that's 8 starters. Something's got to give. So the longer it goes with Gilbert not getting signed to an extension, and the closer he gets to free agency, I think he could be a candidate to be traded in the offseason, or they just, maybe just let him go to free agency and deal with the 7 pitchers that they have left in their rotation, or in potential rotation.
Larry, this 6-man rotation, is it worth upsetting the rhythm of the entire rotation now to make all of them more fresh in September and October when you need velo, and maybe a lot of pitchers don't have velo at that point?
Well, I don't think it's a huge disruption because when there's a day off, they have the 5 days rest. So now that there's no day off with 6 starters, you still have that 5 days rest. So they're used to, at times during the season, getting that rest. The problem is with a 6-man rotation is when there are also days off, and then you have 6 days rest. Then it's a disruption, right? For 2 turns through the rotation while they're playing all these games. I don't think it's a problem. It's a way for it's almost like a competition between Miller and Castillo to see who pitches well in the best in the 2 starts that they have moving forward. At some point, I still think they're going to have to. They keep kicking the can down the road, and here's even further down the road. But I do think that could well help them in the postseason. But I don't think they want to go to a 6-man rotation permanently. I think it's just while they're playing this run of games and they don't have the days off. But at some point, they're either going to have to go back to the piggyback or hard decision and put one of the 2 in the bullpen.
Well, Larry, it's funny, and I don't want to, kind of like pick sides here, but it almost feels like, in a little bit of a way, guys, that there have been like these factions that have formed in Seattle. There's the pro piggyback, there's the anti piggyback, there's the pro 6-man, there's the anti 6-man, there's the pro Bryce, there's the pro Castillo, and there's the pro JP, there's the pro third, there's the pro short, the pro Donovan, the pro Colt. It's crazy. Like, we're all picking sides here, but everybody has, a reason why something should continue. Like, the piggyback is great because it's basically just one guy made out of 2 players, and it gives the bullpen a bunch of rest. Okay, well, if that's working now, then why not stick with that the entire year? The 6-man rotation is great because it limits the innings and it limits the wear and tear on a guy's arm come September. Well, if that's the case, then why not stick with that the entire year? But it sounds like, and I agree with you, that eventually they're going to admit that that none of that's ideal. And they're going to go back to a 5-man rotation, right? So do you really feel like all of this is temporary, or can you envision a scenario where they maybe stick with this 6-man all year long if Luis and Bryce keep pitching the way they are?
Possible, but I don't actually see that. I think it's more likely that they'll go back to the piggyback when they get back. I think they could point to the fact that it worked. I mean, maybe in this stretch where Castillo's going to get 2 starts and Miller's going to get 2 starts, if Castillo gets knocked around and Miller, deals, then it kind of solves itself, I think. But if they both pitch well, I think it's going to be hard for them to take one out of the rotation. What I want to see is Miller on Bryce unleashed. He's looked so good in each of his starts. I want to see what he can do when there's not this artificial innings limit because of the piggyback. I think in a couple of those starts, he could have, pitched 7 really strong innings, and he was rolling. And so I'm really eager to see him in a start without the piggyback looming behind him. And,
yes.
I just think he's so good that he's not going to be the one that goes to the bullpen. And nor do I think he should be.
Yeah, well, I'm 1,000% with you that I want to see this guy pitch every 5th day with no restrictions whatsoever. And you tweeted something the other day when you got your account back, by the way, that I agree with. It almost feels like when you do the piggyback that you're almost obligated before the game begins to give the second half of the piggyback, whoever that guy is that day, a significant amount of innings no matter what's happening with the starter. I don't like that, but my question to you is this. You've been inside clubhouses before. When it comes to signing a guy like a Bryce Miller to an extension down the road, is this something that he'll think about? Like, man, I can't believe they did me like that. This is ridiculous. I'm not going to forget this. Luis Castillo has no choice because he's got a couple years left and he's getting older. But do you think this is something that could potentially impact negotiations with Bryce Miller if they want to sign the guy in a year or two?
I honestly don't think so, Softy. If he were entering the his walk year or anything like that, maybe. But there's so much time before he becomes a free agent. I don't know exactly what his service time is, but I think it's 2 years max. So he's got another 4 years.
2030, he's a free agent. Right. Yep.
So by then, it might be a distant memory if he's in the rotation next year and beyond. I think the question of whether they'll re-sign him will come down to how much they're willing to pay him. And if they're willing to pay him enough, I think he will easily overlook this episode that's happening now.
Well, I'm looking at the calendar here, Larry, and it's not the list view. It's actually a calendar view because you can kind of have a picture of when you might need a 6-man rotation and when you might need a piggyback. And you got like 9 games in a row, so it's a perfect opportunity for the 6-man. And then after that, you got 2 days off over the course of 8 days. So that seems to be an opportunity for the piggyback. And then you go back to 9 games in a row. So do you think it's possible that they can just bounce back and forth all year long between the 6-man and the piggyback, depending on how many days off they have?
I do. I think that's probably the likeliest scenario. And don't forget, you also have the 2 kids looming in the minor leagues, just absolutely dominating in Anderson and Sloan, who look like they're ready right now. I think if they bring them up, I don't think they'll do it for a while, but if they do, they may just be bullpen pieces, but they're also, starting candidates as well. But that's just further complicating things. But, I think if Castillo and Miller both continue to pitch well, I think that what you described, Dick, is a strong possibility that they just keep juggling those situations.
Well, Larry Stone's with us, and Larry, everybody carries in their pocket a personal panic meter, right? That is their own and their own alone. Their panic meter is not somebody else's panic meter. But I want to know, because I was sitting at the game today, and I was talking to a buddy of mine about Josh Naylor. Now, Josh Naylor, after he got traded to the M's last year, ended the year with an .831 OPS with the Mariners. Right now, on the 3rd of June. 1/3 of the season, right in the books. He's at .662. Where does your personal panic meter sit on Josh Naylor right now?
Not very high. I think if you erase those first 3 weeks when he was absolutely terrible, I'd like to look at his numbers since then. I think they're pretty respectable.
Yep.
I don't think that he has been as dominant and as impactful as I thought he would be, and I'm sure you feel the same way, but I feel like he's going to get better, and I think he's too good a hitter with too good a track record to stay this way for too long. And again, most of his numbers are due to the fact that he was hitting about 120 3 weeks into the season, and I think he's been pretty representative since then.
Yeah, well, I tell you right now, last 42 games, not including today, he's got an 810 OPS, and he's hitting .309 with 6 home runs and 23 RBIs.
I'll sign up for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, this is why we have you on, to explain stuff like this.
Yeah, he was just terrible at the beginning of the year. I mean, he couldn't hit water, that's for sure. But Larry, because I didn't have my Twitter hacked, I was able to go back and forth with a Twitterite over the last couple of days on Julio Rodriguez. And, I was talking about Julio, and somebody bounced back with, this guy's going to just evolve into a perennial 40 home run guy. And I thought about it, I was like, really? I've always just thought of Julio as just a solid hitter with a higher average and maybe 30-ish home runs. But which Julio do you see? Do you see that type of 30-100 guy, or do you see a guy that eventually is a 40 home run almost every year type guy?
Well, I sure missed those back and forth Twitter battles.
I bet you do.
Debates when I didn't have my account, but I see him as a 30 homer, perennial 30 homer guy, who in one of those seasons one of those seasons where everything comes together that players have periodically could I don't think a 40 homer season is out of the realm of possibility, but I see him as a 30-30 kind of guy, 100 RBI, high on base, high slugging, but I don't think he's a 40 homer perennial guy. I think, but what we just described is an extremely valuable player who could be, who gets MVP votes every year.
Yep.
I think in 3 out of his 4 years, he's been top 10 MVP. So, there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, I tell you a guy that would like to have a few MVP votes on his resume. It's our guy, Russell Wilson.
Mr. Unlimited. That's segue.
Who announced his retirement today, Larry, with a social media clip, professionally produced 3.5-minute social media clip, which was so on brand for him, by the way. It was ridiculous. But the argument or the debate came up, is Russell Wilson going to be one day in Canton, Ohio, in the Hall of Fame? If you had a vote, would you put him in?
Boy, I'd have to think long and hard about that. When he left Seattle, I was sure he was going to be a Hall of Famer, but his career just fizzled after that. Condotta had a stat in his story today that he was 17-27 after being traded to Denver the rest of his career after leaving Seattle. I think when push comes to shove, I would vote for him. I think he was a top-tier quarterback for 10 years, won a Super Bowl, got to 2 Super Bowls. I think he was considered elite for a long time. I think I'd still give him the Hall of Fame, but I understand that it's going to be controversial and highly debated, and he may not get there. But if I had the vote, and the NFL Hall of Fame is done in a completely different manner than the one I do have a vote in baseball. It's a small group of electors who determine it, not the organization at large. So who knows? But what do you guys think? Are you supporters?
I think we're along your lines. I think Jackson's dead on that he could get a Bill Cowher-esque bump from being on CBS, because I don't think Bill Cowher's in the Hall of Fame if he doesn't spend the last 15 years on television every week, right? I mean, don't you think that this actually helps him more than watching him struggle on the field for the last couple of years of his career?
Yeah, and I'm sure that was part of his calculus, too. I'm sure he, when he's debating whether to go to the Jets as Geno's backup or go to the TV booth, I'm sure he's thinking about his Hall of Fame chances, and maybe he will get the glow up that Cowher did.
Well, not only is he 17-27 after he left the Seahawks. I mean, first of all, Bob ripped that stat off from us because we had that on the air Monday. So I'm accusing Bob of outright plagiarism on the radio station. He also has a QBR under 40 since he left Seattle. So he has been absolutely terrible since he left the Seahawks. But what is his legacy here in Seattle? I mean, a lot of people don't want to give him a lot of credit for that 2013 team, Larry. They want to give the LOB and the defense and Marshawn. But, I mean, how do you put a bow on Russell's legacy in Seattle?
Well, it's a mixed legacy. You can't deny the play on the field. I think there was some behind-the-scenes things that don't reflect well on him, like, rumors of him pushing to get coaches fired and things like that. But I think that in total, the legacy is that he was a frontline quarterback who was not the biggest part of their success, because that was the defense, but a big part of his success and a big part of their success, and Ring of Honor for sure. But it just could have been so much better. Everything always seemed to be difficult with him, and all the incidents and things. It got wearisome after a while.
Yeah, no, I think you're right that when you win a championship in your second year, it's hard to live up to that, right? I mean, it's not like he spent the first 10 years chasing a title and then finally got one like Elway did, for example, in Denver. But when you win so early, the bar is raised. But I think all of us, if you would have told me when they drafted him, Dick, on draft night, this guy's going to be number one in touchdowns, number one in yards, number one in wins, and be the starting quarterback on your first ever title team, I think all of us would have said, where do we sign? Of
course.
Are you kidding me? All
Absolutely.
of us would have taken that 1,000%. All right, Larry, great stuff, man. Hey, start brushing up on the World Cup. Next week, we want you to jump on the air and break down the Egypt-Iran game for us, okay?
Yeah, I just remembered I have a dentist appointment next week. So.
Yeah, convenient. All right, man, we'll talk in a week. See you, buddy.
All right, see you guys.
All right, Larry Stone with us on the air. Russell Wilson calling it quits. We'll talk about that. Mariners get beat by the Mets today. Some reaction. We're going to hear from Dan Wilson, George Kirby, and, hey, minicamp, not OTAs, minicamp. The real thing is happening at the VMAC. We'll discuss next on 93.3 KJR FM. player that needed to be around for his master plan to take effect. And you remember we had Hugh on before Mike Macdonald even coached a game in Seattle, and we asked him what player is going to benefit from his system, and he said Julian Love. Right. And Mike Macdonald agreed, went out and gave the guy a contract before he even saw him play a game in his defense, even before the preseason began. So Julian Love today at the VMAC, at minicamp with the Seahawks, talking with the media about his offseason, what's to come for the Hawks, and then addressing, obviously, the big contract his teammate Derek Hall just received.
How important is Derek Hall to the defense? How excited are you to see sticking around for a few more years?
Man, it's cool. It's really cool to see somebody, be a rookie and then get that contract and become a leader and become a force multiplier, and that's D Hall. I think there's nobody that talks more or gets more talked at to than Derek. Everyone's on his ass all the time, and at the same time, everyone is hugging him, dapping him up because it's work. It's really special when somebody they earned it. It wasn't given. There wasn't any draft status thing, clout, none of that. It's all work. And so he's special. Now, a person in the locker room doesn't love D Hall. You'll hear him. You probably could hear him right now if you listen closely. He's loud. He's funny. But he's a pro, and he's definitely the epitome of Seahawk.
What do you think he attracts the smack talk?
He's the loudest one in the locker room. I mean, Spoon's a close second, but D Hall, man, he's overly strong. He's like when we're messing around, he's the first one to show love and also roast a little bit. And so that balance, it's like a contagious. You feel just like he's just a contagious energy. And so, I can't speak highly. We've had a lot of great talks this offseason about him just becoming a leader for us. He was rotating a lot last year, the past few years. But when he's on the field, we're a better defense.
What do you think it is about his style of play that positioned himself to get the contract?
He is just a violent player. Let me think of a play. Tennessee preseason 2024. There's a play where a tight end goes across the ball. That's a crazy play to bring up. But he, the violence that he had on a tight end spilling, we still show that clip. That's just who he is. He is strong as hell. And he has a motor that's high. When you have those two things where somebody's willing to rush the passer but also stop the run, that's how we're built. We don't do that kind of chase and sack stuff. And he doesn't do that. He's a complete DN for us. And he's just violent. He's probably the most violent person on our defense.
What is the safety spot without having Kobe there now?
Yeah.
What is kind of that whole safety group?
Yeah, it's. I think we have a really deep group. I think obviously talking about Kobe. Special guy. He's a friend to all of us. I think we all miss him for sure. Just the person that he was. He was just a great friend, great locker room presence for us. But then our room now is just a lot of different personalities still, and the competition level is really high. Group 1 through 3 or 4 or whatever. Guys are getting together and talking and texting with each other, just trying to coordinate. Just because everyone's trying to be the best. Everyone's trying to show what they got. And the additions that we have in that room I love it.
You mentioned Nick there. He did everything he did as a rookie in a new role. How excited are you to see what you can do, given another year and more time to get back?
I'm excited. Nick is one of one, personality wise, juice wise. Having him as a rookie was really funny. And maybe frustrating at times just because he has some swagger to him for sure. And to see him become a leader is pretty cool. I mean, there's no, I know he's out the rookie phase yet, 3 games. But, it's just fun to see him do his thing. I mean, he is so special. He's one of one in this league. You could give him comparisons to a lot of different players, but nothing is what he does. And so if we can maximize him this year, he is the heart of this thing in terms of just talent. He's really special.
Wow. That's a hell of a statement about Eamon Warrior there, Dick. Plus 6,000 to win the Defensive Player of the Year, Nick Eamon Warrior. Where's that going to be, by the way, in the middle of October or early November? Is that going to be like our little wager on the San Antonio Spurs at 16-1 back in February? Are people going to be wishing they jumped on Nick Eamon Warrior at plus 6,000 to win the Defensive Player of the Year? I mean, look, he's a safety, but he plays more obviously in the box. We know that.
Right.
And it's interesting hearing Julian Love talk about him being kind of the heart of this whole thing when another safety, Earl Thomas, was known as the heart of the LOB back in the day, but he played, deeper than number 3 does, obviously. But I can't wait to see the jump that Nick Eamon takes from year 1 to year 2, because I think we all saw the potential for him being a real problem for a long time.
I think he's going to be a superstar. I mean, if you just rank the best players on this football team, right. I mean, you've got your JSNs, your Spoons, your Eamon Warries. I mean, he's right there in the top 3 or 4 on the football team. And yeah, as far as your bet goes, 60-1 seems like no-brainer value. The only problem is it's such a number. It's such a stupid numbers award, right? And if you don't have 15 sacks or you don't have 10 interceptions, you're just not going to win the MVP, because it just goes to the guys with the flashiest numbers. And I don't know if at that position, Nick Eamon is going to get flashy numbers.
Well, unless they blitz him the way they blitz Jamal Adams, right? But he also can play on the back end better than Jamal Adams. He's not a liability the way Jamal Adams was. And I just think that the difference between him and Jamal is that when Jamal wasn't blitzing, he was useless. That's not what Nicky Manwari is all about, right? I mean, what was one of our biggest observations about Jamal is that he always seemed to be the guy to clean up a play. Nicky Manwari is ending plays. He is starting plays. He's not doing what Jamal Adams
scanning
did.
around the pile.
No, right. I mean, that one little clip, and God, I think it was the Commanders game, right?
Commanders at the goal
line. At the goal line, where he just checked out at the goal line. I mean, can you imagine number 3 doing that?
Oh. Number 3 would have laid wood after the guy got in the goal. If he was even late and he said, I can't keep him from scoring a touchdown, I'm still putting my helmet on this guy.
Well, it really is, excuse me, and I still think, I don't know what you guys think, that the star of the show is McDonald's scheme.
Yeah.
I think it is really the number one thing that makes this thing go, because, there's good players. Like Devin Witherspoon, you could make a debate, I don't know what, top 5 corner in the NFL, maybe if not higher than that, whatever. But outside of that, how many other guys on that defense would you say are clearly top 5, top 10 at their position? Clearly.
Eamon Warrie.
That's it.
Yeah, that's all.
That's it.
That's
way
all.
More talent, household name talent on the LOB team.
Leonard Williams is top 10. I wouldn't put him at top 5, though.
But they don't have, we're talking about maybe 4 or 5 potential Hall of Famers on the LOB defense.
Correct.
We're not having that conversation yet.
Not yet. And I think the only 2 guys are Eamon Warrie and Witherspoon.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, we'll get a break. Mariners lose today, but it's okay, we think. We'll get to that coming up on 93.3 KJR FM.
This is Duke of Duke's Seafood, and this hour is brought to you by Duke's Seafood. Why don't you make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com. Now, back to Softy and Dick on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we'll get to some Mariners in a minute. Mariners lose today 7-1 to the New York Mets. Rough day for George Kirby. We'll chat about that in a second. NBA Finals, Dick, is underway. Next up on the Spurs 6-2 early first quarter from San Antonio. Knicks looking for their first championship in our lifetime. They've never won a title since you and I were born. August of 73 for me. So we're talking, what, June of 73? Late May when they played them back in the day, the NBA Finals. So they've literally never won a title in our lifetime. The Spurs, obviously, we're all used to the Spurs kind of being, at the top of the mountain. Their first championship, they're looking for it since 2014. And look, I'm rooting for the Spurs for a couple reasons. The obvious one is that 16-1 ticket we talked about. The other one is that they did us a favor and they knocked off the Thunder, but I'm not going to cry if the Knicks win the NBA title. I know we're not supposed to be rooting for New York around here. I almost feel like there's a difference between the Yankees and the New York Knicks, right? Like the Knicks haven't done jack squat in our lifetime. And I think the NBA personally, Dick, for me is better when there's a team from New York that's good.
Yeah, it's like if the Giants or the Jets won the Super Bowl. Yeah, the Giants had some success 30 years ago, but we haven't seen the Jets do anything in our lifetimes. And I think the Knicks, it's the same thing. And I've actually liked this Knicks team all year. They're kind of my favorite team from the Eastern Conference. They're not the team I picked to go. I thought Boston would beat the Knicks in that 3-2 series. But the Knicks have been my favorite team to watch in the Eastern Conference. So I don't have much of a rooting interest in this one. I want to see a great series, and I think we're going to see 7 games. I really do. I think we're going to have a 7-game series just like we did in the Western Conference Final.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Giants. Yeah. I mean, they won the title 15 years ago with Eli. But you're talking about those Bill Parcells years, obviously back in the day. But yeah, I mean, I just think when there's a king of the hill in the NBA, and I'm not saying that the Knicks are the king of the hill. I mean, you got to be a perennial, champion, almost a dynasty type team to be a king of the hill candidate. But when that champion or that team that everybody is trying to knock off is from LA or Chicago or New York, it just adds something to it for me, right? Yeah. When you're in a big market like that and you're a legacy franchise, and I just wonder, man. I think there's people out there that would be kind of low key, if you will, to steal a line from the kids out there, rooting for the Knicks because it's been so damn freaking long for them. And there's no team besides the Lakers that's got more celebrities courtside than the Knicks do, man. All of Hollywood's rooting for these clowns.
Yeah, Timothy Chalamet and whoever that Jenner is.
Ben Stiller, anybody, right? They're all sitting there, yeah.
What's cool about the Knicks that the Lakers don't have, all right, is the Knicks have a rabid fan base. They have the superstars in the front row, and then they have thousands of crazy people that just stand outside the building and go nuts. Right. The Lakers don't have that. No, you don't have the city of L.A. just going nuts when the Lakers win. They like it when the Lakers win, but the Knicks are different. I really kind of like the Knicks are probably the only New York team that I actually kind of like.
Yeah, well, look, I'm rooting for the Spurs because I think we owe them a debt of gratitude, Jackson.
Absolutely.
After what they did in the conference finals.
That's why I have a Wemby jersey in the mail right now. It gets here on Monday.
There you go.
I'm very excited.
Is it full size?
It's my size. I didn't get a dress length. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good idea. Do they make Wemby dresses, by the way?
Just get a regular jersey.
That's what I'm saying.
I think
for women.
There was a triple XL option, and the triple X option only would have went to, I think, about my knees. So I thought, well, listen, it would be cool if it was like a floor-length dress, but if it's not that, then I can't get Wemby's true size.
You'd look like it from the Addams Family wearing that thing.
That's the thing. It's funny because you mentioned it's a perfect day to bring this up. The first jersey I ever got, Dixon, was a Russell Wilson jersey, Christmas of Russell's rookie year.
Wow.
But I thought about it and I said, dude, this kid, I want this kid to wear this jersey for like 7 years. So I got it down to his below the knees.
Smart dad.
He wore it for 6 years in a row, and then he passed it off to his sister, and she wore it for 3 years.
Wow, jeez.
I got Russell Wilson's whole Seahawk career in one jersey.
I was gonna say cheap, but you call it frugal. I call it thrifty too, by the way.
Right, baby.
All that stuff. Is that how we roll now? So you know what? Listen, if you're a father of a young kid out there, just buy something they can wear when they're a sophomore in high school, and then have another kid. You can give it to them as well. That's the Dick Fane plan.
That's the plan.
Mariners lose today to the Mets. George Kirby got a little roughed up today. George met with the media after today's game and talked about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really annoying. I haven't really been getting ahead well. Yeah, just got to find ways to, get some more swing and miss. I think I just got to get ahead. That's first off. I've been really bad with it the last couple weeks. That'll allow me to, get some opportunities to really go for that swing and miss once I get 2 strikes. So I think that's kind of the biggest focus right now. What has happened the last couple weeks, I know I'm so much better and more capable of, getting these outs, getting ahead, whatever it may be. I just got to, keep my head down and keep going to work and, keep up with my mental stuff, all that, good stuff during the week, and, just keep believing in my stuff, and it's going to turn around.
Yeah, he's not happy, nor should he be. 7.28 ERA in his last 4 games, 34 base runners in 21 innings are not numbers that we expect from George Kirby. And now he gets to wait a week until his next start in Baltimore next week because they're going to this 6-man rotation. But, look, obviously he's going to be given a gigantic leash. And somebody hit me up on Twitter today, Dick, and it was like, hey, how come you guys aren't busting his balls the way you busted Luis Castillo's chops? Well, first of all, Luis Castillo pitched great last September. He had about a month-long stretch before that where he was getting knocked around pretty good. One good start on opening day and then lost it again. So the resume of failure, if you will, of Luis Castillo recently versus George Kirby is totally different.
Oh, there's
completely
no
different.
George Kirby has been one of the most consistent pitchers the Mariners have had for the last 3 or 4 years. And if you look at what's different between this year and last year, this year it's just kind of mostly meh. There's not the great outings and the bad outings. You go back and look at his outings last season, and there's like 3 or 4, like you like to call them, hairballs.
Right.
And other than that, Kirby was unbelievable. But there's like 3 or 4 games where he gave up 7 or 8 runs in those games.
Yeah, I wonder if this is, I don't know how you look this up. Maybe Jackson knows how. This might be the worst 4-game stretch of his career so far, as far as ERA and WHIP. There may have been games where he looks worse, but I don't know, the ERA and the WHIP. I'm not sure if he's had a worse 4-game stretch than what he's had so far. By the way, the other piece of news that kind of came out of the Mariners today, we're going to hear from Dan Wilson in a minute. Cal Raleigh is going to start a rehab assignment June 7th in Everett, by the way, in 4 days, and then go to Tacoma on the 9th of June. In 6 days from now, Cal Raleigh is going to be playing baseball at Cheney Stadium in Tacoma. That's a Tuesday night. Get your tickets now because that's going to be a big one to see Cal Raleigh in a Rainiers uniform. Dan Wilson, also after today's loss with the Mets, with the media after today's game.
Really good homestand. I thought our guys played extremely well. Obviously want to take that one today, but, I thought it was a great run. And, a lot to be proud of, getting on a streak like that and being as consistent as they were. Today didn't go our way. They put a lot of pitches on them early, I think, and it seemed like it was, tough to kind of get settled in. And, but it really looked, in that 4th inning, it was just a lot of, a lot of singles, a lot of, just not solid, not super strong contact, just being able to find holes. We hit a bag, they hit the bag on the 4th run, a really, a tough call there on the stolen base. I thought maybe we got him there with the foot.